sir. First, we have a list of pardons and commutations relating to events that occurred on January 6, 2021.
And how many people is this?
I think this order will apply to approximately 1,500 people, sir.
So this is January 6th. These are the hostages. Approximately 1,500 for a pardon.
Yes.
Full pardon.
Full pardon or commutation?
Full pardon. We have about 6 commutations in there where we're doing further research. Nice to see you again.
Thank you, sir.
So this is a big one. Anything you want to explain about this? We hope they get them. We hope they come out tonight, frankly. They're expecting it.
Hey, do you need more?
Approximately 1,500 people. Six commutations.
Were there any cases of chicken
We're looking at different things, but the commutations would be the ones that we'll take a look at. Maybe it'll stay that way, or it'll go to a full pardon.
And the order does require the Bureau of Prisons to act immediately on receipt of the pardons and commutation orders. Sir, this is
Why don't we get that down so they can get them going?
Yes, sir. Yep, absolutely. This is a proclamation guaranteeing the state's protection against invasion based on the current crisis at the southern border. It invokes various executive powers relating to the ongoing invasion at the southern border.
That those are not going to be blocked by the courts.
I don't think they will. I don't think they can be. They're very straight up. Why don't you take that and go over here? Can you get on the side? Do you mind? Just go right over here with your friends. Okay.
Sir, this is an executive order realigning the United States refugee admission program to better align with American principles and American interests.
Okay.
Thank you, sir. This next executive order
Hey, you guys good over there?
is about protecting America from foreign terrorists and other national security and public safety threats. Again, crisis at the border, but it goes beyond that. It implicates other executive powers as well.
Good. Press on it? You got the press on it.
President Trump, with cartels are now going to be seen as foreign terror organizations. If you think about ordering U.S. Special Forces into Mexico to take them out.
Could happen. Stranger things have happened.
And that was actually
that Maduro would accept Venezuelans.
Say it.
How would you make sure that Maduro would accept Venezuelans?
Well, we're going to see Venezuela. We're looking at Venezuela very strongly.
Oh, they're in.
It's a country I know very well for a lot of reasons, and it's well, it was a great country 20 years ago, and now it's a mess.
Sir, can we expect ICE raids starting tomorrow in major cities?
What does that mean?
Can we expect ICE raids in major cities?
I don't want to say when, but it's going to happen. It has to happen, or we're not going to have a country left.
This is actually an executive order designating the cartels and other organizations to be foreign terrorist organizations.
It's a big one.
Yes, sir.
People have wanted to do this for years. So they are now designated as terrorist organizations, foreign. And Mexico probably doesn't want that. But we have to do what's right. They're killing our people. They're killing 250, 300,000 American people a year. Not 100, like has been reported for 15 years. It's probably 300,000.
This is an
So
executive.
if Mexico doesn't want that, how are you going to deal with this?
I don't know, you'll have to ask them.
Sir, this is an executive order entitled Protecting the American People Against Invasion, which again deals with the southern border and the unprecedented admission of illegal aliens across the southern border.
What do you see the biggest national security threat the U.S. is preparing? What's going to be your priority on foreign policy?
Say?
What's going to be your priority on foreign policy? What do you see as the biggest
Well,
national
foreign
security?
policy is a big statement. I mean, my priority on foreign policy is going to be to keep America safe. Very simple. It's a big question, though. It's a very big question.
Who's going to be the first foreign leader that you plan to meet, or who will you call tomorrow in your first meeting?
I've already been meeting people. I've been meeting them. I've been talking to them. I met with Prime Minister Trudeau, like all Governor Trudeau. I met with numerous foreign leaders.
Sir, what might be the first step?
This next order relates to the definition of birthright citizenship under the 14th Amendment of the United States.
It's a good one. Birthright. It's a big one.
What about that one in the court? That one is like,
Could be. We think we have good grounds, but you could be right. I mean, you'll find out. It's ridiculous. We're the only country in the world that does this with birthright, as you know. And it's just absolutely ridiculous. But, you know, we'll see. We think we have very good grounds.
Sir,
People have wanted to do this for decades.
Sir, this is a proclamation declaring a national emergency at the southern border of the United States.
That's a big one. A lot of big ones, huh? You know what that means, right?
President Trump, did President Biden leave you a letter?
He may have. Well, don't they leave it on the desk? I don't know. Oh,
What's in there?
thank you, Peter. It could have been years before we got this. Wow, thank you.
Can you say on the outside?
Maybe we should all read it together.
Let's read it.
Well, maybe I'll read it first and then make that determination. Peter, thank you very much. I may not have seen this for months.
Happy to help with the passing of the torch.
I did. I left him one in the desk. It's like this.
What are you talking about?
Unification of our country. You know, I didn't know that he gave a pardon to his family because he did it during my speech.
He didn't tell you in the
No, he didn't. He did it. They released it during my speech. I mean, during my speech. So all I could do was say, "Excuse me, I'd like to come back and speak some more." No, we were surprised by that. It's bad precedent, obviously.
Where are you thinking on tariffs from Mexico given those actions you're talking on the border?
Well, we're thinking in terms of 25% on Mexico and Canada because they're allowing vast numbers of people. Canada's a very bad abuser also. Vast numbers of people to come in and fentanyl to come in. I think February 1st. I think we'll do it February 1st.
25% on both.
Sir,
On each.
this is an executive order taking a large number of executive actions to secure our southern border.
Okay? Sounds reasonable.
President Trump, we remember 4 years ago, Barack Obama had told you that the top threat in the country was going to be North Korea. Did Joe Biden tell you what he thinks the top threat in the country is?
No.
Hey, you guys good over there?
I think we have a lot of them. Right now, I think we have a lot. I think
That's all right, gotta be expected.
North Korea turned out to be good. I was very friendly with him. He liked me. I liked him. We got along very well. They thought that was a tremendous threat. Now, he is a nuclear power. We got along. I think they'll be happy to see him coming back.
And
I think he has tremendous condo capability. He's got a lot of shoreline.
Are you going to work with countries from South America to coordinate on immigration?
About who?
Well, immigration in general.
This is an executive order. Sorry, sir.
I'm fine with legal immigration. I like it. We need people. And I'm absolutely fine with it. We want to have it. We need it because we're going to have a lot of companies coming in to avoid tariffs. You know, if you don't want tariffs, all you have to do is build your plant in the U.S. So we're going to have a lot of workers coming in. But we have to have legal immigration.
do you have a date in mind for when you want to put out?
Take it this way.
Which one?
All right, keep going out.
No. You're talking about which? Say it again.
The China tariffs, the
Oh,
broad
China?
tariffs.
Well, as you know, I put on large tariffs on China, and they've really been forced to leave them. And if we didn't leave them, you wouldn't have one steel mill that's open in this country, because they were dumping massive amounts of steel. We've taken in hundreds of billions of dollars from China, and they were unable to terminate the tariffs I put on China, because it was too much money, and the budgets didn't work, and other reasons too. No, I mean, we're going to have meetings and calls with President Xi. I spoke to President Xi last week, as you know. Did you know that? Very good phone call. Long. No, NATO has to pay more money. NATO has to pay 5%. We're in the Ukraine war by $200 billion more than NATO. It's ridiculous because it affects them a lot more. We have an ocean in between. And we've spent $200 billion more on Ukraine than NATO has spent. And they've got to equalize.
Talk to Xi about the Ukraine war.
Yeah.
Because China and Brazil together had a proposal to bring Russia and Ukraine into talk.
That's good. I'm ready.
When are you going to talk with the Brazilian?
How did Brazil get involved? This is a new one.
When are you going to talk with
Are you from Brazil?
Brazil?
When
are you
that's why they're involved, I guess.
When are you going to talk with the Brazilian president? How do you see your relationship with Latin America and Brazil?
Great. Should be great. They need us much more than we need them. We don't need them. They need us. Everybody needs
Hey, you guys
us.
good over there?
It sounds like you will not proceed with additional China tariffs necessarily, depending on how talks go with President Xi. Is that correct?
What does that define that?
Well, you're asking, you pledged in the campaign traditionally, it's 20% tariff on China or as much.
Because of fentanyl.
Right, so that's where.
That's only because of fentanyl. There are other things too.
Are additional.
And a very big thing is the Panama Canal. China controls the Panama Canal. What's that all about? They're not supposed to be good. When Jimmy Carter gave it, which was a terrible mistake, he didn't do it. He didn't give it to China. He gave it to Panama. And China controls the Panama Canal. And we're not going to allow that to happen.
Are they still on the table or is that?
We're not going to allow that to happen.
What can we expect of the countries in NATO that spend the least amount of money, like Spain, France, below the 5%?
Spain is very low. And yet, aren't they a BRICS nation?
What?
They're a BRICS nation.
Take it this way, this way.
You know what a BRICS nation is?
All right, keep going out.
You'll figure it out. But, and if the BRICS nations want to do that, that's okay, but we're going
Need
to
more?
put at least a 100% tariff on the business they do with the United States. You know what the BRICS is, but
Yes.
you know what I'm saying. You know what I'm saying. So it's not even a threat. In fact, since I made that statement, Biden said, well, they have us over a barrel. I said, no, we have them over a barrel. And there's no way they're going to be able to do it.
This is an executive order related to
As a BRICS nation, yes. They'll have 100% tariff if they so much as even think about doing what they're doing. And therefore they'll give it up immediately. So will China give it up.
So this is about reforming the system of hiring in the federal government to ensure that merit is the lodestar of hiring decisions.
As per the Supreme Court.
Other matters, yes, sir.
This is a big deal. Merit. Our country is going to be based on merit again. Can you believe it? Well, this is only half a day. I have another half a day left. Listen, we want to get it done.
This is an order creating and implementing the Department of Governmental Efficiency, known as DOGE.
Okay, that's a big one.
If you want us to make it a West Wing off,
No, he's getting an office for about 20 people that we're hiring to make sure that these get implemented. We have a problem in this country. You sign an executive order, it doesn't get done for 6 months. As an example, when we allow the J6 hostages to go out, it might not be approved under the old days for 2 weeks, 3 weeks, 6 months.
Expected that.
You know, they had a good ruling from the Supreme Court, and it's like nothing happened. That ruling was 6 months ago, you know that. And it was like they didn't have a ruling. They've been treated very unfair. The judges have been absolutely brutal. The prosecutors have been brutal. Nobody's ever treated people in this country like this.
Mr. President, are you creating the sentences of anyone who assaulted a police officer or later assessed?
Well, we're looking at 2 police officers, actually, that Washington police officers who went after an illegal, and things happened, and they ended up putting them in jail. They got 5-year jail sentences. You know the case. And we're looking at that in order to give them we got to give them a break.
But is there clemency in your actions today for anyone?
Well, it would be a part of, that would be a part of
Is
the one
there-
I'm talking about would be a part of it.
Should there be punishment for the people who assaulted law enforcement officers?
Well, I will say this, they've been in jail for a long time already.
All right, we're going out.
I see murderers in this country get 2 years, 1 year, and maybe no time. So they've already been in jail for a long time. These people have been destroyed. What they've done to these people is outrageous. There's rarely been anything like it in the history of our country. And even people that were aggressive, and in many cases, I believe they happen to be outside agitators. But what do I know? But I think they were outside agitators. They were outside agitators involved. And obviously the FBI was involved because Ray admitted the FBI was involved. Didn't he say 23 people indirectly or directly were involved, and it was in 26? That's a lot of people. Now we got to take care of these people have been treated so badly. It's never happened before. What happened in Seattle where they took over a big portion of the city? What happened in Portland where they burn down the city every day and people die? Nothing happened to anybody. But they go after these people violently. I mean, they're still going after brand new people. They found somebody else with a picture. There's never been anything like this. And you know, it's almost 100%. Think of this. Almost 100% of the people are convicted. 100%. It's Washington, D.C. People go into a trial and they say, oh, I had a wonderful lawyer and I didn't do anything wrong. And they end up in shackles almost immediately and jail. No, we're not going to let it happen.
About Greenland, we have some interest in buying it, but is there any other option that is satisfying?
About what?
Hey, you guys good over there?
Finland?
Greenland.
Greenland. Greenland is a wonderful place. We need it for international security. And I'm sure that Denmark will come along. I think it's costing them a lot of money to maintain it, to keep it. The people of Greenland are not happy with Denmark, you know. I think they're happy with us. We had representatives, my son and representatives went up there 2 weeks ago, and they like us. So we'll see what happens. But Greenland is necessary, not for us, it's necessary for international security. You have Russian boats all over the place, you have China boats all over the place, warships. And they can't maintain it.
You can everybody talking like we're putting.
Who?
You can meet President Putin, sir.
Oh, they're in.
I'll be meeting with President Putin.
When?
I don't know, I can't speak
What
set.
your first foreign trip might be, sir?
So first foreign trip typically has been with UK. But I did it with Saudi Arabia last time because they agreed to buy $450 billion worth of our product. I said, I'll do it, but you have to buy American product, and they agreed to do that. They bought $450 billion. It was the least reported story I've ever been involved
And
in.
now, where are you going to go now?
Well, I don't know. If Saudi Arabia wanted to buy another 450 or 500, we'll up it for all the inflation.
Mr. President, you say you were
I think I
going to end
probably
the
will.
war first day. How do you plan to end the Ukrainian?
Well, we're going to try and get it done as quickly as possible.
Do you want to push Israel and
It
Saudi
should have
Arabia?
never started. You know, the war with Ukraine and Russia should have never started. It would have never started if I were president.
Will you push Israel and Saudi Arabia to normalize relations?
I don't think I have to push it. I think it's going to happen, but maybe not quite yet. But they'll end up being in the Accords, the Abraham Accords.
President Trump,
I think Saudi Arabia will end up being in the Abrahamic Accords.
This year?
Could be, but soon, not in a very long way. Ooh, look at that, it says TikTok. My, what is that all about?
First, we have Alaska, sir. This is an executive order relating to unleashing Alaska's potential as an energy reservoir for the entire nation.
And what about Anwar?
I believe that would be included in aspects of the
So
order.
we're opening up Anwar.
On the TikTok piece, President Trump, you and your members of your team now used to warn about the dangers of TikTok spying on Americans. What changed that you're not worried about that?
Well, it depends on the deal. I mean, I may not do the deal, I may do the deal. TikTok is worthless if I don't approve it. It has to close. I learned that from the people that own it. If I don't do the deal, it's worthless, worth nothing. If I do the deal, it's worth maybe $1 trillion, $1 trillion.
Hey, you guys good?
So if I do the deal for I'm talking about doing it for the United States. If I do the deal for the United States, then I think we should get half. In other words, I think the U.S. should be entitled to get half of TikTok. And congratulations, TikTok has a good partner. And that would be worth, it could be $500 billion or something. It's crazy, the numbers are crazy. But it's worthless if the president doesn't sign, then it's worthless. If the president does sign, it's worth maybe $1 trillion. So I think, like a joint venture, I think we would have a joint venture with the people from TikTok. We'll see what happens. I mean, that's one of many ideas I have.
So question now, did he say that he's open to that?
Who?
The CEO of TikTok is around.
Oh, I think he'd probably like it. Because he's got nothing. They really have nothing. It's passed in Congress. It gives the president the right to make a deal or to close it. And we have 90 days to make that decision. But I could see making a deal where the U.S. gets 50% of TikTok, polices it a little bit or a lot, depends on them. But remember, they make telephones in China, they make all sorts of things in China. Nobody ever complains about that. Here they're complaining about this. There's so many different products made in China, and nobody ever complained about it. The only one they complain about is TikTok. And TikTok is largely young people. I guess I have a warm spot for TikTok that I didn't have originally, but I went on TikTok, and I won young people by 36%, Peter. And Republicans typically don't do too well with young people. But it's a different Republican Party.
Would the U.S. government buy a portion of TikTok there? How would it get that?
No, you'd take 50% of TikTok for the approval that TikTok can continue in business. And they'd have a great partner. The U.S. would be their partner. But the U.S. essentially would be paid for doing that half of the value of TikTok.
Would there be a private sector owner as well?
Could be. Could be a lot. Tell you what, every rich person has called me about TikTok.
You wanted to block TikTok. Why did you change your mind?
Because I got to use it. And remember, TikTok is largely about kids, young kids. If China's going to get information about young kids, I don't know. I think, to be honest with you, I think we have bigger problems than that. But when you take a look at telephones that are made in China and all the other things that are made in China, military equipment made in China.
All right, keep going out.
TikTok, I think TikTok is not their biggest problem. But there's big value in TikTok if it gets approved. If it doesn't get approved, there's no value. So if we create that value, why aren't we entitled to like half? Does Biden ever do news conferences lately? How many news conferences, Peter, has he done like this?
Like this?
None.
Zero.
And it would be zero for the next infinity. For infinity, it would be zero.
But when we start to do money, it's going to help implement the executive orders. I think you mentioned
No. Elon's very busy sending rocket ships up to various places with lots of satellites on it.
What is the reaction to the community of Nigeria on what does it mean for Latin America?
Which one? Marco Rubio. He said Marco. Yeah, I think he's great. I think Marco's doing a fantastic job. I think he's going to get a votes. I think he's going to be at 90% or something. Very good. People know him. They know him in the Senate. They know he's good. He's doing a good job. I don't know. I can't tell you. I don't know what's going to happen with that. He's got some very strong ideas in the market.
You signed
Did you sign it?
Did you sign the TikTok?
Yeah.
Yes, that was just.
Marco, would you say yes?
Just signed.
How many
Still
did you
changing
sign?
Venezuela, changing power. Are you still committed with Maduro leaving power in Venezuela?
Well, we're going to find out about that too, because we're going to probably stop buying oil from Venezuela. We don't need their oil.
Another embargo like the first term?
Well, it could be, but we don't want to buy. We don't have to buy their oil. We have plenty of oil for ourselves. So
President Trump,
that'll change Venezuela quite a bit.
President Trump, there was a lot of concern about this during the campaign. The question
Hey, you guys good over there?
Are you a dictator on day?
No,
That's all right, gotta be
I
expected.
can't imagine even being called that. No, I believe in the sanctity of the vote. The Democrats didn't because they cheated like dogs, but I believe in the sanctity, and this was too big to read. This last election was just too big to read.
Mr. President, when did you plan to
Really
speak
the
to-
opposite.
When did you plan to speak to President Putin?
Could be very soon.
And you talked a bit about Ukraine and Russia, but how long do you think it would take to end that conflict?
I have to speak to President Putin. We're going to have to find out. He can't be thrilled. He's not doing so well. I mean, he's grinding it out, but most people thought that war would have been over in about 1 week. And now you're into 3 years, right? So he can't be thrilled. It's not making him look very good. Now, eventually, you know, I mean, it's a big machine, so things will happen, but I think he'd be very well off to end that war. We have numbers that almost 1 million Russian soldiers have been killed. About 700,000 Ukrainian soldiers are killed. Russia's bigger, they have more soldiers to lose. But that's no way to run a country.
What did your TikTok order do, Mr. President?
It just gave me the right to sell it or close it. Essentially with TikTok, I have the right to either sell it or close it. And we'll make that determination. And we may have to get an approval from China too, I'm not sure. But I'm sure they'll approve it. And if they don't approve it, it would be somewhat of a hostile act, I think. But it's good for China if it gets approved.
You're not guaranteeing that TikTok will be around after
No, but it could very well be. It makes sense for it to be. It just got tremendous value. But if we create the value by approving, you know, in other words, that approval gives it tremendous value. If that's the case, then we should be entitled to 50% as a country. You know, so you haven't heard that one before, right? It's called a joint venture. And nobody ever thought that way. I think you have a lot of people that would be interested in TikTok with the United States as a partner.
Mr. President, what was it like walking into the Oval Office this evening?
Oh, what a great feeling. One of the better feelings I've ever had.
Would you like this town better now than in 2017?
Well, we're very experienced. You would say nobody's ever had experience like I have. I've dealt with some very good people. I've dealt with some very bad people, and I know who the bad ones are and the good ones are. You know, don't forget, I was very successful in primarily the real estate business. And people used to say, who's worse, a politician or a vicious real estate developer? And I'd always say, you know, the real estate developer is far worse. But after about 3 months and getting to know scum like Adam Schiff and other people like that, I said, no, actually, real estate people are quite nice about that.
It's the first time.
Plan to speak to President Putin soon. What about the election next week?
Yeah, I like that. He's told me he wants to make a deal. I mean, Zelensky wants to make a deal. I don't know if Putin does. Why not? He should make a deal. I think he's destroying Russia by not making a deal. I think Russia's going to be in big trouble. You take a look at their economy, you take a look at the inflation in Russia. So I would hope, I would cut along with him great, and you know, I would hope he wants to make a deal.
Mr. President, do you think U.S. sanctions on Russia until he makes a deal?
Well, sanctions or tariffs. I think the word tariff is much better because it keeps your dollar stronger. I think tariffs are more effective. I mean, I use sanctions on Iran. Iran was broke. When I left office, Iran was broke. They had no money for Hamas or Hezbollah, none. They were flat broke. And October 7th would have never happened. And I think you all know that. It would have never happened. They had no money. Now they're rich, but they're weakened in a different way. I would say that the one attack by Israel really set them back. It really set them back. The Pages and others. The attack on air defense was a bad attack.
What are you trying to ask?
It's an executive order relating to reforms to the federal workforce, including to the senior defense service.
We're getting rid of all of the cancer. I call it cancer. The cancer caused by the Biden administration.
How confident are you, Mr. President, that you can keep this ceasefire in Gaza and conclude the two phases?
I'm not confident. That's not our war, it's their war, but I'm not confident. But I think they're very weak in the Gaza, I looked at a picture of Gaza. Gaza is like a massive demolition site. That place it's really got to be rebuilt in a different way.
Do you plan to help with rebuilding Gaza?
I might. Gaza is interesting. It's a phenomenal location. On the sea, the best weather. Everything's good. It's like some beautiful things can be done with it, but it's very interesting. But some fantastic things could be done with Gaza.
How do you see the future in governance for Gaza?
Well, it depends. I can't imagine.
Hey, you guys good over there?
You certainly can't have the people that were there. Most of them are dead, by the way.
That's all right,
Most of
gotta
them
be
are dead.
expected that.
But they didn't exactly run it well. Run viciously and badly. So you can't have that.
On TikTok, sir, on Chinese tariffs, including the resolution on TikTok will do.
No, if China didn't approve it, we could put tariffs on China. Don't forget, China charges us tariffs and we charge them very little, except for what I did. I put a lot of them, took in hundreds of billions of dollars. But until I came along, China never paid 10 cents to this country. They ripped us off and they never paid anything. But like if we wanted to make a deal with TikTok and it was a good deal and China wouldn't approve it, then I think ultimately they'd approve it because we'd put tariffs on China. Maybe. I'm not saying I would, but you certainly could do that. And if we said, well, if you're not going to approve it,
Take it this way,
then that's a certain hostility, and we'll put tariffs of 25, 30, 40, 50%, even 100%. And if we did that, I think they'd approve
You
it.
need more?
President Trump, you've seen the other living presidents a couple times in the last few months. If you ever had to call on one of them for advice about anything you want, which one would you call?
Well, I thought Bill Clinton was a very good politician. I don't think he was used properly. I think they disrespected him. When Hillary was running, he came back and he said, you better get up to Michigan and Wisconsin. You remember that, Peter? Every house has a Trump sign on it. And they all laughed at him because the Republicans hadn't won Michigan and Wisconsin for decades, long time. And they all laughed at Bill Clinton. Like, the hell does he know? And he turned out to be right because I won both of them. And then we just won both in this election. So we won Wisconsin and Michigan and every other swing state. We won all the swing states, all 7. They talked about 7 swing states. We won them all. But Bill Clinton he had a great political sense, I think.
You looked like you were having a good conversation with President Obama.
I was. And you'd like to know Everybody wants to know. And I wouldn't want to buy it. But we were having some crazy conversations. Why do you ask me the question? I don't think you want to know. You might not. You might be insulted.
It's an executive order relating to holding former government officials accountable for unlawful disclosure of sensitive information. This next one, sir, is a declaration of a national energy emergency.
That's a big one.
Hey, you guys.
You know what that allows you to do? That means you can do whatever you have to do to get out of that problem. And we do have that kind of an emergency.
President Trump, at some point we use your powers of presidency to tell Americans who are certain about
Yeah, oh, good. I will.
Can you tell us now?
In fact, I'd like to know because I just got here.
What do you think?
I just came here. I've been here for what, 15 minutes now.
Do people listening, because this is going out live?
And I got to read this letter too. Because of you, I found this letter.
I can read it for you.
It's interesting. Yeah, I know you would. Your father would too.
But is it anything he throws? Is it anything that people need to be worried about?
No, I think it's terrible. I would like to find out what it is and tell the people. In fact, I'd like to do that. Could we find out what that was, Susie? Okay? Yeah, why don't we find out? Immediately. I can't imagine it's an enemy or there would have been, people would have gotten blown up all over. Maybe they were testing things. I don't know why they wouldn't have said what it was.
All right, keep going out.
They had a lot of them flying over Bedminster, which is interesting.
And with the events today and yesterday, was everything moved inside just for cold weather, or was there some kind of security concern?
No security. Because they had everything shut down to drones. You can shut that down pretty easily if you're sophisticated. They're very sophisticated, these people. No, it was just cold weather. And we made a good move because, first of all, I thought it was incredible in the Capitol today. You know why I liked it? Because I got great reviews on that speech. I got great reviews. Can you believe it? They actually were fair. Maybe the fake news is changing. But, yeah, unleashing energy production. But I thought it was, I think having it in the Capitol is obviously, you can take care of the people you have to take care of. The city was booming. And if we would have done it outside, people would have been hurt because it was really cold. It was looked sunny. But when you stood outside for 10 minutes, people were running back in. It was really cold and really windy. The wind brings it down a lot. So we made the right decision. You couldn't have stayed, I don't think you could have had it out. You know how cold it was today. It was, people went out for a little while just to test it. They couldn't stay out more than 10 minutes. They all came back in. So we would have had a disaster if we did that, and people would have been hurt.
The unlawful disclosure,
Which one?
the one on unlawful disclosures by federal officials, is that related?
No, I think it's just more general than that. It's not Hunter Biden. I was surprised that President Biden would go and pardon his whole family, because that makes him look very guilty. I could have pardoned my family. I could have pardoned myself, my family. I said, if I do that, it's going to make me look very guilty. I don't think I'd be sitting here, frankly. If I did that, I don't think I'd be sitting here right now, because I would have shown that you're guilty. But by pardoning his brother or brothers, by pardoning all of those people that he pardoned, by pardoning J6, the Unselect Committee, they destroyed all of the documents. They deleted all of the information. There's no information. And a lot of the information pertains to Nancy Pelosi because she was given 100, I mean, you know this, it's on tape with her daughter. Nancy Pelosi was responsible for not taking advantage of 10,000 soldiers or 1,000. You wouldn't have you could have used 400. It was a relatively small crowd. It wasn't the crowd that was at the mall. It was a small crowd. So I was a little bit surprised that he did it, because it makes him look guilty. I mean, he's going to have to live with it. Now, with that being said, it's unbelievable precedent it creates for a president. But the precedent is unbelievable. Now maybe every president that leaves office, they're going to pardon every person they ever met, so they don't have some lunatic like deranged Jack Smith, who's a total lunatic, by the way. Not a smart guy, he's a dummy. But we beat the hell out of him. And I helped my reputation. Well, I guess now I have precedent to do it. I wouldn't want to do that. No, I think it makes you look very guilty. I think it makes Biden look very bad, very weak, and very guilty. And, I mean, he pardoned everybody. How about this J6 committee? Why is he pardoning them? The reason is because if you delete and destroy documentation, everything, they have nothing, because they were guilty as hell. They rigged it. It was a rigged deal. And when you do that, they look very bad, but I was a little surprised they did. Liz Cheney, I mean, she's a lunatic. And she lost by the greatest margin in the history of a politician running for Congress, like 40 points. The reason it was the greatest is because anybody losing that badly is going to drop out. But she's a nut job. She doesn't drop out. You know, she just keeps chugging forward. And she lost by almost 40 points. That's the biggest number anybody's ever lost by. But why would Biden do that? He pardoned her and pardoned everybody. The reason is that they destroyed documents. And if you're even in a civil case, which this wouldn't be, I mean, people go to jail for a long time for doing that. What's this one?
That's unleashing American energy, so it relates to using permitting processes and other regulatory systems to ensure that we produce energy efficiently to drive the American economy forward.
President Trump, looking around the office, we noticed some changes in the way the Biden had it set up. Can you confirm that you have added back
I think this, first of all, I just got here. So my people came in. They have extraordinary decorator sense, right? You just see some of the pictures. Yeah, that's a good one. I could live with him. I could live with George Washington, I can tell you. I could live with Thomas Jefferson. I could live with most of them. They took a very safe route. They don't have any bad ones up there.
Withdrawing from
What
the,
is this one?
Withdrawing from the World Health Organization. So
Ooh, that's a big one. So we paid $500 million to World Health when I was here, and I terminated it. China, with 1.4 billion people, we have 350 to pay. We have, nobody knows what we have because so many people came in illegally, but let's say we had 325. They had 1.4 billion. They were paying 39 million, we were paying 500 million. It seemed a little unfair to me. So that wasn't the reason, but I dropped out. They offered me to come back to 39 million. In theory, it should be less than that, but and when Biden came back, they came back for 500 million. Who knew that you could have come back for 39 million? They wanted us back so badly, so we'll see what happens. Pretty sad, but think of it. China pays 39 million and we pay 500 million. And China's a bigger country.
President, you spoke about inflation today in your remarks. What actions are you taking today that will have a direct impact for Americans on their everyday costs?
The biggest thing, a factor for inflation, is energy. They screwed up my energy policy. And then they went back to it. You know, they hurt it really badly, and then they went back to it when they started drilling more. But by that time, it was too late. Many of these things that we're signing, and that Doug Burgum is going to be signing, and Chris Wright is phenomenal. Energy, Department of Energy. We're going to be taking a lot. We're going to make a lot of money from energy. We have more than anybody else. We're going to make a lot of money from energy. We're going to make a lot of money from tariffs. You know, European Union charges us. They have a VAT tax of 20%, but it's really much higher than that. And that's the equivalent, almost the equivalent of a tariff. And they're tough. They're very tough. They don't take our cars. They don't take our farm products. They don't take almost anything. And yet we take their cars and we take their farm product. We take a lot from them. So, you know, we have like a $300 billion deficit with the European Union. So we'll straighten that out with either tariffs or they have to buy our oil. The one thing they can do, oil and gas, the one thing they can do to catch up quickly, buy our oil and gas. And they should do it.
Will you travel to China this year?
Yeah, it could be. I've had the invite.
President Xi invited
I would do
you
it,
to
yeah.
come this year.
Talking about the European Union and the tariffs, like, what do you mean when you say that European Union comes
Better what?
BRICS.
Oh, BRICS. No, I was talking about BRICS. BRICS are 6 nations. I think it's 7 nations. And they were looking to do a number in the United States. And if they do that, they won't be happy about what's going to happen to them.
Are you considering a universal tariff, Mr. President, on all countries?
I may, yeah, but we're not ready for that yet. We may put it, wrap it,
Mr. President.
because essentially all countries take advantage of the U.S. We don't make any good deals in the U.S. It's amazing in a way that we exist. We don't make good deals. We don't have any good deals. We have a deficit with almost, not all, there are a couple, I won't tell you their names, because I don't want them to find out about it because they'll feel stupid. But there are a couple of countries that actually don't make money with us. But I don't want to let you know because they'll immediately change that. But we're gonna do. I tell you what, our country has an amazing economic future. I really believe it.
What kind of universal tariff?
Well, you'd put a universal tariff on anybody doing business in the United States because they're coming in and they're stealing our wealth, they're stealing our jobs, they're stealing our companies, they're hurting our companies. So you put a tariff on to keep them from doing it.
Mr. President, you spent a couple of years today. President Biden is there all just all of
Well, he had a lot of guys, and then they found out that he didn't know what the hell he was talking about, and I think they deserted him. They deserted him. Those same guys. Look, I don't make pretense of smart guys. But there are a lot of smart people around, but they did desert him. They were all with him, every one of them. Now they're all with me. I don't know. Not going to get anything from me. I don't need money. But I do want the nation to do well, and they're smart people, and they have, they create a lot of jobs. And if they don't do it, China's going to do it. What they've done is they've taken industries and they've taken it away. They outsmarted China. And, we sort of like that. So they've done a great job. A lot of them, not all of them.
Protecting women from radical gender
Mr. President, going back to the World Health Organization, you were the president during COVID. Don't you see the importance of the organization of that to coordinate a global response?
True, I do, but not when you're being ripped off like we are by the World Health. World Health ripped us off. Everybody rips off the United States, and that's it. It's not going to happen anymore. Thank you very much, everybody.
All right, guys, let's go.
One last one, please.
Kelly, thank you.
Oh, they're in Everett.
So we have Kellyanne Conway. Nobody knows Kellyanne. Where's Kellyanne? She's around. What? She's so good. She's a good person too. She's a good person too. And the mayor of Hialeah, I love this guy because he said, "Sir, we want to name a major boulevard after you," and we did it. Anybody that names a boulevard after me, I like them a lot. Esteban Bovo.
Do you need more?
And Hialeah, Mayor of Hialeah, thank you, wherever you may be. Esteban, where are you? Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Big honor, actually. A lot of people come back from Hialeah, they say, they just named the road after you. I said, it's okay. The beginning, start. With the help of everyone in this room, we've just won the most epic, consequential political victory in American history, according to a lot. One of the major fake newspapers, so in this case it's not fake news, it's the most consequential election victory in the last 129 years. I'm trying to figure out what that means. 120. Who was there 129 years? But it was a great one. At the presidential level, we won the popular vote for the first time of any Republican in decades. We swept all 7 swing states, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Michigan, Georgia, North Carolina, Arizona, and Nevada by very, very big margins, record-setting. And for the first time ever, all 50 states, did you know this? Shifted toward the Republican Party. We've never had that before. Nobody had it. Never happened. We must be doing a good job. We won the largest number of African American voters in Republican history, including 39% of black men, a record by a lot. So, thank you. And we won more Hispanic American votes than any Republican ever. It's never won any, not even close. Look at that, Hispanic American. We made historic strides with youth, men, women, urban, suburban, and rural voters. And in a political
Hey, you
earthquake.
guys good over there?
Yeah, sit down.
You guys good? Stand by.
What the hell? We're going to be here for a little while.
That's all right, Cody. We expected
But
that.
in a political earthquake, we won a wave of support from labor unions, including massive numbers of auto workers, which gave us Michigan as an example.
Red tie?
Won Michigan recently.
You took the red tie.
With the auto workers and an overwhelming majority of the rank and file membership of the Teamsters. The Teamsters were great. They showed up in the Together we're forging a new political majority that's shattering and replacing Franklin Roosevelt's New Deal coalition, which dominated American politics for over 100 years. That's what we're doing. And what Mike said before, common sense. There's a little bit of common sense. Maybe it's a lot of common sense. Under our leadership, the Republican Party has become
they're in Everett.
the proud voice of hardworking American citizens of all race, religion, color, and creed. We've become the party of the American dream, wealth creation for everyone, not just the rich. If we do our job over the next 21 months, not only will House Republicans be reelected and expand our majority in 2026, we will cement a national governing coalition that will preserve American freedom for generations to come. There has never been anything like what's happened in politics in the last few years. Never been anything like it. Everybody, people of religion, everybody seems to be with us. Not anybody could even vote for the other side. In many cases, they don't. They don't get credit for it. You have to think about that. I've raised a lot of money for the next race that I assume I can't use for myself, but I'm not 100% sure because I think I'm not allowed to run again. I'm not sure. Am I allowed to run again, Mike? I don't know if they'd be involved in that. No, we raised a lot of money, a tremendous amount, and our teletown halls are something very special that nobody else is able to even contemplate using. We've gotten a lot of people elected with those teletown halls. We get over 25,000, 30,000 people on just in the congressional area, and they win easy. It works for all the students. It's a good for everyone. And we would have tremendous crowds in those calls, and I think I'll never get 35. But I did say to them, and I said, this is the greatest person that sort of has the weight still, and he happens to be great Republican. I said, this is the greatest election. He said, actually, sir, it only works for you. Because somebody else they're not picking up, so I'm honored to have that privilege, and I used it carefully, but we've done a lot of the teletown halls for people, and I don't think we've ever lost one. It's hard to lose one, even if you only get 5,000 or 6,000 people on a congressional.
Hey, you guys good over there?
We've done them for governors, and we've done them for senators. We did a couple countrywide. I did a couple for myself countrywide. They're absolutely amazing. And we got the message out that and lots of other means. We even got it out through TikTok. I have a little bias toward TikTok right now. So we won youth by the largest margin. No Republican. We generally don't win youth. We won by 36 points. Can you imagine that? And I think TikTok is something to do. So, pardon me if I'm a little bit, I became a little bit jaded toward TikTok. We'll see what happens. We're going to have a lot of people bidding on it, and if we can save all that voice and all the jobs, and China won't be involved. China involved, and we'll see what happens. But over the past 7 days, my administration has been moving with urgency and historic speed to reverse every single disaster of the Biden administration. By the way, the guy was a disaster, okay? You know, we want to be nice, and he's probably not listening right now.
Keep going. Make it this way.
I don't want him to listen. I don't want to say it. I feel bad. I was, making the inauguration speech, and I'm saying all the bad things, and he's sitting like right here. I'm saying they were a horrible administration. They didn't know what they were doing. They were grossly incompetent. I got a guy sitting right next to me. It's not that easy to do, even though he didn't understand what I was saying. He really did. And deliver on the mandate that we've been given by the American people. In a single week, I've taken over 350 executive actions. We've signed 300. Who ever heard of that one? And as I said in my inaugural address, the American decline is over. It's over. The golden age of America has officially begun, and I think that's a good thing for us to talk about, the golden age and the American dream. I think it's a good thing because people have been talking that way for a long period of time. On day one, I directed every member of my cabinet to marshal all powers at their disposal to defeat inflation and bring down the cost of daily life, and we're going to do that. You're going to see it starting to happen when we get going with the energies, brought everything up. It's going to bring everything down. I opposed a federal hiring freeze, a federal regulation freeze, a foreign aid freeze. A foreign aid freeze? We get tired of giving massive amounts of money to countries that hate us, don't we? And I created the new Department of Government Efficiency. I think it's going to be very meaningful. I terminated the ridiculous and incredibly wasteful Green New Scam, one of the great scams in history. Actually, isn't it 12 years up? They gave us 12 years to live. We passed it, right? We're still around. You know, the person that really came up with it is the person that never took the course with the American.
Hey, you guys good over there?
Poor student. Didn't understand a lot. And she came
That's all right,
up with
gotta
this
be
idea,
expected then.
Everybody all of a sudden started going, and then mainstream, important Democrat leaders decided to get sucked into it. And we've spent
red tie it? You got red tie it.
They would have been better off. I withdrew from the one side of Paris, and I canceled. It was so one-sided, we had obligations, but Russia didn't, China didn't, other countries didn't. We paid everything. We're going to lose $1 trillion over a short period of time on that. We had to do everything. They didn't have to do anything. Ridiculous. And I canceled the insane and very costly electric vehicle mandate. So you can buy a car of your choice. If you like gasoline, go have it. And if you like hybrids are doing well. You can have it. Or you can buy an electric car. We like electric. We like everything, but you have to have a right to buy everything. I withdrew from the World Health Organization, where we paid $500 million a year, and China paid just $39 million a year, despite a much larger population. How about that? So we're paying $500 million a year. China's paying $39 million a year. They have 1.4 billion people. We have nobody knows what we have. So many people came across the border. Nobody has any idea. I used to say like 325. We really don't know. But we're going to know soon. We're going to know. And I tell you, our people are doing it. Tom Holman and his staff are doing it incredibly. Getting the bad ones out. I declared a national energy emergency to unlock the liquid gold that's right under our feet, because we will drill, baby, drill. We're going to drill, baby, drill. It's going to bring down prices. Your energy costs are going to go way down, and that'll happen, I think, relatively quickly. I'm going to give fast environmental approval for anybody building a plant for electric generation, and anybody that invests more than $1 billion will get super rapid approval. Not that they have to wait for 9 years, 14 years, like I approved LNG plants in Louisiana. They were waiting for so many years. I've got a snail here, a tiny tree here, and I got it done in a matter of a few days. People, 14 years, I got it done in about 3 days. People, as we call them, I'll never forget, I called them and said, congratulations. What? They were so shell-shocked. They didn't know what the hell was happening. They're going to spend, and they spent about $16 billion at each plant, and they've been roaring since then. But we got them done in a matter of a few days. Over the past week, we've begun the largest deregulation campaign in history, far exceeding even the record-setting efforts.
Hey, you guys good over there?
That was record-setting deregulation, and that was just as big as tax cuts as far as business and jobs are concerned, I'll tell you. I actually asked, it's interesting because I actually asked some of the biggest businessmen in the country. I said, big tax cuts, we cut it from 40% to 21%. We cut it down to 20%. Everybody said that became possible. People on the stage helped us. I said, if you had a choice of that or the big deregulation cuts, what would you take? These are the guys that run the big companies, the big oil companies, the big companies of every kind. I said, would you take the big tax cut or the big cut in regulations? And then I've never had anybody said they'd take the tax cut. They took the regulation cut. I'll bet I asked that question 100 times to 100 of the biggest people. They always said, sir, we'll take the regulation. You opened us up, you let us create all these jobs that we've all seen happen. So
keep going.
Even bigger
Take
than
it
the
this
big
way,
tax
this way.
cut. I also signed an order
right,
to
we're
end
going
the
out.
weaponization of our government against the American people and investigate all abuses of power.
Hey, do you need more?
And I stopped government censorship once and for all, and we brought back free speech to America. That's what happened. They brought it back. We didn't have free speech. We didn't have free speech. I was investigated more than any human being in history. Alphonse Capone was a baby. This was a serious killer. Scarface. You've all heard of Scarface. You heard of Scarface? He didn't play games, but he was Scarface. Of course, nobody ever called him Scarface to his face. They said, you look great today. I had a scar that was like 2 inches thick that ran from here to here. They said, you look fantastic. But Scarface was not investigated as much as your president was investigated. And it turned out to be a positive thing for me. We got a lot of votes. I think we got a lot of votes because they saw it was weaponization. It was a fight against a political opponent. I ordered the end to all of the lawless diversity, equity, and inclusion nonsense policies across the government, all across the private sector and the military. People that were strongly in favor of it, I thought, hated it. We abolished 60 years of prejudice and hatred with the signing of one order, all approved by the Supreme Court of the United States. It was a big thing, and the United States has become a meritocracy again. We are a country that's based now on merit for success.
Hey, you guys
merit.
good over there?
If you're good at what you do, you're going to go places. I made it and who would have thought that was
That's all
going
right,
to
gotta be
happen?
expected that.
We didn't even talk about that one. I figured that one was going to be toughest to get. So now, if you do a meritorious job, if you do something just outstanding, you advance. And that's what it's about. It's about competition. It's about a lot of things. And the other becomes dangerous. We were on that plateau too long, and it's one of the reasons that you saw very bad things happening with our country. I made it the official policy of the United States government that there are only 2 genders, male and female. Gee, that was a tough one.
They're in Everett.
People say like 7 genders. I'm trying to say, go and name them. Got some weird stuff going on. 2 genders. I renamed the Gulf of Mexico the Gulf of America, and we are restoring the name of a great president, William McKinley, to Mount McKinley in Alaska, in honor of the incredible people of the state of Ohio who loved their governor and loved the man that became president. He was the big tariff sheriff, they used to call him. Assassinated. Teddy Roosevelt became president, and he spent all of that money that was made in the tariffs. The money was so It was the biggest investment to this day ever made by the country. Money that we've never spent anything so much. We've never had so many people die. 38,000 people died building the Panama Canal 110 years ago. And they gave it away for $1. It's also one of the most profitable things ever built. Ships are lined up back to Florida, trying to get through. We're not gonna let that happen. Wasn't the deal. We didn't give it to China. We gave it to Panama, sort of, I guess. But they haven't behaved properly. Perhaps most importantly, I declared a national emergency to stop the invasion of our southern border. To stop that invasion, we've already done it. And today in Tijuana, you probably saw they got a call from Tom Homan and some of the people that said, so it's unbelievable. There is nobody. You have this huge area. It's a gathering area. It's always been packed with these people. What they did to our country is so unbelievable. That they could do this to our country was so horrible. But he said there's nobody there. And then they actually put it on television. I got to see it. And it was literally not one person.
Hey, you guys good over there?
Where people stay there all day long. They just walk right into our country. They just unchecked. No way. No checking for IDs like voter ID. They don't want voter ID because they want to cheat. They wanted these people to come in because they want to cheat too. But who can allow this to happen? There wasn't one person standing in this massive an area that's like 5 football fields that was packed for years under these horrible people that wanted to kill our country. We halted all illegal entry. We have successfully ended catch and release, and we're deporting 100% of all new trespassers apprehended at the border, and nobody's coming in, and nobody's coming now because they know they're not going to be able to come in. So we've really stopped something that was very, very serious. But we have to get the bad ones out. We have many murders, many very bad people in our country that they've allowed because of a ridiculous, actually stupid, open border policy. I've also deployed troops to the border, and for the first time in history, we're locating and loading illegal aliens into military aircraft and flying them back to the places from which they came. And very importantly, America is respected again. We're respected again. Isn't that nice? You know, after years of laughing at us like we're stupid people. And as you saw yesterday, we made it clear to every country that they will be taking back our people that we're sending out, the criminals, the illegal aliens coming from their countries. We're taking them back, but they're going to take them back fast. And if they don't, they'll pay a very high economic price, and we're going to immediately install massive tariffs and be placed on them, and other sanctions. But the tariffs, I told you, the most beautiful word in the dictionary. We also told you that I said that the first time I got just absolutely decimated by the fake news, you know. I said it's the most beautiful word, and the fake news said, what about religion? What about God? What about love? So now I say it's the fourth most favorite word in the dictionary. It's God, love, it's all these other things, but I say God, love, religion, tariff. Another couple of weeks, it'll be like 10. Hopefully, it's going to just stay in the top 10. The fake news went after me, Tom, because I didn't say the first three. And now that I say it, immediately say it. I'm sure they're going to find somebody. Throughout the week, the heroes of ICE have been hunting down and arresting hundreds of illegal alien criminals per day, including those with charges and convictions for rape, child sexual assault, terrorism, and even murder. Many murders in the crowd, and many of these murderers have committed far more than one murder.
Hey, you guys good over there?
This is not going to work out, and we're going to get them the hell out of here. Members of the savage Venezuelan prison gang known as Nicaragua and MS-13, including 50 violent individuals who were rounded up in Aurora, Colorado. The Venezuelan governor, who's Petro, he didn't know what to do. He said, no, it's not that bad. They've only taken over a couple of apartment places. See, they went into the real estate business. They did it unconventionally. They did it with guns. We have to go out and borrow or use cash to buy. They just did it with guns. He said, no, it's not that bad. They only took over a couple of buildings. We're tracking down the illegal alien criminals, and we're detaining them, and we are throwing them the hell out of our country. We have no apologies.
Oh, they're in Everett.
We're dangerous people. We're dangerous people. They're violent people. I used to say these are more violent than our criminals. In fact, the best part about them is they make our criminals look quite nice, actually, by comparison. They are very violent people. We also have many violent criminals in our country, however, that did not necessarily come here illegally, but have been arrested 30 times, 35 times, 41, 42 times in a couple of cases, 25 times, 18 times, many for murder, other heinous charges such as pushing people into subways, Like the train's coming along at 45 miles an hour, boom, you get pushed into the subway. They had it last week. Hitting them in the head with baseball bats while they're not looking, punching old ladies in the face, knocking them unconscious and stealing their purse. They even break into apartments and rape elderly women and beat up elderly men, beat them to hell. And I don't want these violent repeat offenders in our country anymore than I want illegal aliens from other countries who misbehave. And I say, and this is subject to getting it approved, that if they've been arrested many, many times, they're repeat offenders by many numbers, I want them out of our country. I also will be seeking permission to do so. We're going to get approval, hopefully, to get them be brought to a foreign land or into very small fees supposed to be maintained in our jails for massive amounts of money, including the private prison companies. They're going to be brought out of our country and then live there for a while. Let's see how that goes. You'll see crime all over the country dry up. Essentially, that's what Venezuela and other countries are doing. They're getting rid of their criminals and putting them into the United States of America. And their crime is down by almost 80%. We're going to restore law and order in America, and we want to bring back the death penalty for these horrible people that kill people. They kill people.
Hey, you guys good over there?
It's always a tough thing to say because I don't like it. Nobody likes it, but if you
That's
don't
all right,
do
buddy.
it,
We expected that.
we're just looking for trouble. I spent a lot of time with President Xi, and I'll never forget in my first meeting. I said, you have a drug problem. Quick trial. What is quick trial? Quick trial is you try to use the drugs immediately.
Where's that?
And at the end of the day, we execute that person if that person is and that's the most severe case. Wherever you have no drug problem, you have the death penalty. So, and drugs causes a lot of the crime. A lot of the crime in our country is caused by drugs. It's a terrible situation. It comes through the southern border. Most of it is fentanyl coming in from China. And you know, it's very interesting. China, when I was with President Xi, I had a deal worked out with him that they were going to give their maximum punishment, which is the death penalty to anybody making fentanyl and saying that into the United
Make it
States.
this way,
So we
this
had
way.
a very unusual result
All right,
in
keep
our
going out.
election. We had a rigged election. We had a very unusual result, and that went nowhere. It was all set to be, he would
you
have
need more?
absolutely done it. He was ready. We shook hands on it, and then Biden, of course, didn't follow it up. He didn't follow anything up. But if that would have happened, you would have had a lot less fentanyl deaths, I can tell you. You would have had very little fentanyl coming into the southern border. Last week, I also signed an order that will designate the cartels as foreign terrorist organizations. That's a very big designation. And as we are fighting hard to get birthright citizenship or automatic citizenship for the children of illegal aliens, that's another word, it's automatic citizenship for children of illegal aliens. That's the other term that they use, which is actually more accurate, more understandable. And it's ridiculous. We're the only country that has it, and certainly the only country that has it to that extent. And it wasn't meant, if you look, it was really meant for children of slaves. This is when it happened. The children of slaves, it was not meant for everyone to come into our country by airplane or charging across the borders from all over the world and think they're going to become citizens. It's not meant for that. It wasn't meant for that. And hopefully at some point the courts will understand that without having to go through a whole big deal. This was meant for the children of slaves. And look at the timing of it and you'll see. And I hope judges will understand that. And it has to stop because it's really hurting our country very badly. In the coming weeks, I'm looking forward to working with Congress on a reconciliation bill that financially takes care of our plans to totally and permanently restore the sovereign borders of the United States once and for all. This should include full funding for a record increase in border security personnel and retention bonuses for ICE and Border Patrol. These people are incredible people. I got to know them so well. I was on the phone with them all the time when I was president. When she was the border czar, she never called them. Remember? We went like 4 years and I started asking her, did you ever speak to them? No. we asked the Border Patrol, did you ever speak to the head of the Border Patrol? Did you ever speak to the Vice President who was your border general? No, I never got to speak to him. This was a terrible thing that was going on. This was a con job. We also need a massive increase in the number of detention beds and funding for all border security infrastructure and barriers, including the completion of the border wall. We did 500 miles of wall, and that's one of the reasons we had the lowest number. You remember the famous chart that I looked to my right, bring down the chart, and I looked to my right, something went right by me. And with that chart, I don't know if they have it, they didn't tell them to bring it, but they're very competent people. They might. If you have the chart, put it up. If you don't, that's okay too. But that chart showed that we had the lowest number of illegals coming into our country in history. And it was. I love the chart. Even if it didn't show that, I would have loved that chart, because that chart, I wouldn't be here right now without that particular chart. But it was pretty amazing. It was pretty really amazing. And we did a great job. We had the lowest, the week I left office, we had the lowest number of illegal immigrants coming into our country that we ever had. Simultaneously, we must make a record investment in interior enforcement, including deportation flights and aircraft, as well as funding for our new task force to eradicate the presence of foreign gangs. We have some of the worst foreign gangs. Unbelievable. And criminal networks that have brought devastating crime to American soil. We're getting them all out. I won on that. Some people explain it very well. They say, gee whiz, they look at the people. As you know, in Colombia, they agreed with us almost immediately. And we really did. And Mike Waltz, we have a great group of people. But we were being scolded because we had them in shackles in an airplane. And we said, this is no way to treat people. You understand, these are murderers, drug lords, gang members, just the toughest people you've ever met or seen. How would you like to be the pilot of a plane? You got two pilots up there and you got 300 people sitting in a plane. Every one of them either a murderer, a drug lord, a kingpin of some kind, the head of the mob, or a gang member, and you're flying that plane. It's not going to end well. You ever see the movie Con Air? That's what, yeah, except here's the difference. The people in Con Air were actors. They weren't nearly as tough as these guys. I would say that that plane would be gone before it ever
Hey, you guys good over there?
They don't want us to shackle them. I don't want to be in that plane. I want to thank every Republican House member for voting to pass the Lake and Riley Act, first enforcement only bill that's been passed in 3 decades. And they were just
Where's that?
can't say life is essential. It can never be the same. She was beautiful. She was great. Bill of such importance, named after his great tribute. But what these parents and you have so many of them, where they've lost a loved one to crime.
They're in Everton.
It's massive. The numbers are massive, and you add that to the plan we already have. This shows the potential for additional enforcement bills that will help us crack down on criminal aliens and totally restore the rule of law.
Take it this way, this
I'm
way.
also eager to get to work with Congress on the largest package of tax cuts and reforms in American history. We got to get that done.
Hey, do you need more?
And we don't want to get hung up on the budget process. We just want, whether it's 1 bill, 2 bills, I don't care. Look, these guys are going to work it out. They're going to work it out one way or the other. But the bottom line, the end result is going to be the same. And all of those benefits. And we want to keep people's taxes low and actually make them lower. And that's not just rich people, that's everybody. It's frankly, proportionately, the lower scale, much more so than the higher scale. Not only must we permanently extend the Trump tax cuts, but if we don't, we're going to have about a 60% tax increase. But I also intend to keep my promises starting with no tax on tips, no tax on Social Security, and no tax on overtime. We're working very hard to get that done. It started off in North Carolina because I didn't want to forget the people of North Carolina were treated
They came to me, they said, sir, you're going to California tomorrow. I said, and we have that worked out. The congressmen are helping very much. The three Congress people are working very hard on it, along with Michael Watney. And Laura wants to be involved too. Laura Trump, she's done it.
Hey, you guys good over there?
The RNC, stand by. Unbelievable.
That's all right, Cody. We expected that.
You know why I'm like awesome. 16 of us. We did
red tie? We did red tie.
We did great in North Carolina, but others
we're all going. Where's that?
What the hell's going on? North Carolina. We had 600 lawyers, 600 more lawyers. We didn't play games in North Carolina. So that's the guy I want to run it. And Michael Watney has done an unbelievable job, and he worked with Laura so well. She comes from that state, North Carolina. They've done such an incredible job. So thank you very much. I want to just thank you in front of leadership.
Oh, they're in Everett.
And I really don't want to give him another job, to be honest. It's the most important job. He said, sure, I'll go anywhere. I said, I don't want you to go anywhere. I want you to stay where you are. We'll give you plenty of money to get the job.
Take it this way, this way.
We don't want to lose you. I mean, he's really,
all right,
he
keep
could
going
do
out.
anything, actually, but he's a very talented person. There's nothing more important because we have to win in 2 years or we have to win in 4 years. There's nobody better
Hey, do you
than
need
him.
more?
So thank you very much, Michael, and really stand up. That one, we're just an incredible job. Really amazing. I wanted to save that for leadership, because I say it all the time. People don't know what the hell I'm talking about, but leadership. It's really exciting, the two of you as a team. Our administration will also be working to implement the Make It in America plan that I outlined very successfully in my campaign. You know, I think my campaign, I really focused on the border more than anything else. A lot of people say the biggest thing is inflation and the economy, and then maybe the border. Because I felt that people could really understand that we can't have people going from prisons all over the world. So I talked about that much more so than I did inflation. I mean, inflation is terrible. It's the worst. I think it's the worst in history.
Yeah, just on this side. And they curl it up this way.
It's quadruple because everything is a disaster. And you say it. I felt it was a straight mistake. And it's funny, in 2016, I wanted to go in 2020, we did so well, I couldn't talk about it. We did so well. I did a great job. It was a horrible border in 2016, and then, but that border was beautiful compared to what we have. So I didn't talk about it, and we did great. I mean, look, I got millions of more votes in 2020.
Hey, you guys good over there?
Votes of any Republican in history. But this time I said, let's make it too big to rig. We're going to make it too big to rig, and that's what happened, and they couldn't. They tried. These cheating guys, these cheating people, but they tried. I brought taxes down from 40% to 21%, which everybody said was impossible, and I did it with these people up here, and a lot of the people.
Where's that?
Great congressman. I want to name every one of them. I'd be naming them all. I'm looking at them. They celebrate us. Every single Virginia. She's a killer. But I got all these congressmen. I want to name every one of them, but I got like 100 and something things. And people would say, let's get the hell out of here. This is getting very boring, right? But I will tell you, as a group and individually, every one of them, every once in a while, if somebody votes against me, I don't like it a little while. But we like every one of them. And this guy has the ability to get along with everybody. Which he has to
Take it this way,
really
this way.
5. You know, they say one.
All right,
It
going
will
out.
be, but right now it's 1. I want to make him sound a little bit, but he has an ability to get along with people, and
do you
he's
need more?
very smart, very tough. But everyone likes him because he's a high-quality person, very religious person, and he's a high-quality person. You know, we have other guys here, and I know that everybody likes him, but like one of them in particular, I love this guy so much. I want him. Not happy, but he's very, very strong, very, very popular. But he has 36 people that won't vote for him. It's 36. That's not a lot. That's a small percentage. Tom is incredible. Tom has a couple of people that probably have been beaten badly and beaten up. Beat up some people badly. And it's a little tougher. And but he's done an unbelievable job. I've become friendly with him. I didn't really know him. And over the last year or so, I've become friendly. He's incredible. He's an incredible leader. But you have a couple of people that more than one. Let me put it that way. They don't love him. Your wife loves him. She's got a great. Just stand. Come on. What a great wife and family. It's true. Thank you. She is a great woman. Now I'm bringing them down. I'm bringing the taxes down from 21 to 15%, but only if they make their product in America. So if they make their product in America, we're bringing it down. So if you think about it, we took it down from 40 to 15%. But again, you keep 21, you go down to 15.
Hey, you guys good over there?
We're going to have so many businesses moving back into our country. And remember, again, the word tariff. We're going to protect our people and our businesses, and we're going to protect our country with tariffs. And we've got a real indication of that yesterday. Very strong. Colombia is traditionally very strong. If they don't make their product in America, then very simply they should have to pay a tariff, which will bring in trillions of dollars into our treasury for countries that never paid us 10 cents. Our country. In the words of President McKinley, who's the tariff king, the protective system invokes the highest law of nature, that a self-preservation, and that is self-preservation. There is every reason, founded in justice, why the American producer should in every way be favored against a foreign producer whose products compete with his. This is our natural market. We have made it. We have made it an enormous cost, capital, and exertion. And think of this. And we did that through exertion and brain and muscle and guts and stamina. We preserved it against foreign wars and domestic conflicts at great sacrifice, men and women. The foreign producer has contributed nothing to the growth or development of this country. So if you want to share with the citizens of the United States our home market, then you must pay for the privilege of doing it. In other words, you have to pay for the privilege of coming into our country, taking our jobs, taking our product, destroying our country. You mentioned North Carolina, the furniture business. One of those friends of these great artisans. I used to go down to North Carolina all the time to buy furniture for hotels. And they had the most incredible artisans. The whole thing was wiped out from China mostly, but others. And just left up. It's going to come back. It's going to come roaring back. It's all going to come roaring back. We're going to put tariffs on outside countries and outside people that really mean us harm. They want, well, they mean us harm, but they basically want to make their country good. Look at what others do. China's a tremendous tariff maker. India, Brazil. So many countries. We're going to put America first. Always put America first. That's what's going to happen. We're going to establish a very fair system where money's going to come into our coffers and very quickly. It's time for the United States to return to the system that made us richer and more powerful than ever before. You know, the United States in 1870 to 1913, all tariffs, and that was the richest period in the history of the United States, relatively speaking.
Hey, you guys good over there?
And they set up the great tariff commission in 1887, and this commission had one function: what to do with all the money that we put in. It was so enormous that they had no idea. It was a blue ribbon committee, it was set in 1887, and what to do with all of the money that we had. And again, Teddy Roosevelt was a beneficiary, because when McKinley was killed, he took over this vast sum of money and did all of those national parks and all of the other things. And I'm not knocking him, but he was given a vast amount of money. And that was all made through tariffs. They said we had no income tax. The income tax came in 1913. As I said in my speech last week, instead of taxing our citizens to enrich foreign nations, we should be tariffing and taxing foreign nations to enrich our citizens. Does that make sense, right? Under the American first economic model, as tariffs on other countries go up, taxes on American workers and businesses will come down, and massive numbers of jobs and factories will come home. The job creation will be enormous. In particular, if you look at the automobile sector, I mean, we're just being wiped out. You just take a look at what's happened to that over the years. And the auto workers voted for me. I have an obligation to do what's right, and I'm going to do that. You know, in Mexico, they were going to build the largest auto plant anywhere in the world. And it was during the campaign, my most recent campaign. And a very great gentleman, all he does is he builds auto plants. He was building this factory. And I said, how's it going? I said, I want to go around and take a look at one of your factories that you're building. One of the big ones, one of the good ones. They said, okay, are you ready? This is 8 months ago, 9 months ago. I said, you have to go to Mexico. I said, what about the United States? He said, we're putting up a couple, but they're small. He's the biggest guy doing it. He said, in Mexico, they're building massive automobile factories. I said, you mean they're doing it? And who's the owner of the factories? He said, mostly China. One in particular is massive. And it's fairly close to the border. So they were going to build cars and send them into the United States. Because they've already taken, Mexico's taken 32% of our business over years. The other one is Canada. Canada's taking massive. They send us millions of cars. We want to have the cars made in Detroit or South Carolina or many other locations. But I said to him, I said, so when is this plant going to open? He said, well, we're going to start it in a couple of months, and it'll be open in about a year and a half. It's the largest plant in the world. I said, I'm not happy with that. And I said in my next speech that I am going to charge them, if it takes 100% or 200%. No car is coming in from Mexico into the United States without a massive tariff. And I said it 3 or 4 times. And what happened is about 2 months later, I see that same gentleman who was in the audience, and I said, I want to see him backstage after I'm finished with the speech. And I met him backstage, and I said, John, let me ask you, what happened with that plant? Where is it now? He said, sir, China's canceled it. Why? Because they think you're going to be elected, and they thought you were going to charge big tariffs on the cars coming in, and it doesn't work if you're going to charge. So they canceled the plant. And Detroit now will breathe, and we're going to do just the opposite. We're going to have these companies come in, and they can build that plant if they want, but they have to build it across the line. They have to build it in the United States. Amazing. Amazing. We did so many things, and we weren't even elected yet. That would have been a disaster. If that plant were built, it would have been a disaster. That would have wiped out. That was bigger than most of the factories put together, the auto plants put together.
Take it this way.
In particular, in the very near future, we're going to be placing tariffs on foreign production of computer chips, semiconductors, and pharmaceuticals to return production of these essential goods to the United States of America. They left us and they went to Taiwan, which is about 98% of the chip business, by the way. And we want them to come back, and we don't want to give them billions of dollars like this ridiculous program that Biden has. Give everybody billions of dollars. They already have billions of dollars. They've got nothing but money, Joe. They didn't need money. They needed an incentive, and the incentive is going to be they're not going to want to pay at 25, 50, or even 100% tax. They're going to build their factory with their own money. We don't have to give them money. They're going to come in because it's good for them to come in. They're giving them money. They don't even know what they're going to do with it. I had people tell me, we have no idea. We don't need money. They don't know they're probably going to use the money to build in other places, other countries. It's a ridiculous plan, very expensive and ridiculous. The only way you'll get out of this is to build your plant. If you want to stop paying taxes or the tariffs, you have to build your plant right here in America. That's what's going to happen at record levels. We're going to have more plants built in the next short period of time than anybody ever envisioned before, because the incentive is going to be there, because they have no tariff whatsoever. In fact, they have help from us if they build their plant in America. And we're going to look at pharmaceuticals, drugs. We're going to look at chips, semiconductors, and we're going to look at steel and some other industries. And you're going to see things happening. If I didn't put on the massive steel tariffs, you wouldn't have one steel plant right now in the United States. If I didn't put on the tariffs on washing machines, dryers, and the like, you wouldn't in Ohio, you would have lost all of those companies that made washing machines and dryers. Jim Jordan was the one that got me started. Was Jim here by any chance?
Hey, you guys good over there?
Where's Jim? Oh, look at him. Wow. That's not a great seat for a man of such power. You know that Jim has a couple of he's a great wrestler. He was All-American wrestler 3 times, 128 and 1. It's not a bad record, and that's the way he fights too. But he has a better record. Undefeated as a wrestler in high school. And I say, how can you do that? Because a freshman can't beat a senior. But he figured out how to beat seniors. So I'll stand up again, Jim. Let's give you a hand as a wrestler. As a wrestler, big hand. As a politician, very good. But Jim, is it true that we went up there, remember we had 25,000 people standing in the streets in this little beautiful town with Whirlpool, right? And they were going to close up their factories because South Korea was dumping washing machines and other things like that, and they were dumping. And we put a 50% tariff and at 75, even 100%, and now they're thriving, right? Without Trump, they would have been closed. But Jim was the one that got me involved. Are you guys all happy with Jim? Because I like him. I like him, right? We like Jim. What's not to like? He gets on television, he's like a wrestler. He's got this boom, 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 boom. It's very impressive, Jim. Anyway, it's good to see you. I like that guy a lot. I like a lot of the people in the audience a lot. I like the people in this room. We have the same basic philosophy. We have the same thoughts. What's not to like? But I'll also be placing tariffs on steel, aluminum, and copper, and things that we need for our military. We have to bring production back to our country. You know, there was a time when we made 1 ship a day, and now we can't build a ship. We don't know what the hell we're doing. It's all gone to other locations and other lands. And to further return production to the United States, we're going to environmentally free up our rare earth minerals. We have some unbelievable sites. We have some of the best rare earth anywhere in the world, but we're not allowed to use it because the environmentalists got there first. They said, you cannot touch that land. I look at the land, looks like every other piece of land. What is it? Oh, this is very protected. They have no idea what they're doing to our country. They use the environment to stop progress, and we're not going to let that happen. And we have Lee Zeldin. I don't know if Lee's here, but Lee Zeldin is going to be fantastic. He's going to head up the whole environmental. And I said, Lee, if we have we put in for a power plant, and if we don't get the approval, you can start within 12 days. 1 day would be even better, but 12 days, 14 days, see what you can do. Lee's good. Lee knows what's good and he knows what's bad, and he'll be very fair. But we have to get it moving, because some of these jobs, like the ones in Louisiana, they were 14, 15 years, they couldn't get their approvals. We can't let that happen. When people come here with massive amounts of money, they want to start, they want to go, and we know what's good and we know what's bad too. And Lee Zeldin's going to do a great job environmentally. As we fix our tax system, we could also cut colossal amounts of government waste, fraud, and abuse, of which there's a lot. But tonight, I restate my pledge from the campaign. I will not sign any bill that cuts even a single penny from Medicare or Social Security for a great service. We don't have to do that. We don't have to do that. We'll not touch those benefits in any way, shape, or form. I want to use that because during the campaign, they had these fake ads like, Trump is going to cut Social Security. No, they're the ones that are going to cut it because the country's going to go bankrupt under them. And that's why it's going to cut, because they're not going to have a choice. Not that they're saying we're going to cut it, but our country was heading for absolute bankruptcy. using reconciliation, I also look forward to working with you to make our energy policies permanent and making our historic deregulation efforts a fixture of U.S. law so that no future president, like they did with Anwar, I got Anwar approved. Nobody could do it, including Ronald Reagan in Alaska. It's the largest site, potentially the largest site in the world, larger than Saudi Arabia. And I got it done. Ronald Reagan couldn't get it. Nobody could get it done. They tried, but they couldn't get it done. I got it done. And the first thing they did was end Anwar in Alaska. The biggest, most powerful site maybe anywhere in the world, and we got it done, and we're going to get it done again very quickly. Now, I think I do it with an executive order because I didn't go through Congress. I got it approved through Congress. I think we get it done fast, but it's going to be, that can supply all of Asia with its location. All of Asia can be supplied by Anwar. So there's so many things, but we don't want to have any future president ever sabotage our economy with out-of-control regulations as the last two Democrat presidents have done. They went crazy. Last week I signed an order revoking Joe Biden's destructive artificial intelligence regulations so that AI companies can once again focus on being the best, not just being the most welcome. Today and over the last couple of days I've been reading about China and some of the companies in China, one in particular, coming up with a faster method of AI and much less expensive method. And that's good because you don't have to spend this much money. I view that as a positive, as an asset. So I really think if it's fact and if it's true, and nobody really knows if it is, but I view that as a positive because you'll be doing that too. So you won't be spending as much and you'll get the same result, hopefully. The release of DeepSeek AI from a Chinese company should be a wake-up call for our industries that we need to be laser-focused on competing to win because we have the greatest scientists in the world. Even Chinese leadership told me that. They said you have the most brilliant scientists in the world in Seattle and various places, but Silicon Valley, they said, there's nobody like those people. This is very unusual when you hear a DeepSeek, when you hear somebody come up with something. We always have the ideas, we're always first. So I would say that's a positive. That could be very much a positive development. So instead of spending billions and billions, you'll spend less and you'll come up with hopefully the same solution. Under the Trump administration, we're going to unleash our tech companies and we're going to dominate the future like never before. And finally, we need to work together on a defense bill that once again fully rebuilds our military for our great warriors. We have to have a strong, strong defense. And in a little while, I'll be signing 4 new executive orders. First is that I'm directing our new Secretary of Defense, Pete Hegseth, who's going to be great, by the way. Thank you for the support. Thank you very much for the support. You really did support him great. I think he's going to be fantastic. I know him very well. I think he's going to be fantastic. He's what we need. To immediately begin the construction of a state-of-the-art Iron Dome missile defense shield, which will be able to protect Americans. You know, we protect other countries, but we don't protect ourselves. And when Ronald Reagan wanted to do it many years ago, luckily we didn't. We didn't have the technology then. It was a concept, but we didn't. And now we have phenomenal technology. You see that with Israel. We're out of 319 rockets. They knocked down just about every one of them. So I think the United States is entitled to that, and everything will be made right here in the USA, 100%. And next, to ensure that we have the most lethal fighting force in the world, we will get transgender ideology the hell out of our military. It's going to be gone. In addition, we will stop our service members from being indoctrinated with radical left ideologies such as critical race theory. We're going to stop it. It's already been stopped. It's already been halted, totally halted. And finally, we will offer full reinstatement to any service member who was expelled from the armed forces due to the COVID vaccine mandate. And we will restore them to their former rank with full pay. I think we're going to have a lot of people that join. And one thing I'll say, if you look at our recruitment over the last week or so, 2 weeks, it's through the roof. You know, we were having a lot of people weren't signing. We were having a hard time recruiting people because they would look at these people that they were supposed to be their leaders, and they weren't happy. They didn't like people that fall going upstairs. If you're going to fall, at least go downstairs from the plane. That triple fall. I used that thing in war ads. I I didn't have an ad where I didn't put that in. Just a little quick 1, 2, 3. Might have been Joe Frazier when he went down. Page foreman, Joe Frazier. 3 falls in a matter of seconds. I said, can you speed it up a little bit? People are getting tired of it. No, we have now the best recruitment we've seen in a long time. There's a tremendous number of people wanting to sign up. January 20th, 2025 is a turning point in American history.
Hey, you guys good over there?
Starting last week, we're ending years of incompetence, radicalism, and betrayal. And we're ushering in the most exhilarating era of reform and renewal in the 250-year history of our country. And just in conclusion, I just want to say that this is very exciting and will be a very exciting new chapter. There's nothing we cannot achieve as long as the Republican Party remains united. I hope you can remain united. And it's one thing I give the Democrats a lot of credit for, because, you know, they have lousy policy. I think, frankly, half of them are totally crazy. But they do stick together. They stick together on stuff that nobody can. I mean, how can you want prisons emptied out into our country? They stick together. They stick together on everything. Impeachment hoax number 1, impeachment hoax number 2. They stick together. Although I must tell you, you gave me great support during those 2 problems, those 2 fake witch hunts, which have now turned out to be totally fake and disgusting. But you gave me tremendous support. But the Republican Party has to stick together. We just can't have people going, 1, 2, 3 votes. And we don't have that luxury. It would be different if we had a 20-point, 30-point, 30-person majority, but we don't. We have to help leadership. And, you can be assured that you have certain philosophies, that if you're going to have most of the people, almost all of them, voting for something, you're going to be okay. It's not going to be bad. You have to stick together. It's the one thing that I would say we don't get very high marks. Everything is so hard. Always have 2 or 3 or 5 or something, people that just don't want to do it. And you just got to do it. You just got to do it. Make life easy. You just got to do it. So right now we have a very special period because we have the House, we have the Senate, and we have the White House. And we're a team, and we're a really good team. And I appreciate so many times, and like even with Mike, I called 3 or 4 people, and they said, "Okay, sir, I'll do it." I'm going to vote. They're very happy they did that. But when I called, we've gotten such a great response. We just had that happen with Pete, and we had it happening with others. But we really appreciate it with the House. The House has been, it's a very difficult situation when you have that small a majority. But in a certain way, it brings you together. It actually can unify more than anybody would ever know. And a victory is sweeter, as they say, because of it. And I think we're going to have a lot of victories, but we have to stick together. We have to work together. We have to fight together. We're going to win together. We're going to win like never before. We have a chance to win like never before. As long as we stay united, the 119th Congress will be remembered as the most successful and accomplished Republican majority in American history. I believe that. I think we have a chance of doing it. All right? And in January 2027, we will have a larger Republican House, a larger Republican Senate, and our country will be richer, safer, stronger, prouder, greater, freer than ever before. I really think that we're going to have some big victories coming up, and I'm going to be helping every single one of you. I'm raising a lot of money, and I want to use it for the House, and I want to use it for the Senate. I raised a lot of money. And, I told my people, we raised $1.7 billion. They raised $2.6 billion. They have the unions with, checkoffs, which is always tough, $10 a month, times millions and millions of people. And then we won. And we won by a lot. And they wanted to go out, and they still haven't raised it. They're trying to raise $28 million. They cannot raise 10 cents. It's good to win, I will tell you. It's really good to win, but they can't raise money. But I told my people the morning after that, normally, because we have so many donors here and so many people that I love and respect, a lot of great friends of mine, but I told my people, Meredith and Susie, by the way, how good is Susie, the Ice Maiden? Where is the Ice Maiden? She is so great. She is so good. Stand up, Susie. The Ice Maiden, ladies and gentlemen. Wow, look at that. Most powerful woman in the world, they say. Most powerful woman in the world. She's made of ice. She's great. No, you know, when I came to Florida, Florida was a Democrat state. Had a Democrat governor. They had one Democrat senator. It was largely a Democrat state. And through various reasons, I ended up with Susie running the campaign, and she was unbelievable. We won it in a landslide. And then the second time, we won it in an even bigger landslide. And when it came time to choosing somebody to run the campaign, the whole campaign, I said, what about Susie from Florida? She never lost. I won every primary. I won every. I didn't lose anything. And again, it was a Democrat state, and it was a landslide both times. And all of the Republican stuff was almost like it didn't even exist. It was amazing. And I said, what about Susie? Well, sir, you know, a woman has never been in this position before. I said, really? Oh, by the way, we have Kellyanne Conway. She didn't do too badly either, right? She did a great job, 2016. And when it came time to chief of staff, do you know that there has never been a woman chief of staff? But there is now. There is now, right? I didn't know that. I'm so surprised.
Are you guys good over there?
I'm very surprised. But it came time to running the campaign, and I said, well, I've never had a loss with Susan. She comes from great stock, you know. Pat Summerall is her father. Pat Summerall was a football player, great football player, but a really great announcer, the voice of the NFL for 27 years or something. He was great. And a leader. He worked with John Madden, and he was able to get John Madden to do things that nobody else could do. They'd call him, they'd say, Pat, John is really difficult. John was a difficult guy, but he got big ratings and he was good. And Pat would go up, come on, John, let's get this done. Come on. I know you don't like the heads of the company. Just they're paying you a lot of money. Come on, John, let's get it done. And he'd go and do it. And this went on for, 27 years, right? But he was a leader, a father. And you know, this is somebody that has the gene. I'll tell you, she's great. And she's done a fantastic job. So she was so good with the campaign. I said, let's let her do the campaign. And it was flawless. And again, I said before, we had her win a lot of votes because it's crooked as hell. And I hope you can go to voter ID and same-day voting and paper ballots and all of those things, because ultimately we'll never lose a race if you do that. I'm telling you, you'll never lose a race. And I hope you can get that. And that's said to the governors mostly, but this, you know, you people have a lot of power over it. But Susie ran the race, and we did phenomenally, and then we just made her the chief of staff, and she's doing great. They say it was the greatest opening week in presidential history, and I think, you know, could be a hell of a lot better. Even CNN is saying, this guy is amazing. I couldn't believe it. I said, did CNN really say that? Because nobody watches, so nobody was able to confirm it. But it was pretty amazing. Oh, the camera just went off. It's always tough. Usually you get them by surprise. But I just want to thank everybody. We're going to make this tremendously successful. We're going to have, I believe, we're going to have one of the greatest 4 years in the history of our country. We're going to turn it around quickly, and then we're going to go on and we're going to progress like nobody ever thought possible. And I want to thank these great 4 people, because they really are leaders and they're phenomenal people. And I want to thank all of my friends in the audience, many of whom are congressmen and congresswomen and people that have just tremendous talent. Every single one of you, I know every one of you, and you have tremendous talent. And if we stick and if we fight together, there's nobody can stop us. We're going to have, because they have bad policy. Their policy is so bad. Nobody could win with this policy. Nobody. And we have the best policy. And again, as they say, and we say, and I've been saying for a long time, we're the party of common sense. And we're the party that's going to have the best 4 years ever. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Hey, you guys good over there?
Well, we won. We won. We won. And it's great to be back in this beautiful city to celebrate the historic first week in the White House. That was definitely. And I had a lot of help in winning. Joe Lombardo, your governor, is here someplace. Where's Joe? Thank you, Joe. You're looking good, Joe.
Thank you very much. What a group. But look at who you have next to you. How can you fail with that guy? Also, Lieutenant Governor Stavros Anthony. Stavros, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Where are you? There you are, Stavros. You're very good. Is he doing a good job, Joe? I think so, huh? He's all right. Nevada GOP Chair Michael McDonald. He did something which not a lot of people have been able to do, but I think Republicans are going to start winning the state. You know, typically they don't necessarily do so good. We did really well. We won in a landslide. That's really why I'm here, I must be honest with you. Republican National Committee woman Sigal Chattah. Sigal, thank you, wherever you may be. Hi, Sigal, thank you very much. Republican National Committeeman Jim DeGraffin Reed. That's a hell of a beautiful name, but I know the name so long, it's easier to say. One of the greatest people, I'll tell you, a man who's done so damn well. I don't know what it is with him. He's just a legend. He's one person, you know, we can all sort of be replaced, although we don't like to think that. Maybe it's not true. But this is a guy that can't be replaced. There's nobody like him. Dana White. Where's Dana White? Where's Dana White? Where the hell is he? UFC. Are the Nelk Boys here? Oh, yeah, there they are, the Nelk Boys right there. And Rick Harrison. Rick, thank you very much for being here. You're around here someplace with Dana. Mr. Phil Ruffin, his wife Alexandra, and their two beautiful children, Richard and Marlena. Phil, where's Ruffin? Where's Phil Ruffin? He's right here, so he's some legend, I'll tell you. He's a legend in Las Vegas and beyond. Phil, he's here, he'll be coming out. Today we talk about how we're going to end the economic suffering and stagnation and disaster of the past 4 years and create the 4 greatest years in the history of our country. That's what's going to happen. That's what's going to happen. And as I said in my inaugural address, which, by the way, it got the highest rating in the history of Fox. Can you believe it? That's nice. The golden age of America begins right now, but I have to be honest with you, I'm really here for a different reason. I'm here to say thank you. I went to North Carolina yesterday, and then I flew to see just an unbelievable problem in just a mess in Los Angeles, right? And I said, you know what I ought to do? I want to come to a state known as Nevada. Has anyone ever heard of it? And don't ever mispronounce the name. You're not allowed to do that, Joe. You mispronounce the name, you got a problem. You ever see somebody when they say it's Nevada? Nevada?
Never.
Oh, they're in deep trouble. I want to come to Nevada to pay my respects because this is the only Republican win of this state in decades, and it was a very big landslide. But I think Republicans are going to win a lot now. But we had a big win, and it was an early win, and that was a bad signal for the Democrats. They heard that we were leading so big here, and Joe helped us so much, and a lot of people in this room helped us a lot. Special group. And so I said, you know what I'll do? We're going to fly around it. And I said, let's fly right over it, let's land, and I'll do something, and I'll just say it. But I want to say it, and I'm almost saying it right here for the media. I just came here because I wanted to thank the people of Nevada for giving us such a big win. Great friends. I better not introduce them while I'll be here all day. Under our leadership, we're going to defeat inflation, bring down prices. We're going to raise those wages. They're going to go up. They're going to go up. Put more money in your pocket, secure our borders, restore law and order to our cities, and
We're going to make America great again. And for 4 long years, the last administration waged war on the American middle class and everybody else. They had a lot of wars. We had no wars when I left. We defeated ISIS, and we stayed out. Nobody wanted to mess with us. They had a lot of wars. We're trying to put them out. We'll get them put out. Don't worry, we'll get them put out. We were headed to World War III. I'm telling you, we would have had problems like you wouldn't believe. They shut down American energy, buried you in crippling regulation, imposed hidden taxes, and spent trillions and trillions of dollars on waste, corruption, and radical left lunacy. These were lunatics. The result was the most brutal inflation in a half a century, perhaps ever, in this country. I think ever. And soaring prices for food, groceries, and other household goods. The people of Nevada are now paying nearly $1,200 per month more to make ends meet since I left office. Think of that, $1,200 at least. But since I became the 47th president at noon on Monday, I've been moving with urgency and historic speed to fix every single calamity of the Biden administration that they've created. And this week alone, I took nearly 350 executive actions to reverse the horrible failures and betrayals that we inherited from a group of people that didn't know what the hell they were doing. What they've done to this country, especially the open borders, where they have, think of it, 21 million people came in. Many of them are criminals, murderers. Well, we're getting them out. You see it. You see it yesterday, first day. Our message could not be more clear. America's decline is over. American decline is over. We're laughed at all over the world. Now we're not laughed at anymore, I tell you. What the world witnessed this week is nothing less than a revolution of wealth creation for everyone and also common sense. It's about common sense. It really is. We're the party of common sense. On day one, I directed every member of my cabinet to, and by the way, Pete Hegseth got approved. And Kristi Noem just got approved governor. She's going to keep it. She's tough. She's a tough one. She's a tough one. And she's going to do a great job. On day one, I directed every member of my cabinet to marshal all powers at their disposal to defeat inflation and bring down the cost of daily life. We want to bring prices down. Too high. They went way up. They didn't come down. I imposed a federal hiring freeze, a federal regulation freeze, a foreign aid freeze. Oh, that's a nice one. And I created the new Department of Government Efficiency, and we're going to have a lot of good people. We're going to get Elon Musk to get involved in that a little bit. He already is. People like him. I terminated the ridiculous and incredibly wasteful Green New scam. Wasn't the environment supposed to eat us up like in 12 years? But that was like 13 years ago. What happened? We're still here. We're still here. Remember, we have 12 years to live. Remember that? Done by somebody that never even took a course on the environment. AOC plus 3. Do you remember those two? They were telling us about the environment. AOC plus 3. This action alone will save hundreds of billions of dollars of American taxpayers' money. I withdrew from the one-sided Paris Climate Accord. And I canceled the insane and costly electric vehicle mandate, keeping my sacred pledge to America's auto workers. Boy, did we get a big vote with the auto workers out there. And the Teamsters, any Teamster in the room? We got a tremendous vote from the Teamsters. Thank you. They're pointing like one guy on it. But they voted for us in the millions, so we had a lot of Teamsters voting for us. I withdrew from the World Health Organization, where we paid $500 million a year, and China paid $39 million a year, despite a much larger population. Think of that. China's paying $39 million. They have 1.4 billion people. We pay $500 million. We have. Nobody knows what the hell we have. Does anyone know? We have so many people pouring in, we have no idea.
Hey, do you need more?
We go up, but we're going down a little bit now. You don't mind that, do you? It's going to take going to take some bad ones out. I was through 4 years ago, but Biden immediately went back for even more money. I mean, he went back and, you know, they offered me at 39 million. They said, we'll let you back in at 39. So we're going to reduce it from 500 to 39. I turned them down because it became so popular. I didn't know if it would be well received even at 39. But maybe we would consider doing it again. I don't know. Maybe we would have to clean it up a little bit. But China pays 39 million for 1.4 billion, and we're paying 500 million for 325 million. I don't know. What the hell is wrong with these people? And then when Biden went back in, you know, they immediately went back in. They paid more than we were paying in the first place. They paid more than the 500 million. So they knew they could have had it for 39. They paid more. You wouldn't do that, Joe, right? Now think of it. They know they have a deal at 39. So they went back in at 525 million. What the hell? Man, oh man. It infuriates you, doesn't it? I declared a national energy emergency to unlock the liquid gold under our feet and pave the way for rapid approvals of the new energy infrastructure. The United States has the largest amount of oil and gas of any country on earth, and we may be a very substantially enlarged country in the not too distant. Isn't it nice to see, you know, for years, for decades, we're the same size to the square foot. Probably got smaller, actually.
Hey, you guys good over there?
We might be an enlarged country pretty soon. And one of the things we're going to be doing is drill, baby, drill. Because that's going to bring everything down. It's going to bring everything down. My administration has also begun the largest deregulation campaign in the history of our country, far exceeding. I had the record for you. We had a great economy, the greatest economy that we've ever had 4 years ago. But this is going to be better. You watch. This will be better even than the first term. And the reason I got elected was because of the first term. You know, somebody said, what was the reason you got elected? I mean, you won by so much. I said, my first term. You know, that's all I did. I just said, well, take a look at the numbers. Take a look at the numbers. In total, the Biden administration imposed $50,000 in additional regulation costs. So the average American, and think of this, the average American was paying much more than $50,000, and you know, just think of it. Nobody can even believe the numbers. I promised to eliminate 10 old regulations for every new regulation. So if we put in a regulation, we have to get rid of 10. That's what I did. I did it 1 in 7. We're going to do 1 in 10 this time, which will soon put many thousands of dollars back into your pockets, in the pockets of American families. As a result of the reforms, we've just begun to implement economic confidence, and it's soaring. So this week, Oracle, OpenAI, and SoftBank announced Stargate, a $500 billion investment in AI infrastructure, which is going to be very big for Nevada, I have to say, the largest in history, and which will create an estimated 100,000 American jobs. Saudi Arabia just said that they're going to invest at least $600 billion. This is because of the election, by the way. And I believe they'll make it $1 trillion. I'm going to ask them to make it $1 trillion. What the hell? The money means nothing to them. You know where they made their money? From liquid gold, right? They got a lot of liquid gold. We have more. We have more than Saudi Arabia. They've got a lot. We've got more. We got more than anybody. We just don't use it because of the environment. These people are crazy. And many other companies likewise are looking to invest, but I don't have enough time to do that. And we have a lot of news conferences. Everybody wants to have a news conference. You know, they're calling up by the hundreds. We want to have a news conference. We're going to invest $12. I said, no, I don't do it. I said, it's got to be $1 billion or more for a news conference. It's $1 billion or more. Just 2 days ago, because of our tariff plans, Stellantis announced, it's a very good automobile company, the revival of its Belvidere, Illinois plant, saving 1,500 American auto jobs that were previously headed to Canada, along with major investments to expand American auto production in Detroit, Michigan, Toledo, Ohio, and Kokomo, Indiana. Good place. All of these investments are happening only because of our historic victory, and if we didn't win,
be just the opposite. They're pulling out. They were pulling out. They were really pulling out. So they would be withdrawing money. Our country was on the verge of some of the very bad things, and bad things were happening. And now there's light not only over America. I've heard it from even our enemies. They call up and they say, "Sir, we hate you. We do hate you, but there's light over the world right now." They hate me. Some of them hate me. If they liked me, you got a problem, right? They like Sleepy Joe. What's not to like? You know, they'd call up. It's funny. I was told today by one of the big leaders of the world, would call for a telephone call with the President of the United States a year ago. And they'd say, we'd like to speak with, who is this? It's the head of Germany, the head of...
Keep going. Make it this way.
Name it, the head of France, the name of any country, it didn't matter. He would never pick up the call. They'd say, he'll call you back in 2 months.
Hey, do you need more?
2 months.
Yeah.
He has a schedule. He's extremely busy sleeping. Macron of France, he'll call you back in 2 months. So 2 months comes along and there's no call. They'd say, he didn't call. The stories are, I mean, these stories are not very exaggerated. I want to tell you, it's a little bit for laughter, but you know, it's only for laughter. The fake news will say, oh, he exaggerated. It was only 1 month, you know. But he would say, he'd call you back, and then he'd never call, and then they could never get him on the phone. And the problem I have is that when I speak to and I speak to them immediately, they'll say, could we speak to the president? Would that be possible? We could do it anytime over the next month. They're so used to this, right? I say, no, I'll pick it up right now. Is he on the phone? Yeah, hello, how you doing? That's what, you know, get it over with, right? Get it over with. The only problem, they were so starved for love from the United States, I cannot get them off the phone. I can't get people, if you can't, I say, I have to go now, King, or I have to go now, President. But you can't get them off the phone. They're starved for love. You know, for years they haven't spoken. They didn't even know we had a president, if you want to know. But under our leadership, America is back open for business, and it's really a big thing. It's really a big thing. And they have, though. They said, you know, there's like a light all over the world now. It's not just here. We feel a light over our country. Everyone does. But there's a light all over the world. We've accomplished more in 1 week than other administrations have accomplished in 4 years, and we're just getting started. We got rid of the woke. We got rid of the woke crap. What a lot of stuff. What a lot of crap that was. It was, and you know, these people were petrified of it. I'll tell you, these companies, they run these big companies, they were petrified of it. It was like, you know, I don't think they believed it. I'm sure they didn't believe. Some I know didn't believe it, but they were so afraid. Near the top of the agenda for our historic Republican majorities in Congress is to pass a massive tax cut for American workers and families. Last year, we campaigned across the country at a pledge that I'm sure most of you didn't hear too much about. Pledge to take the Trump tax cuts and make them permanent, and that's exactly what we're doing. In the coming weeks, I'll be working with Congress to get a bill on my desk that cuts taxes for workers, families, small businesses, and very importantly, keeps my promise for a thing called, and I know you didn't hear anything about this, and I'm sure it had no influence on the state, the fact that we won this crazy, massive majority, a state that hadn't been won by a Republican in decades, but I'm sure you haven't heard, but we're going to get it for you. No tax on tips. No tax on tips. So if you're a restaurant worker, a server, a valet, a bellhop, a bartender, or one of my caddies, I go through caddies like candy. If I play badly, I always blame my caddy. Or any other worker who relies on tipped income, your tips will be 100% yours. Joe, Governor, do you think that had an impact on the election? You do?
Like what, a half a point? Pretty big. You had an impact, let me tell you. Nationwide, over 4 million workers depend on tip income, including an estimated 700,000 single moms. And here in Nevada, we will have a quarter, think of it, a quarter of the typical restaurant workers' pay comes from tips. I didn't know that much. That's a lot. You haven't been reporting them for the last 10 years. So here's our deal. We're going to have no tax on tips from now on, but we're going to go after you viciously for all the money you didn't report for the last 10, 15. We're going to go after you for all the money you didn't report for. I'm only kidding. I'm only kidding. I have to say to the fake news because they're going to say Trump is after all. Trump is after all restaurant workers. Many of these workers are some of the very citizens who were hit hard and very hard by the ravages of the Biden economy, which was inflation. When I think of Biden, I think of incompetence and inflation. Not being nice by saying. I'm being nice when I say that. Yet even in the midst of the suffering he created, Joe Biden launched a cruel campaign to extract more money from tip workers, and that's what happened. I'm telling you, a young waitress, I won't say beautiful because you're not allowed to say that as a politician. Used to be you could say a young, beautiful waitress. This was a young, beautiful waitress, but I won't say that because I feel like I want to continue my political career. If you call some, the governor won't say it. If you call a woman beautiful today, it's the end of your political career, so I won't do it. But a young waitress, I think you can call young. You're probably not even supposed to say young. Probably supposed to say a waitress. But a young waitress came up and I said, "How are you doing?" And in my restaurant in the hotel, and Trump, I said, "How are you doing?" And she said, "Not great because they're after me so viciously for tips. They just want my tip income and they don't believe me and all of this." And she said, "It's terrible. You know, sir, you should have no tax on tips." I said, "What?" She said, "What'd you just say? No tax on tips?" That was about the amount of my consultation. Sure. No tax. I said, "What did you just say? Say those words again." "Sir, no tax on tips." I said, "Thank you very much. You just won the election." No, we did research into it. I think it's going to be great. But under the Trump administration, the forgotten men and women of our country are going to be forgotten no longer. You know that. They weren't forgotten 4 years ago. On day one, I immediately halted the hiring of any new IRS agents. You know, they hired or tried to hire 88,000 new workers to go after you, and we're in the process of developing a plan to either terminate all of them or maybe we'll move them to the border. I think we're going to move them to the border. Well, they're allowed to carry guns. You know, they're so strong on guns, but these people are allowed to carry guns, so we'll probably move them to the border. Yeah. She said no tax on it. How about just no tax? Are
you guys good over there?
You could do that. You know, if the tariffs work out like I think, a thing like that could happen if you want to know the truth. You know, years ago, 1870 to 1913, we didn't have an income tax. What we had is tariffs, where foreign countries came in and they stole our jobs, they stole our companies, they stole our product, they ripped us off. And, you know, they used to do numbers, and then we went to a tariff system, and the tariff system made so much money. It was when we were the richest, from 1870 to 1913. Then we brilliantly came in with an income tax. No, we don't want others to pay, let's have our people pay. And then you had the Depression in 1928, 1929. I call it 1929. That was a bad time, but you know, you didn't have tariffs, and the tariffs had ended in 1913. But it was the richest our country ever was. That was President McKinley. In fact, we're renaming the mountain, Mount McKinley.
Look at this one. All right, keep going out.
You know what else we're renaming? We're renaming the Gulf of Mexico into the Gulf of America. Right? And Mexico, actually, they were thrilled when they heard. They said, that's nice. A few months from now, when I sign our tax cut into law, we're going to deliver for the tip-earning men and women who make it all work. I mean, it's going to be something very special, I think, for you. It's going to be a big day, a big difference. And with us today is Jessica Angiano, an employee here at Circa. This is a nice place, by the way, and I just met your owner. He's a nice man. He's rich, too. But Circa is very nice, and a hard-working single mother of two with incredible children. Jessica's struggling to pay for medical bills to remove a tumor behind her right eye. She's had some real difficulty. She's currently saving up for a second surgery, which will hopefully be very successful, while also paying for her children's daycare. Jessica says that no tax on tips would transform her life. It would make such a big difference. So, Jessica, we're going to get that for you. Where are you, Jessica? You around here someplace, huh? Hi, Jessica. Oh, so beautiful. Very nice. It's working out medically good? Everything good? Gonna be good. Thanks, you look fantastic. It's good. You look great. Also with us is Lexi York, a 28-year-old cocktail server here at Circa, who's got big dreams of being an entrepreneur. Lexi says that no tax on tips will help bring those dreams much closer to reach, and she's going to be one of the biggest proponents for it. We're going to have a lot of support when we go before Congress very soon to get that passed. Lexi, where are you? Where are you? Hi, Lexi. Wow. Good. We'll get it done. And we're also pleased to be joined by Rosanna Maeda, President and CEO of the American Hotel and Lodging Association, which strongly supports this pro-worker reform. And Rosanna, would you like to come up and say a few words on behalf of so many people? Come on up. Come on up.
Hello, Mr. President. On behalf of the American Hotel and Lodging Association, I'm so honored to be here today. We represent 30,000 members around the country in an industry that represents more than 2 million hotel workers. And I'm here to tell you that the American dream is alive and well in the hotel industry today. It is still one of the few places where you can have and grow your career, starting a job as a housekeeper or a dishwasher or bellhop, to running a hotel, to owning a hotel or a few, and to even becoming the CEO of a global brand or President of the United States. Mr. President, in 2017, the tax bill that you championed cut taxes for so many working families and American workers. It helped small businesses, hotel owners in our country who make up the majority of the industry reinvest in the economy, spurring jobs and growing and strengthening the economy. And the no tax on tips builds on that momentum, and so we are so excited to support you in that effort. That's why we're here today. We stand with you to urge Congress to pass this proposal so that more than the 800,000 hotel workers who benefit from these from tips, many who are here in the room today, representing all types of jobs, from restaurant workers to housekeepers to bellhops and so many others, can take home more of the pay that they earn every day. So thank you for having us and for promoting this proposal.
Thank you very much, Jessica. After 4 long years, and these were long years of a government that always put you last. They put America last, they put you last, they put everybody last that was associated with us. You once again have a president who's putting our workers first, putting our families first, and above all, putting America first. And we're going to keep America first, and you see it. We're restoring our prosperity, we're restoring our borders, we're restoring our strength, our dignity, and our pride. We've been hurt badly by this group of people. They didn't have a clue what the hell was happening. It's so disgraceful that they were allowed to do it. But quite honestly, we're restoring our country. Within hours of taking the oath of office, I declared a national emergency at our southern border. I sent active duty troops to the border to help repel the invasion. Tom Homan is leading the charge, you know that. We like Tom Homan, right? Doing a great job. We immediately halted all illegal entry and began sending every border trespasser and violator back to the places from which they came. I signed an order that will designate the cartels as foreign terrorist organizations. It's a big deal. That's a big deal. Biden didn't want to do that. No, I don't want to do that. Biden didn't know he was alive. He didn't want to do it. He didn't want to do that. I always wanted to do it, you know. I mean, think of it. Is that a terrorist organization or what? And we began to leverage the full and immense power of federal government and state government and enforcement to eliminate the presence of all foreign gangs and criminal networks bringing devastating crime to American soil. And we don't allow people to enter our country and to dump their prisons into the United States of America anymore. When we see that, our people are instructed to do whatever they have to do. They can do whatever the hell they want to do. Throughout this week, the heroes of ICE have been hunting down and arresting hundreds of illegal alien criminals. And its immediate expulsion, including those with charges of convictions for rape, child sexual assault, terrorism, and even murder. Members of the savage Venezuelan prison gang known as Tren de Aragua. You know that gang? This is not a nice group of people. They formed in prison, and then they dumped their prisons into our country, so we had them all over the place. Ask Colorado, the governor of Colorado. He doesn't know what to do about it. They're all over the place. We'll get them out. We'll get them out. They're, in a sense, they're in the real estate business. They go into a building and they take it, you know? See, when you buy a building, you have to go out and get a mortgage or use your own cash. They just go into a building and take it. And they actually said, well, it's not that bad. They haven't taken that many buildings. Can you imagine that? They haven't taken that many buildings. Oh, they're not that bad. But they're as bad as the bloodthirsty MS-13 gangs that we have gotten thousands and thousands of them out. In fact, over 11,000 murderers were released into our country by other countries all over the world because of Biden's open border policy. When I heard about that, I said, everybody's gonna empty out their prisons into our country. I said that, I'd do that if I were heading up any one of the many countries that you know about, not just South America, all over. They take their prisons, their mental institutions, and they empty them out into our country. Can you imagine a person doing this? Can you imagine somebody doing that to our country? For American citizens, January 20th, 2025 was truly Liberation Day. That was really Liberation Day. This week I also signed an order to end the weaponization of our government against American people and political people like me. We never had a thing like that. He went after his political opponent. Who would have thought he helped me? I think he helped me get elected, Joe. You want to know the truth? I became much more popular. I'm the only guy that ever became more popular when something like that happened. But these guys were just so inept. We had the guy deranged, Jack Smith, deranged. He was a deranged human being. But they thought this way Biden could sneak by and he could win an election, another cheating in another election. That's what it was. But we won. You think that was fun? You think that was easy? It wasn't fun. And investigate all of the abuses of power. I pardoned hundreds of political prisoners who had been viciously persecuted by the Biden regime. Hundreds people were persecuted, including Christians, pro-life activists, 2 Washington, D.C. police officers just yesterday, whose lives were destroyed from chasing down a dangerous illegal alien criminal. And of course, I was very proud to pardon the J6 hostages. Once and for all, I stopped government censorship and we brought back free speech in America. We brought it back. We did more of this last week. People can't even believe it. I also signed an order to declassify and publish all remaining files related to the assassinations of President John F. Kennedy, Robert Kennedy, and Martin Luther King Jr. I signed an order that will end all of the lawless diversity, equity, and inclusion nonsense all across the government and the private sector. We abolished 60 years of prejudice and hatred with the signing of one order, all approved by the United States Supreme Court. We're allowed to do it because we are now in a merit-based world. We're a merit-based country. Did you ever think you were going to hear that again? It's based on merit. If you've got the talent, if you've got the work, the ethic, the whole thing, it's based now on, it's not based on any other thing, it's based on merit, it's based on your capability. The United States has now become, again, a meritocracy. Isn't that a beautiful word, a meritocracy? Based on merit. If you do your job well, you're going to go places. And I made it the official policy of the United States government that there are only 2 genders, male and female. Male and female. Every single day of my term, we're living by the motto, promises made, promises kept. I kept my promises. It's why we won. It really is why we won. We won because of the past 4 years. We won because of that. But this is going to blow it away. Because when I came in, I had no experience. I didn't do this before. I never did this. I was never a politician before. I was talking J.D. Vance. By the way, hasn't he done a great job? Because J.D. went right to the Senate, and then he went to the Vice President and said, J.D., you're really upwardly mobile. He said, you're more so than me. I said, why do you say that? He said, you went from being a real estate developer to the president. That's a pretty big, I never thought of it that way. I guess I'm the most upwardly mobile politician in history. I didn't make any stops along the way. It will be the greatest honor of my life to serve not once, but twice, or 3 times, or 4 times. Headlines from the fake news. Now it will be to serve twice. For the next 4 years, I will not rest, I will not yield, and together we will not fail. We will win, win, win. We will bring back the American dream. We're going to bring it back. You know, in recent years, our nation has suffered greatly, but we are going to make it great again, greater than ever before. We'll be a nation like no other, full of compassion, courage, and exceptionalism. That's what we're doing, and that's what it's all about. And you see that. I think you see it more in the last week than you've seen it in years. And I walked up the stairs of that massive plane that's waiting for me, that big 747, and I said, there's no way I'm going to let myself fall, because that was one hell of a... That triple fall was a disaster. I would call that a political disaster. You can fall once, you can fall twice, but you can't fall 3 times. You can't fall 3 times. What a disaster. I've used that in every ad I think I ever did. Our power will stop all wars and bring new spirit of unity to a world that's been angry, violent, and very unpredictable. America will be respected again and admired again, including by the people of religion, faith, and goodwill. We're bringing back religion in this country. We will be prosperous. We will be free. We will be bigger, bolder, and more ambitious than ever before. And together we will Make America powerful again. Make America wealthy again. Make America healthy again. We will make America strong again. Make America proud again. We're going to make America safe again. And we will make America great again. Thank you very much. And thank you very much, Nevada. Thank you, Joe. Thank you very much. We'll be back. We'll be back. Thank you. Thank you, my man. Great job. Thank you, everybody. First full day as president, back. We had a great first term, but we're going to have an even better second term. I think we're going to do things that people will be shocked at. We're starting off with tremendous investment coming into our country at levels that nobody's really ever seen before. I'm very happy with the fact that I won the race and that they feel confident in their investments, and it's big money and high quality people. So my first day back from having a nice life. It's my honor to welcome three of the world's leading technology CEOs, and in the case of Larry Ellison, well beyond technology, sort of CEO of everything. Amazing man and amazing business person. But to announce the largest AI infrastructure project by far in history, and it's all taking place right here in America. As you know, there's great competition for AI and other things, and they're coming in at the highest level. We're joined by Oracle Executive Chairman Larry Ellison, SoftBank CEO, my friend Masa Yoshi-san, and CEO of OpenAI, and I would say by far the leading expert based on everything I read, Sam Altman. So it's great that you're coming in together. That's a massive and money. Together, these world-leading technology giants are announcing the formation of Stargate. So put that name down in your books, because I think you're going to hear a lot about it in the future. A new American company will invest $500 billion at least in AI infrastructure in the United States, and very, very quickly, moving very rapidly, creating over 100,000 American jobs almost immediately. This monumental undertaking is a resounding declaration of confidence in America's potential under a new president. A new president, I didn't say a president. So I appreciate that. But it'll ensure the future of technology. What we want to do is we want to keep it in this country. China is a competitor. Others are competitors. We want it to be in this country, and we're making it available. I'm going to help a lot through emergency declarations, because we have an emergency. We have to get this stuff here. So we have to produce a lot of electricity, and we'll make it possible for them to get that production done very easily at their own plants if they want, where they'll build at the plant, the AI plant, they'll build energy generation, and that will be incredible. But it's technology and artificial intelligence, all made in the USA. And immediately Stargate will be building the physical infrastructure to power the next generation of advancements in AI. And this will include infrastructure, very massive structures. Using the real estate business, these beautiful buildings
making their choices of locations. I think they have their choice. I'd like to ask Larry, Sam, and Masa to say a few words and just talk about a little bit about what they're doing, and if you have any questions.
Hey, you guys good over there?
This is to me a very big thing, $500 billion Stargate project. I think it's going to be something that's very special. It'll lead to something that could be the biggest of all. So, Larry, maybe we'll start with you.
Red tie it? You said red tie.
The president is certainly going to do this without me. It would simply be impossible. AI holds incredible promise for every American. We've actually been working with NASA for a while. The data centers are actually under construction. The first of them are under construction in Texas. Each building is 500,000 square feet. There are 10 buildings currently.
They're in Everett.
The Abilene location, which is our first location. The kind of applications that we're building, to give you an idea, maybe the most charismatic and the one that I think touches us all is
keep going. Make it this way.
Electronic health records.
All right,
not just maintaining electronic health records, but by looking at electronic health records, understanding the condition of doctors, better understanding the condition of their patients, and being able to provide healthcare plans that are much better than the otherwise would be. A doctor's Indian River reservation would be able to see how a doctor at Memorial Sloan Kettering would treat the patient, or a doctor at Stanford would treat the patient. We actually provide all of that information, all of that guidance to the doctors who are treating cancer patients or patients with any other kind of disease. May talk to us about that. I'm not going to take a lot of time on that. I'm going to pass it to Mark because this is very important. I feel cold. Well, Mr. President, that's
Yeah, just on this side. And then curl it up this way.
Now I think that's 500. Because this is the one great example. We wouldn't have decided to do it. This is the beginning. We wouldn't have decided unless we wanted. And yesterday
Hey, you guys good over there?
Are you
guys good?
Stand by. So
That's all right,
we would make this happen. We would immediately start deploying hundreds of million with the goal of making $100 billion.
Red tie? You said red tie.
So we are very, very excited to do this. And our partners with SoftBank, OpenAI, Oracle, and additionally investing partner with MGX. On top of that, we have the technology partner NVIDIA, and of course Microsoft has been very, very supportive to SAP.
They're in Everett.
This is not just for business. As Gary said, this will help people's lives. This will help solving many, many issues, difficult things that
Make it this way.
otherwise we could not have solved.
All right, keep going out.
With the power of AI. I think AGI is coming very, very soon. And then after that, that's not the goal. After that, artificial super intelligence will come to solve the issues that mankind never ever had thought that we could solve. Well, this is the beginning of our golden.
I don't know too much of that, but I did learn that. I think it'll be an exciting project. All of them.
Yeah, just on this side. And then curl it up this way.
These guys can maybe share more about this. Here, but I believe that we will see we'll be amazed at how quickly we're curing this cancer and that one and heart disease, and what this will do for the ability of to deliver very high quality healthcare at a cost, but really to cure the diseases at a rapid rate. I think will be.
Hey, you guys good over there? Hey, you guys good? Stand by. That's all right, got to be expected that.
Working on.
I'm not
Thank you, Mr. President. One of the most exciting things we're working on, again, using the tools that we're also providing, is reproductive. It's very interesting. Early diet, it turns out, we put all of our cancers, cancer tumors, little fragments of those tumors float around in your blood. Yes, right here. So you can do early cancer detection. If you can do using you can do early cancer detection.
Oh, they're in Everett.
Using AI to look at the blood test, you can find the cancers that are actually seriously threatening the person. So we can, again, cancer diagnosis.
Keep going. Take it this way.
Blood test. Then beyond
all right, keep going out.
Once we gene sequence that cancer tumor, you can then vaccinate the person. Design a vaccine for every individual person to vaccinate them against that cancer. And you can make that vaccine, that mRNA vaccine, you can make that robotically again using AI in about 48 hours. So imagine early cancer detection, the development of a cancer vaccine for your particular cancer in you, and have that vaccine available in 48 hours. This is the promise of AI and the promise of the future.
It's right here, I got it.
Yeah, just 1 second, we'll finish up. But, you know, these are highly respected guys. I was shocked with that. This is very basic stuff. He did a very good job. But he's so respected in the group, and it's really good. But,
yeah, just on this side.
he doesn't do this stuff. You don't need it, do you? You don't need it. But I think it's an honor to the country. It's a great honor that this group A $500 million Stargate project comes in addition to a separate pledge between $100 and $200 billion from, as we know, from Massa. We talked about before. Also $20 billion from the MAC, which was we have many others.
Hey, you guys good over there?
Some I just say just announce it, it's easier, but with some I know them and they're so highly respected. I'd rather do it this way. Many would like to do it this way, but we're letting the world know what's happening. This is what I normally would have gone to China. The end of my first full business day in Washington. We've already secured nearly $3 trillion new investments in the United States, and probably it's going to be 6 or 7 by the end of the week.
tremendous amounts of money are coming in for many things other than even AI. AI seems to be very hot. It seems to be the thing that a lot of smart people are looking at very strongly. Our country will be...
Oh, they're in Everett.
As I say, yesterday we had the most ambitious, action-oriented day of any administration in history. There's never been a first day like
Keep going. Take it this way, this way.
A sweeping slate of executive orders
right,
to
keep going
stop
out.
the invasion of our borders. I launched a government-wide effort to defeat inflation and bring down the cost of daily life and bring down the cost of energy, magnificently bring it down. And when energy comes down, Larry, I'd say generally speaking, when energy comes down, everything else comes down. The prices of food and the prices of everything else come down. Energy is that's the big baby. And we declared a national energy emergency to drill baby drill. Drill baby drill. Oriented, disruptive, DEI mandates across the federal government, and returned our country to a merit-based system and a common sense system. As you know, the Supreme Court gave us a decision on merit, and things are dissented based on merit now instead of a lot of different rules, regulations, and things that really hurt our country. Censorship and restored free speech. I decided yesterday we renamed the Gulf of Mexico the Gulf of the great president William McKinley to Mount McKinley was a proclamation. He was a very successful businessman and industrial. Fortunately, but he was the tariff king, and I don't think he was as bad as I am. I think I believe in him even more than him, but he believed in him very strongly, and he raised massive amounts of money. Our country was at its richest. From 1870
Hey, you guys good over there?
you
guys good? Stand by.
That was when we were the richest, relatively speaking.
That's all right, Gunner, we expected that.
That was tariffs from other countries. And our administration
Good.
And again, I want to thank Sam and Masa and Larry for being here.
What is that?
Well, I don't know. Was it a car?
Oh, they're in Everett.
I can say this. Murderers today are not even charged. You have murderers that aren't charged all over. You take a look at what's going on in Philadelphia. You take a look at what's
going. Take it this way, this way.
People murder people and they don't get charged.
All right, keep going out.
These people have already served years in prison, and they've served them viciously. It's a disgusting
Hey, do you
prison.
need more?
It's been horrible. It's inhumane. It's been a terrible, terrible thing. I also say that you go to Portland, where they wrapped police officers, shot police officers, nothing happened to anybody. You go to Seattle, where they took over a big chunk of the city, and people died. In Portland, a lot of people died. Wait a minute. And you go also, take a look at Minneapolis, because I was there, and I watched it. If I didn't bring in the last that city wouldn't even exist today. People were killed, and nobody went to jail. So these people have already served a long period of time, and I made a decision to give a pardon. Joe Biden gave a pardon yesterday to a lot of criminals. These are criminals that he gave a pardon to, and we should be asking that question. Why did he give a pardon to all of these people who committed crimes? Why did he give a pardon to the J6 Unselect Committee when they burned and destroyed all documents that showed that they did what was wrong? Why did they give a pardon to all of his relatives, his brother who made millions of dollars, all these people who gave pardons?
That's the question you should be asking. All right, go ahead. No. That's it. Go ahead. Pretty much. I think we have a good situation now. It's been in some ways made simpler by Los Angeles because they're going to need a lot of money. And generally speaking, I think you'll find that a lot of Democrats are going to be
Hey, you guys good over there?
more one-sided. We're going to do very well. Look, we're going to take care of Los Angeles. I'm going there.
That's all right, Gunny, we
I'm going to
expected
North
that.
Carolina, which has been abandoned by the Democrats. And I'm going to North Carolina first. And then I'm going from there to Los Angeles. Nevada. And I'm really going to Nevada to thank them for the vote. We won Nevada overwhelmingly, which is usually a Democrat vote. And I just want to go over and thank the people of Nevada for the big vote. So, yeah, please.
Yes, right. At the time back in 2021, you urged them to stand back and stand up. Is there now a place for them?
Oh, they're in Everton.
Well, we have to say they've been given a large number of their sentences were ridiculous and excessive. One of the guys took down a flag that was an anti-American flag, and he was given years in jail. I don't know the exact number, but he was
Keep going. Take it this way, this way.
Excessive. And,
All right, keep going out.
At least the cases that we looked at, these were people that actually love our country, so we thought a pardon would be appropriate.
Hey, do you need more?
No, I'm good.
Is it also true in your conversation with Republicans today that you asked them to consider?
I think, yeah, if it's needed, I don't think it's going to be needed. Marco, as you know, got passed overwhelmingly with 99 to nothing. It's pretty amazing. Marco's going to do a great job. But he just got, I guess he was the first one, just got approved. Had some votes, 99 to nothing, maybe, to nothing was a vote that she would have gotten if she wanted to do it, but you know who great that was. He's doing a great job right now as vice president. Well, what I really want to have done is talk about this with you guys about the Oval Office. Los Angeles has massive amounts of water available. All they have to do is turn the valve, and that's the valve from the back to the last year. Millions of gallons of water a week, a day, even in cases, pours into California. Goes all through California, down to Los Angeles. And they turned it off. So the valve goes, it turns to the Pacific Ocean, and all that water is pouring into the Pacific Ocean. If they did what I told them to do, they wouldn't do it because politically they didn't think it was good. I think it's great politically. I think they're dead politically. What they've done, they've destroyed the city. What they've done to that city is unbelievable. The sprinklers, their sprinklers in there.
Hey, you guys good over there?
None of them had any water on them. They didn't have any water. The fire hydrants, 40% of them had no water. The brush was soaked, was just dry. Everything was dry. The sprinklers in the lawn weren't allowed to be used. So, you know, so we're demanding that they turn the valve back. It's not even believable that they haven't done it. Just so you know, they have a valve and it turns like into the sink. Multiply it times many thousands of times the size of it. It's massive. And you turn it back toward Los Angeles. Why aren't they doing that? They either have a death wish, they're stupid, or there's something else going on that we don't understand. But we want the water
Oh, they're in
Everton to be used for California. And that includes the farmers of California. You know, when you drive up north, you see all of the land. I couldn't believe it. I was with Devin Nunes when he was a congressman and some other congressmen.
Keep going. Take it this way, this way.
We're on the highway, and
all right,
I keep
going
looking
out.
At these farms, and the land is bone dry, and then you'd see an acre, about an acre or 2 acres, with the most beautiful green plants growing in it. The most beautiful. You bet it's the rich stuff. And you look at the soil and it's so rich. That soil is almost the equivalent to like Iowa soil. It's phenomenal. It's got no water. But the reason it has no water, I said, do you have a drought? No. I said, what do you mean you don't have a drought? Look at this thing, it's dry as a bone. The reason you have like an acre is because they say you can farm 1 acre but no more. Because they didn't want to waste water. But they throw the water into the district. These people are crazy. So we're going to be issuing an executive order demanding that they immediately let that water come down to California. Farmers, even people living in Beverly Hills. Now those people have been wiped out. A lot of them are wiped out. Believe it or not, they were having restrictions. Larry, you know about this. They wanted to restrict you to 38 gallons of water a day. That sounds like a lot, but it's not. You're a rich person. And 38 gallons doesn't last very long. And they have all this water, and it's really good water. Up high, Pacific Northwest, some comes in from Canada. Comes in from Canada, and it comes all the way through California. And they're restricted. You even have the half pipes, the half pipes, the cut pipes. Big ones, bigger than this room. And they're going all the way down, and they're bone dry. And they could be loaded up with water. No, but isn't it incredible that they don't do it? And it's to protect the Delta smelt. It's a fish that's
Hey, you guys good over there?
How are you protecting the Delta smelt by not giving it water? It's a fish.
That's all right, Gunny, we
Nobody
expected
can
that.
answer that question. Well, let me do this first. I would be if I'd like Larry about I have the right to make a deal. So the deal I'm thinking about, Larry, let's negotiate in front of the media. The deal, I think, is this. And I met with owners of TikTok, the big owners. It's worthless if it doesn't get a. It's not like, oh, you can take the U.S. The whole thing is worthless. With a permit, it's worth like $1 trillion. So what I'm thinking about saying to somebody is buy it.
Oh, they're in Everett.
And give half to the United States of America and give the permit. And they'll have a great partner, the United States. And they'll have something that's actually more valuable because they have the ultimate partner. And the United States will make it very worthwhile for them in terms of permits and all that. But, so think of it, you have an asset that has no value or has $1 trillion value. It all depends on whether or not the United States gives the permit. So what I'm saying is let the United States give the permit, and the United States should get half. Sounds reasonable. What do you think? Yeah, he can afford it too.
Mr. President, your executive has long said that we need to act and do, but aren't you sending the message that assaulting officers is
The opposite. In fact, I'm going to be letting 2 officers from Washington, police, D.C. I believe they're from D.C., but I just heard that they were arrested, put in jail for 5 years because they went after an illegal and something happened to them, something like that. And they arrested the 2 officers and put them in jail for going after a criminal. A rough criminal, by the way, and I'm actually releasing. No, I am the friend of police, more than any president that's ever been in this office.
480 people that
Hey, you guys good over there?
Stand by. He said if you committed violence on January 6th, obviously you should not be party. Why is your vice president?
Well, only for one reason. They've served years in jail. They should not have served, they've served years in jail, and murderers don't even go to jail in this country. And we have 1,500, we have 16 under review. As you know, we commuted about 16 of them because it looks like they could have done things that were not acceptable for a full pardon. But these people have served years of jail, their lives have been ruined, and in many cases, listen to me for a second, stop interrupting. They served years in jail, and if you look at the American public,
they're in Everett.
Take a look at the election. Just look at the numbers on the election. We won this election in a landslide because the American public is tired of people like you that are just one-sided, horrible people in terms of crime. You don't talk about all the people that have been killed and what happens to those murderers. Murderers get no time. You take a look at some of these DAs. They go after political opponents, but they don't go after people that shoot people in the street. They're caught. They know where they're living. They know everything. They don't even go up to pick them up anymore. They just let them live there. They know all about it. They have their pictures. They have the paper proceedings. And they don't even go up and you're talking about this. No, we pardoned people that were treated unbelievably poorly. In the history of our country, there's never been anything take place like this. They're still looking for them, but they're not looking for the murderers, the people that are killing everybody. We are, though, and we're getting them out of the country. We just started that. We're getting them out of the country. They're going to be gotten out of the country first. They came in illegally from jails and from prisons. They killed many people. Some of them killed many people. About 50% of them killed more than one person. They were released into our country. That's what we're focused on, not the kind of nonsense you're talking about. Sounds like the war should have never started. If you had a competent president, which you did, the war would happen. The war in Ukraine would have never happened if I were president. But that didn't happen because the election was rigged. Yeah, go ahead. Well, I like both sides of the argument, but I also like very competent people coming into our country, even if that involves them training and helping other people that may not have the qualifications they do. But I don't want to stop. And I'm not just talking about
you guys good over there?
I'm talking about people at all levels. We want competent people coming into our country. And HB1, I know the program very well. I use the program. Maitre d's, wine, experts, even waiters, high-quality waiters. You got to get the best people. Now, then you go into people like Larry, and he needs engineers, and Massa needs, and this gentleman needs engineers like nobody's ever needed engineers, right? So we have to have quality people coming in now. By doing that, we're expanding businesses, and that takes care of everybody. So I'm sort of on both sides of the argument, but what I really do feel is that we have to let really competent people, great people come into our country, and we do that through the H1 program.
Oh, they're in Everett.
Sooner on USMCA.
No, it's really not on USMCA. It has nothing to do with that. They've allowed both of them.
Keep going. Take it this way,
They've allowed millions and millions of people to come into our country that shouldn't be here. They could have stopped them, and they didn't. And they've killed 300,000 people last year.
Hey, do you need
in
more?
my opinion, have been destroyed by drugs, by fentanyl. The fentanyl coming through Canada is massive. The fentanyl coming through Mexico is massive. And people are getting killed, and families are being destroyed. I mean, the son gets killed, and the family is a basket case for the rest of their lives. I mean, I've seen mothers that thought they heal. They never heal. They say it gets worse with time. It gets worse with time. They lose their boy, they lose their baby, they lose their young daughter to fentanyl poisoning. And I had that talk with President Xi the other day to his son. I said, you know what, that's in our country. We got to stop it. I would have stopped it. I had a deal with him where he was going to give the maximum penalty, which in China is the death penalty for drug dealing. And he was going to give the maximum penalty to fentanyl dealers if they send to the United States and going to get the death penalty. And of course, by now, that was all done. We were going to have it done. And then the election went. We're thinking about that too. We're talking about a tariff of 10% on China based on the fact that they're sending fentanyl to Mexico.
When did you write that letter to the person?
Hey, you guys good over there?
For Mexico and China, we're talking about approximately 25%. We're thinking about going to the Middle East, not yet. We have a thing called the hostages are coming back going on right now, and they are coming back. Some of them have been very young. Look at the young lady with her hand practically blown off. You know how that happened. When you find out, you're not going to be too happy because it was terrible. But the hostages are starting to come back. If I weren't here, they wouldn't be back ever. They would have never come back. They would have all died.
Oh, they're in Everett.
A year earlier, 2 years ago, or frankly, it should have never happened. October 7th should have never happened. Nobody should be dead. But through weakness, they allowed it to happen, and then it was a disaster.
Take it this way,
this way. Just 6 months ago, many of these young people were living. You know, young people don't die like that. They're just dying. And young people aren't dying at 22 and 23 years old. They don't die. But now they're dying, and you wonder why they're dying. They're being killed, and they have been killed. But they say 6 months ago you would have had 11 more living hostages. Think of that. 6 months ago, that Biden couldn't get it done. It's only the imposition that I put on it as a deadline that got it done. But it's a very sad situation. It should have never happened. I'll say two things should have never happened. Three things. Inflation should have never happened. It would have never happened except for what they did to energy and their crazy spending. And Ukraine would have never happened. Never. By the way, Russia never would have gone into Ukraine. I had a very strong understanding that it would have never, ever happened. He disrespected Biden. Very simple. He disrespects people. He's smart. He understands. He disrespected Biden. And also, the Middle East would have never happened. It would have never happened. October 7th would have never happened. But it did happen. So this is the courage I can get. And we're getting the hostages back. That would have never happened. It would have never happened. They were just dying first. Not that slowly. Dying or being killed. But that was what was happening.
Sending weapons to Ukraine, or are you going to turn off the taps?
Well, we're looking at that. We're talking to Zelensky. We're going to be talking with President Putin very soon. And we'll see how it all happens. We're going to look at it. One thing I do feel.
Hey, you guys good over there?
Under Biden, we're in there for $200 billion more. Now it affects them more than it affects us. We have an ocean in between. Little thing called an ocean. The European Union should equalize. We're in there for $200 billion more. Stupid? I guess the answer is yes. Because they must think so. But the European Union takes advantage of us tremendously on trade, and they now take advantage of, and always have. If I didn't get involved years ago, my first term, one of the first things I noticed was that they're not paying enough. They're not paying, and a lot of those countries weren't even paying. The NATO countries, they weren't paying. Only 7 out of 28 were paying. We were one of them. And Poland was one, and I had a few.
Oh, they're in Everett.
Usually, the closer to the borderline of Russia they were, the faster they paid. Okay. The ones that were further away tended not to pay so fast. And one thing on that, I think they should lift their number not to 2%,
Take it this
but to
way,
5%. NATO should be at 5%.
All right, keep going out.
Not at 2%. 2% is ridiculous, yeah.
You asked President Xi in your conversation about Ukraine.
Hey, do you need more?
Yeah. I did, yeah. I said, you ought to get it settled. Because it's not done very much in there. There's a lot of power. I do have a lot of power. I said, you ought to get it settled. We did discuss it, yeah. Well, I don't know if it benefited. I don't know where it is. I don't know much about it other than I launched it. I heard it was very successful. I haven't checked it. Where is it today? How much? Yeah, he wrote me a nice letter, and then I did a. I didn't know people, so we get the letter. I said, well, let's say the letter is sort of a tradition. You put it in the drawer, especially of the beautiful Resolute House.
And they curl it up.
It was a very nice letter. I mean, I could show it because I think it was a nice letter. Maybe I will. Just basically, it was a little bit of an inspirational type letter. Joy, did a good job. I think it was a nice letter. I think I should let people see it because it was a positive for him in writing it. I appreciated the letter. No, not at all. No. We just called it.
Hey, you guys good over there?
If we would have, I just went out to the helicopter, right,
That's all right,
to say goodbye. That's a tradition. As long as helicopter, before it used to be a stagecoach, and the helicopters come along. But that's been a tradition. You go out and
Red tide? You got the red tide.
to get through that day. That was sort of interesting. Don't let the sun fool you. Where's that? Something. Sunny days can get very cold because that was so freezing. You couldn't have gotten through. And the answer is no, it wasn't severe. With that being said, I thought the Capitol, the Rotunda, was beautiful. 72 degrees, unbelievable sound. It's like being in an
they're in Everett.
I could see people going in there rather than outside. Because I think there was enough time. You take a job. You take a job. You want to do it.
Make it this way, this way.
For the rest of their lives. Why should we?
All right, keep going out.
I thought he was a very dumb person, but I used him well because every time people saw me come into a meeting with John Bolton standing behind me, they thought that he'd attack them because he was a warmonger. He's the one that got us involved, along with Cheney and a couple of others, convinced Bush, which is a terrible decision, to blow up the Middle East. Blew up the Middle East and we left. We got nothing out of it except a lot of death. We killed a lot of people, and John Bolton was one of those guys, a stupid guy. But no, you can't have that for life. Shouldn't expect it for them. I don't know. I mean, look, President Zelensky would like to have peace. He's told me that very strong. He'd like to have peace, but it takes two to tango. We'll see what happens. Anytime they want. I mean, I'd like to see that end. Millions of people are being killed, and they're being killed. It's a vicious situation, and they're now largely soldiers. A lot of people have been killed, and the cities look like demolition sites. Buildings, massive buildings, bombing. The thing with Ukraine is that many more people died than you're reporting. You're not reporting the real numbers, and I'm not blaming you for that. I'm blaming maybe our government for not wanting to release those numbers. Many more people died than what you know about. So those big buildings come down, and you say people are injured. Many people, thousands of people have been killed. But the real killing now is on the war front. It's a very flat land. And the only thing that stops a bullet is somebody's body. And you have young soldiers, so Russia's lost about 800,000 soldiers now. Ukraine's lost about 600 or 700,000.
Hey, you guys good over there?
But they've lost massive numbers of young soldiers.
That's all right, Cody, we expected that.
And that war should stop. It's very flat. Beautiful. Beautiful in a different way. The only thing that stops a bullet is a body. And those bodies are stopping a lot of bullets from getting being decimated. Both sides. A
About which one? About tariffs? We didn't talk too much about tariffs, other than he knows where I stand. Look, I paid large tariffs on China. I've taken in hundreds of billions of dollars. Until I was president, China never paid.
Oh, they're in
not
Everett.
10 cents. They paid hundreds of $600 billion or so, or more than that even, of tariffs. And if I didn't do that, you wouldn't have a steel mill open in the United States. You wouldn't
Make it this
have
way,
one
this
steel
way.
mill open in the United
All right,
States.
keep going
So
out.
what I did is I saved the steel industry. I saved other industries too with other tariffs.
Hey, do you need more?
Other countries are big abusers also. You know, it's not just China. China's an abuser, but the European Union is very, very bad to us. They treat us very, very badly. They don't take our cars. They don't take our cars at all. They don't take our farm products, essentially. They don't take very much. We have a $350 billion deficit with the European Union. They treat us very, very badly. So they're going to be in for tariffs. It's the only way you're going to get back. It's the only way you're going to get fairness. You can't get fairness unless you do that. But the European Union is treating us very badly. But essentially, everybody treats us badly. You know, everybody treats us badly. Yes, because we allow them to. Because we had stupid people doing this, and we can't have. I'd like to have these three people negotiate for us, just for 1 week, and we'd be a rich country again. But we'll be rich.
Yeah, just on this side. And they curl it up this way.
On which centers? No, I wouldn't do that. That's something that I like to see federal lands Again, we have a lot of competition for that. So it's an honor to have great CEOs and great geniuses, all three. It's an honor that they want to come to our country, but we're going to make it as easy as we can for them because other countries wanted to. I'm going to have to go now. Thank you all very much. Thank you.
Hey, you guys good over there? Hey, you guys good? Stand by. That's all right, Gunny. We expected that. Good. Red tie? Because red tie. We are going very much. What's that?
Success. Since even before the election, we've been making extraordinary progress. The American people gave us a clear mandate to save our country, and we won all 7 swing states.
Oh, they're in Everett.
Popular vote by millions and millions of votes. Also, all 50 states, as you know, shifted toward the Republican Party, and that's never happened before. All 50, every single one.
Keep going. Make it this way, this way.
In our first week in office, we set records.
All right, keep going out.
350 executive actions. That's not been done before. And it has reportedly been the single most effective opening week of any presidency in history. We want to keep it that way. We want to keep it going. We want to keep it going. We've broken decades of failed Washington policies and restored common sense and sanity to our government. We've unleashed American energy, and we've already achieved record low illegal immigration to see. Nobody tried to get in. That's what we've been waiting for a long time. Woke ideologies out of our government and out of our military. The water has now begun flowing in California as we continue to increase the flow in coming days. We see that they also taken strong action to regain control of the Washington bureaucracy. Just for clarification purposes, because it was incorrectly reported yesterday. That if they're working for the federal government, they must show up to the office on time. We don't want that. counterproductive, and it's unfair to the millions of people in the United States who are in fact working hard in job sites and not from their home. As federal employees, they must meet a high standard of representing their government.
Hey, you guys good over there?
By February 6th to show up back to work in their office. They will be terminated, and we will therefore be downscaling our government, which is something that offices in many, many years, from even before COVID. We all go have never been paid. Some have worked, some haven't worked. Most of the experts say that percentages on promotions. We may ask these people to prove that they didn't have another job during their so-called employment with the United States of America, because if they did, that would be unlawful. You understand? A lot of people are getting...
Oh, they're in Everton.
In any event, we're requiring them to show up to work or be terminated. We think a very substantial number of people will not show up to work, and therefore our government will get...
Keep going, keep going. Take it this way, this way.
We've been looking to do for many, many decades.
All right, keep going out.
Thank you. In addition, there was a short-term pause or funding freeze on certain discretionary spending payments such as government grants, only for us to quickly look at the scams, dishonesty, waste, and abuse that's taken place in our government for too long. As was explicitly stated, this in no way affected Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid, or other entitlements that Americans depend on. I've made abundantly clear from the very first day that I ran from office, that was a long time ago, 2015. If you think about it, I announced in 2015 and we won in 2016. We did very well in 2020. We did really well just recently. And I'm restating right now the confusion that the media is purposely and somehow for whatever reason created. Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid have not been affected. Big bureaucracy where there has been tremendous waste and fraud and abuse. In that process, we identified and stopped $50 million being sent to Gaza to buy condoms from us. They used them as a method of making bombs. How about that? We stopped an attempt to make an illicit payment for illegal alien resettlement. We canceled $181 million in DEI training contracts.
Hey, you guys good over there?
Terminated, completely terminated, and we paused $1.7 billion in unauthorized payments to foreign organizations, including stopping more than $40 million that was on its way out the door to the organization, which has not done its job or not done it properly. We also blocked $45 million for diversity scholarships in Burma. 45, that's a lot of money for diversity scholarships in Burma. You can imagine where that money went. These were the types of payments, and many others. I could stand here all day and tell you things that we found.
Oh, they're in Everton.
But these were the payments and types of payments affected by the temporary freeze, and the American people strongly support these efforts. I talked about it during the campaign, and they voted for us in record numbers.
Keep going.
Every single day
this way.
we're now putting America first and fighting to get the most out of every single tax dollar for our great citizens. We've gathered this afternoon to take another historic action. However, in a few moments, the Latent Riley Act will become the very first bill that I proudly sign into law as the 47th President of the United States. Jackson was a brilliant and beautiful 22-year-old nursing student from Georgia, the best in her class. She was always the best. So what do you do? They were always asking her questions. She was respected by everybody, even her teachers. They respected her so much from the time she was in first grade. Lincoln knew she wanted to spend her time caring for others. That's what she did. To her friends and classmates, she was a light, warm,
Yeah, just not lift up. And they curl it up before.
in the world at a miserable period of time. Just after 47 good job on the campus and all of her relatives. While on her run, Lakin was attacked, viciously assaulted, beaten, brutalized, and murdered by an illegal alien gang member who was set loose into our country by the last administration. We are deeply honored.
Hey, you guys good over there?
Your sister, Thank you very much.
That's all right, buddy. We expected that.
So sad.
Good. Bread pie? You got bread pie.
Tremendous tribute to you during what's taking place.
We're all going to take a while.
So sad.
What's that?
Thank you very much. The Lakin's family, we will keep Lakin's memory alive. Our hearts forever, everyone's hearts. With today's action, her name will also live forever in the laws of our country. This is a very important law. This is something that has brought Democrats and Republicans together. That's not easy to do.
Oh, they're in Everett.
Lakin Hope Riley, the vicious criminal who murdered Precious Lakin, was an illegal alien member of the barbaric Venezuelan prison gang known as Keep
going. Take it this way,
He trespassed across our southern border
keep going out.
in 2022 and was apprehended by Border Patrol, but under the cruel policies of the last administration, instead of being deported as he should have been, he was released into the United States. Millions of other people, many of them very dangerous people. And you see what we're doing, we're getting the hell out of here. He was soon arrested again in New York City on charges of endangering a child, but because of New York City's deadly sanctuary policies, he was released again to reoffend. The Biden administration then provided this illegal alien with a free taxpayer-funded flight to Georgia, where he was arrested yet again. This time for stealing from a Walmart along with his gang member brother.
They curl it up
this cold-blooded criminal go out and faithful morning hunting for women. Tragedy never happens again. We don't want this to happen. And under the law, thank you. Under the law I'm signing today, the Department of Homeland Security will be required to detain all.
Hey, you guys good over there?
Arrested for theft, burglary, larceny, shoplifting,
That's all right, Gunny, we expected that.
assaulting a police officer, murder, or any crime that results in death, serious injury, in addition to the first time ever this happened. Conjunctive relief of any future administration. Every individual is to enforce the universal laws of the United States like happened for long and that was happening for 4 long years, frightful years. amazing. You'd say, how can people do this? How can they allow this to happen? How can they allow criminals to
Oh, they're in Everett.
They're still trying to defend, but they can't. That's why I'm here instead of somebody else, actually. It's the biggest reason. I believe it's the single biggest reason. Inflation was horrible. Many things were horrible during that administration.
Keep going, keep going. Take it this way, this way.
Understand the way they got out. Not that they got out.
All right, keep going out.
So many things were horrible. But to me, this was the worst of all. It's a landmark law that we're doing today. It's going to save countless innocent American lives. I want to thank every House Republican, every Senate Republican, as well as the 12 Senate Democrats and the 48 House Democrats who voted to pass this vitally important bill that we have done with us today. I really do appreciate it. I very much especially appreciate the bipartisan support of the Democrats. Really a big percentage of them came forward. Plenty of them wanted to. They probably felt they couldn't, but they really wanted to. But they don't understand that would have made it a lot more popular. Made them a lot together with their people. And when they did, they're going to be sorry because people are not putting together the sides. This is a perfectly incredible, unbelievable young lady. We're joined today by many great supporters of our new strong border policies and the indeed strong vice president. Secretary Scott Bessie, we just had a move. There's time. We just had a move. Got a lot of Democrat votes. He got a lot of Democrat votes. It's great. I don't know, is that a good thing or a bad thing? I'll have to think about that. Secretary of Homeland Security, who's going to be fantastic. I know her so well, and I know it's probably not complimentary because she is a good woman, but she is tough.
Hey, you guys good over there?
Christy?
You guys good?
Yeah, bye. Christy. Stand up, please. You have such an important
That's all right, Gunny. We
job
expected
to do.
that.
Good. Don't let that look fool.
Red tie? Because red tie.
She cannot stand that she's having to sit here for this.
We're all going.
Another one who's done a job like nobody loves him in a long time. Tom Holman is something special. Something special. And Tom and Christy, the numbers are unbelievable. What's happened? It's like just shut down. Nobody thought that was even possible. It's just shut down. They showed
Oh, they're in Everett.
a year ago, thousands and thousands of people rushing into our country. And today there was nobody there. It was like a beautiful sight. And also Senate Majority Whip John Barrasso. Great guy. Great guy. Thank you,
Keep
John.
going, keep going. Take it this way, this way.
And I also want to thank the bill sponsors, Senator Katie Britt. Katie, thank you, Katie. And Congressman Mike Collins.
Yeah.
And Mike, you were fantastic from Georgia. He took this, he loves this state and he took this very personally. So it's, thank you very much, Mike. As well as Senate Judiciary Committee Chairman Chuck Grassley. Chuck is here someplace. Chuck, thank you very much. You look great. And House Judiciary Committee Chairman Jim Jordan is a special guy, special man. And House Homeland Security Committee Chairman Mark Green. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mark. And we have many other congressmen and senators, but I'm not going to introduce because this is about your daughter. This is about something that's so important. Thank you also to Senator Jones you lieutenant governor, and he was always, you would believe. Thank you very much. So we have state, local officials, we have law enforcement organizations, we have everybody. Most of them are representative of incredible people, and I've never seen them come together like that. There's too many of these, not because different bills, different passages have to do with many different things, from homeland security to inner security to taxes to 50 different items. I've never seen such support
as you have today and as your great daughter has today. So I've never seen anything like it. And we have to think she's going to stay.
Hey, you guys good over there?
Responsible for saving lives. So I'd like to just say to the angel families, I've been with them and they've been with me from 2015 to others. I have this crazy idea in my head to work on president because of the thanks so many of the people that are here that the angel ones, but the angel families, fathers, sons and daughters, they've suffered no reason whatsoever. I want to thank Alexis Nungari, the mother of 12-year-old Jocelyn Nungari, murdered last summer by 2 illegal alien gang members released into the United States by Joe Biden's open border stupid policies.
Oh, they're in
Everett. Thank you very much. Amazing trip, and it was really special to meet you and your family. Appreciate it very much. So bad, so sad we have to be here, frankly. And Jocelyn, as you know, is in our hearts.
Keep going. Make it this way, this way.
Great day.
All right, we're going out.
Celebration of somebody that unfortunately won't be with us, but she is with us now. You know that. Here also is Patty Morin, the mother of Rachel Morin, killed 2 years ago by an illegal alien who was let into our country by the last administration's ridiculous weak policies. Open border, can you imagine? When I heard open border, I said, oh, that's terrible. They're going to release their prisons all over the world. They're going to release their prisons into our country. That's exactly what happened. Patty is joined by Rachel's brother, Michael, Rachel's daughter, Clementine, and sister-in-law, Shannon. Thank you all. With us as well is the loving family of Taylor Hamilton, a 20-year-old girl murdered in 2022 by the MS-13 illegal alien gang member who was a violent, vicious commander. Didn't do anything about it. Stepfather Jeremiah, very much. And
they curl it up this way.
Scorch. Those are young people being killed. And other people too. Thank you to Scott Root, the father of Sarah Root, killed the 21 members of their age. What a sad thing. To each of these angel families, we love you and we stand in awe of your courage and your strength. It's the toughest thing anybody has to go through. Many of the angel families here today were betrayed by the last administration.
Hey, you guys good over there?
Very, arrogant and very, very
That's all right, Gunny, we expected that.
Policies that aren't even believable.
Good.
The Democrats
red tie it? Because red tie.
Today had somebody supported what we're doing with the government. That was supposed to protect their borders. What's that? Borders. It's one of the world's most They came from prisons and jails and insane asylums and mental institutions from all over the world, not just South America. People think South America. They come from all over the world, every continent. And they came here by plane and they were loaded onto buses and they were driven.
Oh, they're in Everett.
To them, and in those buses and those cars and those trucks were some of the meanest criminals anywhere in the world. As of last September, 425,000 illegal alien criminals.
Keep going. Take it this way, this way.
13,099
all right, keep going out.
Illegal alien murderers, of which about almost 50% killed more than one person, and they were roaming all over the country in our farms and our cities.
Yeah.
Under the Trump administration, we're moving with urgency and speed to get these vicious and violent criminals the hell out of our country and restore law and order to our suburbs, our cities, and our towns. And we're going to do it with calm, with prisoners, with all of the people that are working so hard on us. This week, compared to a comparable time a year ago, look at this. The number of illegal border crossings has already fallen by more than 100%. getting a little bit tougher on the border. They tried to follow our policies, and they did much better, but it still is horrible. The numbers are still horrible, so it's 100% over those. They only did it because of the election, so they knew what they were doing was wrong. And those who do cross the border, and you're seeing that every time all you have to do is turn on your television set or pick up a newspaper, read any form of they're watching these people be captured and removed from ICE 15 times in just a short period. And over the past 8 days, the viewers of ICE and border patrol, I think they're never forget border patrol. So our border czar, she never went to the border and never made a phone call. She was the border czar. She never made one phone call. They went to the heads of border, they went to the heads of ICE. Did you ever get a call? No. And she admitted she never made one call, but she was the border czar. And that's exactly what our border is.
Hey, you guys good over there?
Thousands of illegal alien criminals, including hundreds of gang members, traffickers, child predators, terrorists, and murderers. For the first time in history, we're loading dangerous and illegal aliens into military aircraft and flying them back to the
red tide? You said red tide.
2 days ago, they said, no, we're not taking them. They said, we're going to take them.
We are going to
take them. You're going to like it.
Who's that?
You're going to take them. They talked about we're not going to take people that are in shackles. People that are in shackles are murderers, drug lords, rapists, very tough people. They make our criminals look like very nice people. That's about the only thing.
Oh, they're in Everett.
You're sitting there and you have 150 people, no shackles, and they like to murder people. And this is not a good, this would not be a good flight. So
keep going. Take it this way,
profusely within an hour.
All right, keep going out.
Based on something I said, meaning you're going to pay tariffs like nobody's ever paid tariffs before. But
hey, do you need more?
They actually wanted to terminate his position. They're essentially but they actually said they were going to send the presidential plane to pick up these criminals and to bring them because they didn't want to meet the terrorists and have us do a second flight. That's what they did. And I appreciate it. And I do appreciate the people of Colombia are wonderful people and the representatives really welcome me. I appreciate it. They took that stuff there. And we may have cut that from others. It's not going to mean anything. They're going to all take them back. They're going to like it. They're going to like it. They're going to take it back and they're going to like it. Today I'm also signing the executive order to instruct the Departments of Defense and Homeland Security, including those in case of fires, we have 30,000 beds in Guantanamo to detain the worst criminals. That's all I can say. Because we don't want them coming back, so we're sending back to Guantanamo. This will double up the price of Today's signings bring us one step closer to eradicating the scourge of violent crime. It's just an unforced error that we even have to be doing this. Now we need Congress to provide full funding for the complete and total restoration of our sovereign borders, as well as financial support to remove record numbers of illegal aliens. And these are
hey, you guys good over there?
And you would have known that, and you were there
That's
when I
expected that.
said everybody that's bad is going to be thrown. If you look at Venezuela, Venezuela's crime is down 77% because they take
red tide?
drug lords. They've shipped them all into the United States.
We're all going to
What's that? Shipping all these people back where they came from. And now, before I sign the Laken-Riley Act into law, I would like to ask Laken's really incredible mother I've gotten to know. Yes, right. It was a sad day I got to know her. But this is an amazing tribute to an amazing...
Oh, they're in Everett.
Thank you very much.
Keep going. Take it this way. All right, keep going out.
Thank you. Trump. We would like to thank Senator Katie Britt for her diligent bipartisan work to get this bill through the Senate. We'd also like to thank Congressman Mike Collins for his unwavering passion and believing on the Riley Act from the start. Our family will forever be grateful for the prayers of the people across our nation and for helping to get this legislation into law. We also want to thank President Trump for the promises he made to us. He said he would secure our borders and that he would never forget about races. He's a man of his word. He trusts the rights of the American people. Most importantly, I want to thank our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ, because without these sacrifices, Lincoln's story would have ended on that horrific day that she would take us from us. But because of him, we can continue living knowing that we will see Lincoln.
Yeah, just on this side. And then curl it up this way.
Our hope is that her life saves lives. Her passion for helping others, and her legacy for doing good in the name of Jesus Christ will carry on.
Hey, you guys good over there? Hey, you guys good? Stand by.
That's all right, Gunny. We expected that.
Good. You want to bread tie it? You got the bread tie. We all go with the sticky wire. Where's that? One up.
Yeah, that's right.
Oh, they're in Everett. Keep going. Take it this way. All right, keep going out. Hey, do you need more? I'm good. Kill. Yeah, just on this side. And then curl it up this way. Up. Middle. you guys good over there?
This will fly approximately 1,500 people.
So this is January 6th. These are the hostages. Approximately 1,500 per party.
Good.
Full party.
Red tie it? You got the red tie.
No, full party. We have about 6 communications a year.
Where's that?
One up. We hope they come out tonight.
Oh, they're in Everett.
Six commutations. We're looking at different things. But the commutations will be the ones that we'll take a look at.
Keep going. Take it this way. All right, keep going out.
The order does require the Bureau of Prisons to act immediately on receipt of the pardons and commutation orders. Sir, this is...
Hey, do you need more?
We get that down so we can get it.
Yeah. Yes, sir. Yep, absolutely. This is a proclamation granting the state executive powers related to the ongoing
Where do you put that?
Right here, I got it.
Yeah, just on this side. And then curl it up this way.
but it goes beyond that. It locates other executive powers.
One with the wall.
Hey, you guys good over there? Hey, you guys good? Stand by.
That's all right, Gunny. We expected that.
That was actually
Good. Red tie it? You said red tie it. We all go in. What's that?
One up. I don't want to say when, but it's going to happen. Has to happen, but we're not going to have a country.
This is actually an executive order designating the cartels.
Oh, they're in Everett.
Yes, sir.
People have wanted to do this for years. So they are now designated as...
Keep going. Take it this way. All right, keep going out.
Mexico probably doesn't want that, but we have to do what's right. They're killing our people.
Hey, do you need more?
They're killing 250, 300,000 American people a year. Not 100. question that.
Yeah, just on this side. And then curl it up with
Birthright. That's a big one. Could be. It could be a good round, or you could be right. You'll find out.
Hey, you guys good over there?
In the world.
You guys good? Stand by. That's all right, Gunny. We expected that. Good. Red tie? We got the red ties. Go. We all go. Where's that? One up.
Yes, what's in there? It could have been years before we got it.
Oh, they're in Everett.
Well, maybe I'll read it first and then make that. Thank you very much. I may not have seen this.
Keep going, keep going. Take it this way, this way. All right, keep going out.
Unification of our country.
Hey, do you need more?
You know, I didn't know that he gave a pardon to his family. All I can do is I'd like to come back to this. Yes, right. Well, if you can return to 25% of the Mexico economy. Right here, I got it. Last numbers of people coming in. Last numbers of people coming in and thinking of it.
Hold on, what's the number? Yeah, just on this side. And then curl it up this way.
I was very friendly with him. He liked me. I liked him. We got along very well. They thought I was a tremendous threat. Now he's a nuclear power. We get along. I think we'll be happy to see him come in.
Hey, you guys good over there? You guys good? Stand by. That's all right, Gunny. We expected that. Good. Red tie? We got the red tie. We all go. Where's that? One up.
Yeah, it's right here.
Oh, they're in Everett.
And they do it in forced labor. And if we didn't make them, you wouldn't have one steel mill that's open. Hundreds of billions.
Keep going, keep going. Take it this way, this way. All right, keep going out.
Because there was too much money and the budgets didn't work, and other reasons too.
Hey, do you need more?
We're going to have meetings and calls with President Xi. I spoke to President Xi last week. NATO has to pay more money. NATO has to pay back. We are we're in the Ukraine war by $200 billion more than NATO. We spend $200 billion more in Ukraine. Right here, I got it.
Yeah, just on this side. And then curl it up this way. Up, middle. Good.
What does that define that? Because of fentanyl. That's only because of fentanyl.
Hey, you guys good over there?
China controls the Panama. What's that all about? And it's supposed to be.
That's all right, got to be expected
Carter
then.
gave it, which was a terrible mistake.
Good. Red tie it? You said red tie. We all go with the wire. Where's that? One up.
Yes, right here.
Oh, they're in Everett.
The business they do with the oils. You know the big city. Yes. You know what I'm saying. So it's not even.
Keep going. Take it this way, this way.
Biden said, well, they have.
All right, keep going out.
I said, no, we have them over a barrel. And there's no way they're going to be able to do that.
This is an executive. Hey, do you need more? I'm good. Yeah.
As a BRICS nation, I don't have 100% and therefore they'll give it up. They're so excited. Here's the big deal now. A country's going to be based on
Right here, I got it.
Where was only half of that?
Yeah, just on this side. And then curl it up this way.
Good ruling from the Supreme Court. It's like nothing happened. That ruling was 6 months ago. And it was like they've been treated very unfair. The judges have been absolutely brutal. The prosecutors have been brutal.
Hey, you guys good over there? Hey, you guys good? Stand by. That's all right, Gunny. We expected that.
Police officers, Washington.
Good. Red tie it? We got the red tie. Nope. We all go with the wire. Where's that? One up.
Yes, right here. I see murderers in this stuff. They get 2 years, 1 year.
Oh, they're in Everett.
What these people is outrageous. There's rarely been anything like it in history. In the history of our country. And even people that were aggressive.
Keep going. Take it this way. All right, keep going out with it.
But I think they were outside agitators. There were outside agitators involved.
Hey, do
and
you need more?
obviously the FBI was involved.
Yeah.
Because Ray admitted to it. It was 23 people indirectly or directly involved, and within 26, that's a lot of people. You know, we have, what happened in Seattle when they took over the big portion of the city? What happened in Portland where they burn down the city every day and people died? Nothing happened. It's right here, I got it. The still is going after brand new people to tell somebody else with a picture. There's never been a thing. And you know, it's almost 100%. Almost 100% of the people. People go into a trial.
Yeah, just on this side. Yeah, curl it up this way.
Denmark will come along. I mean, this is costing them a lot of money to maintain the people are good and they're not happy with Denmark. I think they're happy with it.
Hey, you guys good over there? Are you guys good? Stand by.
So agreement is necessary. What's the rest?
That's all right, Gunny. We expected that.
International security.
Good. Red tie it? You got the red tie. No proof. We all go with the wire. Where's that?
Well, the first line traffic.
One up.
I did it in Saudi Arabia last time because I gave about $450 billion. Yes, right. Really? You have to buy
Oh, they're in Everett.
Saudi Arabia wanted to buy another 450 or 500. We'll up it for all the nations.
Keep going. Take it this way. All right, keep going out.
Do you want to push Israel and Saudi
It should have
Arabia?
never started. You know, the war with Ukraine and Russia should have never.
Hey, do you need more?
It would have never started.
Chill.
Israel and Saudi Arabia to normalize
Yeah, just on this side. When they curl it up this way.
In other words, I think the U.S. should be entitled to get half of TikTok. And congratulations, TikTok is a good partner. And that would be worth, that could be 500 billion.
Hey, you guys good over there?
Stand by.
That's all right, got to be expected then.
Maybe $1 trillion. So I think
Bruce. Red tie it? You got the red tie. We all go with the black. What's that?
make a deal. Warn up to close it. And we have 90 days to make that decision. Yes, right. But I could see making the deal where the U.S. gets 50% of the police.
Oh, they're in Everett.
But remember, they make telephones in China, they make all sorts of things in China. Nobody ever complains about that. There's so many different products made.
Keep going. Take it this way, this way. All right, keep going out.
It's largely young people. I guess I have a warm spot for TikTok that I didn't have originally, but you know, I went on TikTok.
Hey, do you need more?
When young people are like 36% people. And Republicans typically take 50% for the approval of TikTok. And we have a great partner, the U.S. But the U.S. is basically we're doing that half of the value. Right here, I got it. To be honest, I think we have bigger problems. But you know, when you take a look at telephones that are made in China,
Yeah, just on this side. And they curl it up this way.
None. And it would be 0. Infinity.
Hey, you guys good over there? You guys good? Stand by.
That's all right, got to be expected then.
Good. Red tie it?
You got the red tie.
We all go with the black. What's that?
One up. Yes, right here. Just some.
Oh, they're in Everett.
We're going to probably stop buying oil from them.
Another bottleneck is
We don't want to buy, we don't have to buy through, we have plenty of room.
Keep going. Take it this way, this way. All right, keep going out.
A question that only works today. Are you a dictator on day one?
No.
Hey, do you need more?
Can't imagine being I believe in the sanctity of the vote. The Democrats didn't because they figured out that I believe in the sanctity, and this is too big to lose. This last election, this is too big to lose. Really, could be worse.
Yeah, just on this side. And then curl it up this way.
Up. Middle.
We may have to get an approval from China too, I'm not sure. But I'm sure they'll approve it. And if they don't approve it, someone will have to. But it's good for China because
Hey, you guys good over there? Hey, you guys good? Stand by.
it makes sense for it too.
That's all right, Gunny. We expected that.
If we create the value,
Good. Red tie it?
You got the red tie.
We all go with the wire. What's that? One up.
one of the better things.
Yeah, it's right here.
Oh, they're in Everett.
That was a very perfect. I know the government around the beginning. Don't forget, I was very successful in primarily the
Keep going. Take it this way, this way. All right, keep going out.
Who's worse, a politician or a vicious real estate developer? And I always say, you know.
Hey, do you need more?
I'm good. But after about 3 months and getting to know scum like I
Right here, I got it.
Yeah, just on this side. And then curl it up this way.
Up. Middle. Good.
One attack by Israel.
One with the wall.
The pages and others. You know, the attack on their defenses.
Hey, you guys good over there? Are you guys good? Stand by.
That's all right, Gunny. We expected that.
Good. Red tie it? You got the red tie. We all go with the wire. Where's that? One up.
Yeah, it's right there.
Oh, they're in Everett.
Fantastic things could be done.
Keep going, keep going. Take it this way. All right, keep going out.
You could have, well, you certainly can't have the people that were there. Most of them are dead, by the way, right? Most of them.
Hey, do you need more?
No, I'm good. They didn't exactly work it well. Vicious. If China didn't have played the people, don't forget. China like if we wanted to make a deal with TikTok and it was a good deal, and China and if you say,
Yeah, just put this up. And then curl it up this way.
he was used properly, disrespected him. When Hillary was running, he came back and he said, you know, you better get up for Michigan and Wisconsin. You remember that. Every house has a Trump sign on it. And they all left.
Hey, you guys good over there? Hey, you guys good? Stand by.
Decades.
That's all right, Gunny. We expected that.
Good. Red tie it? You got the red tie.
You want all this list.
We all go with the wire. Where's that? One up.
Everybody wants to know. Yeah, it's right here.
Oh, they're in Everett.
You might be insulted.
It's an executive order relating to holding former government officials accountable for unlawful disclosures. It's an explanatory declaration.
Keep going. Take it this way.
That's a big one.
All right, keep going out.
You know what that allows you to do? That means you can do whatever you have to do to get out of that problem. And we do have.
Hey, do you need more? No, I'm good. Yeah.
I will. In fact, I'd like to know because and I gotta read this letter too, because you knew I got this letter.
Yeah, just on this side. And then curl it up this way.
Because, first of all, I thought it was incredible on the camera. You know why I like it? Because I got the interviews. Maybe the fake news is changing. But
hey, you guys good over there?
Hey, you guys good?
Stand by.
I think everything really counts.
That's all right, Gunny. We expected that.
You can take care of the people. The city
Good.
people.
Red tie? You got the red tie.
And you stood outside.
We all go with you. Where's that?
People went out to just to test it. They couldn't stay out there. Yes, we would have had a disaster. And people would have been hurt.
Oh, they're in Everett.
I think it's just more general than I was
Keep going. Take it this way,
President Biden.
All right, keep going out.
Go and pardon his whole family because that makes him look very guilty. You know, I could have pardoned my family.
Hey, do you need more?
Myself, I'm good. I said, if I do that, it's going to make me look very guilty. I don't think I'll be sitting here. I did that anyway. If I pardon his brother or brother is married, pardoning my wife, the unselect committee, they deploy all the documents. They deliver all the information. And all the information to the right here, I got it. Hey, enjoy it. The answer is responsible for that.
Yeah, just on this side. And then curl it up this way.
It's unbelievable.
Hey, you guys good over there? Stand by. That's all right, Gunny. We expected that. Good. Red tie? You got the red tie. We all go with you. Where's that?
One up. She lost by the greatest margin in history in politician market. At 44. The reason is the
Oh, they're in Everett.
Just keeps chugging forward. She lost by almost 40 points. It's the biggest number anybody's ever lost by. Why would Biden do that?
Keep going. Take it this way,
The reason is that they
All right, keep going out.
destroy documents. And if you're even in a civil case, which this wouldn't be.
Hey, do you need more?
No,
I'm good. Okay.
What's this one?
That's unleashing American energy.
Yeah, just on this side. And then curl it up this way.
China with 1.4 billion. So that wasn't the reason why I dropped out. They offered me to come back to 39 interiors against the And when Biden came back, they came back for 5 years.
Hey, you guys good over there?
They wanted
Stand by.
That's all right, Gunny. We expected that.
China pays
Good. Red tie it?
You got the red tie.
We are, but we can take the wire. Where's that?
One up. And then they went back to yeah, it's right here. Many of these things that they
Oh, they're in Everett.
We're taking a lot, we're going to make a lot of money. We have more than anybody else. You know, European Union charges us.
Keep going. Take it this way. All right, keep going out.
That's the equivalent, almost the equivalent of a tariff. And they're tough. They're very
Hey,
tough.
do you need more?
They don't take our products.
Okay.
They don't take our farm product. They don't take almost anything. The one thing they do
Yeah, just on this side. And then curl it up this way.
with almost, not all, but a couple I will tell you. in a couple of countries, that actually don't make
Hey, you guys good over there? Hey, you guys good? Stand by.
we're gonna do.
That's all right, got to be expected then. Good. Red tie it? Who said red tie? No. We all go with the wire. Where's that? One up.
Yes, right.
Oh, they're in Everett.
They did deserve. They were all with him, every one of them. Now they're all with me. I'm not going to get anything from me. I don't need to do what the nation can do.
Keep going. Take it this way, All right, keep going out.
If they don't do it, China's going to do it. You know, what they've done is they've taken industries and they've taken it away.
Hey,
they
do you need more?
China.
No, I'm good. Okay.
And we sort of like Thank you very much,
Yeah, just on this side. And then curl it up this way.
Thank you very much. Since even before the election, we've been making extraordinary progress. The American people gave us a clear mandate to save our country, and we won all 7 swing states by large margins.
Hey, you guys good over there?
Also, all 50 states, as you know, shifted
That's all right,
toward
gotta
the
be expected
Republican
then.
Party, and that's never happened before. All 50, every single one of them. In our first week in office, we said we're taking over 350 executive actions.
Just red tie.
And it is reportedly been the single most effective
We all go with
week
Where's that?
any presidency in history. And we're going to keep it that way. We're going to keep it going. We want to keep it going. We've broken from decades of failed Washington policies and restored common sense and sanity to our government. We've unleashed American energy, and we've already achieved.
Oh, they're in Everett.
Liberation, as you see. And that's what we've been waiting for a long time, and gotten woke ideologies out of our government and out of our military. The water has now begun flowing in California.
Keep going. Take it this way,
The flow in coming days.
All right, keep going out.
Nobody's seen anything like that, and I've also taken strong action to regain control of the Washington bureaucry.
Hey, do you
Just
need more?
for clarification purposes, because it was incorrectly reported yesterday, we have informed the federal workforce for many years that if they're working for the federal government, they must show up to the office on time and on schedule. We don't want them. We don't want them to work from home because, as everyone knows, most of the time they're not working. sector, and unfair to the millions of people in the United States who are in fact working hard in job sites in their home. As federal employees, they must meet a high standard of representing the government or representing the community. They don't agree by February 6th to show up to work in office. They will be terminated, and we will therefore be downscaling our government, which is something.
Yeah, just on this side. And then curl it up before.
Most of the people we're talking about have not been going to the federal offices in many years. Before COVID, they have never lost a day. Some have wanted, and some haven't wanted. Most of them, instead of saying that, some have just these people to prove that they didn't have another job during their so-called employment with the United States of America, because if they did, that would be unlawful. So you understand, a lot of people are getting paychecks, but they're actually working other jobs. So they have to
Hey, you guys good over there?
Requiring you to show up to work or be terminated. We think
that's all right, gotta be expected
then. People will not show up to work, and therefore our government will get smaller and more efficient. That's why we've been decades, but
Red tide? You got red tide.
thank you. In addition, there was a short-term pause of funding freeze on certain discretionary spending payments, such as government grants, only for us to quickly look at the scams, dishonesty, waste, and abuse that's taken place in our government for too long. As was explicitly stated, this in no way affected Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid, or other entitlements that Americans depend on.
Oh, they're in Everett.
I ran from office. That was a long time ago now. It's 2015. If you think about it, I announced in 2015, and we won in 2016.
Keep going. Take it this way,
really well just recently.
All right, keep going out.
Restating right now to correct any confusion that the media is purposely and somehow, for whatever reason, created. Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid have not been affected by any action we're taking in any way, shape, or form. We are merely looking at parts of the big bureaucracy where there has been tremendous waste and fraud and abuse. In that process, we identified and stopped $50 million being sent to Gaza to buy condoms for Hamas. And you know what's happened to them? They've used them as a method of making bombs. We stopped an attempt to make an illicit payment for illegal alien resettlement. We canceled $181 million in DEI training. This is just for the training for DEI, which has been terminated. We paused $1.7 billion in unauthorized payments to foreign organizations, including stopping $1 million this way. Very corrupt World Health Organization, which is we also brought $45 million diversity scholarships. Money for diversity scholarships in Burma. You can imagine where that money went. These were the types of payments, and many others. I could stand here all day and tell you things that we found. And we have to find them quickly because we want the money to flow to proper places.
Hey, you guys good over there?
Types of payments affected by the temporary freeze, and the American people strongly support these efforts.
That's all right,
we
gotta be
talked about it
expected
during the
then.
campaign, and they voted for us in record numbers. Every single day we're now putting America first and fighting to get the most citizens who gathered this afternoon to take historic action.
Where's that?
In a few moments, the blatant violent act will become the very first bill that I proudly signed into law as the 47th President of the United States.
Oh, they're in Everett.
Lakin was a brilliant 22-year-old nursing student from Georgia, the best in her class. She was always the best. They would say, Lakin, how do you do this? And what do you do? They were always asking.
Keep going. Take it this way, this way.
Even her teachers, they respected
All right, keep going
her
out.
so much. From the time she was in first grade, Lakin knew she wanted to spend her time caring for others.
do you need
That's
more?
what she did. To her friends and classmates, she was a light of warmth and kindness in every single room. To her parents and family, she was everything in the world. They had a miserable period of time. Just after 9 a.m. on February 22nd, Lakin went out for a jog on the campus of the University of México, but she was studying. She never came back. While on a run, Lakin was attacked, viciously assaulted, beaten, brutalized, and murdered. We were set loose into our country by the last administration. We are deeply honored to have joined today by Lakin's parents and the system. Thank you very much. So sad.
Yeah, just on this side. And then curl it up this way.
It's tremendous dream. So sad. The Lakin's family, we will keep Lakin's memory alive. Our thoughts are today's action. Her name will also live forever in the laws of our country. And this is a very important law. This is something that has brought Democrats and Republicans together. That's not easy to do. Lakin did it. Lakin did it. America will never ever forget Lakin.
Hey, you guys good over there?
The vicious criminal who murdered Precious Lakin was an illegal alien member.
That's all right, got to be expected then.
Barbaric Venezuelan prison gang known as perderte. He trespassed across our southern border in 2013. He was apprehended under the cruel policies of the last administration. Instead of being deported, as he should have been, he was released into the United States. These were Indians, people, many of them very dangerous people. And you see what we're doing, we're getting them the hell out of here. He was soon arrested again in New York City on charges of endangering child. New York City's deadly sanctuary policies, as we have in California and many other places, which we're ending. We're going to end them. He was released again to reoffend.
Keep going. Take it this way, this way.
This illegal alien criminal with
right,
a
keep going out.
taxpayer-funded flight from New York to Georgia, where he was arrested yet again, constantly, this time for stealing from a Walmart along with his gang member brother, who was a bad one. Only after being released to stateside by the U.S. law enforcement did this cold-blooded criminal go out on a fateful morning, hunting for women. That's what he did. He hunted. This horrific atrocity should never have been allowed to happen. And as president of having every single day to ensure that such a tragedy never happens again. We don't want this to happen. And under the law, thank you. Under the law I'm signing today, the Department of Homeland Security will be required to detain all of those aliens who have been arrested for theft, burglary, larceny, shoplifting, assaulting a police officer, murder, or any crime. Give state governments the ability to sue the federal government for mediating conjunctive ever again refuses to enforce the immigration laws of the United States or law. And that was happening for 4 long years, frightful years. Amazing. You'd say, how can people do this? How can they allow this to happen? How can they allow criminals to pour into our country and then try and defend it? And they're still trying to defend it.
Hey, you guys good over there?
Instead of somebody else.
Stand by.
That's the biggest reason. I believe it's the single biggest reason. Inflation was horrible. Many things were horrible during that administration. And you look at what took place. That's
Good.
so many
Red tie it? You got the red tie.
It's a landmark law that we're doing today. It's
all go
to save countless innocent lives. I want to thank every House Republican, every Senate Republican, as well as the 12 Senate Democrats and the 48 House Democrats who voted to pass this vitally important bill, and many of them are with us today. I really do appreciate it. I very much especially appreciate the bipartisan support of the Democrats. Really a big percentage.
Oh, they're in Everton.
They don't understand that it would have made them a lot more popular. It would have made them a lot better with their people. The ones that did, they're going to be.
Keep going. Take it this way,
People are not going to forget that they wouldn't sign.
All right, keep going out.
Perfect, incredible tribute to an unbelievable young lady. We're joined today by many great supporters of our new strong border policies, and they are indeed strong, including Vice President Secretary Scott Bessent, who just got approved, by the way. Where's Scott? He just got approved. God, very impressed. Got a lot of Democrat votes. He got a lot of Democrat votes. Yeah, I don't know, is that a good thing? Secretary of Homeland Security. He's going to be fantastic. I know her so well, and I know it's probably not complimentary because she is a woman, but she is tough. Very interesting. Great. Stand up, please. You have such an important job to do. Look, yes, she's tough. She can withstand. She's another one. Nobody that I've seen in a long time. Tom Holman is my friend. He's something special. He's something special. And Tom and Kristen, the numbers are unbelievable. What's happening? It's just shut down. They showed an area that a year ago had thousands and thousands of people rushing into our country, and today there was nobody there. It was like a beautiful sight. And also Senate Majority Whip John Barrasso. Thank you, John.
Hey, you guys good over there? Stand by.
And I also want to thank the bill sponsors, Senator Katie Britt. Katie, thank you, Katie. And Congressman Mike Collins.
Good.
Mike, you were fantastic.
Red tie it? You got the red tie.
He loves his state and he took this very personally. So
We all go.
as well as Senate Judiciary Committee Chairman Chuck Grassley. Chuck is here somewhere. Chuck, thank you very much. Right? And House Judiciary Committee Chairman Jim Jordan, who's a special guy, special man. And House Homeland Security Committee Chairman Mark Reed. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Oh, they're in Everton.
And we have many other congressmen and senators, but I'm not going to introduce because this is about your daughter. This is about something that's so important, and we're going to just go along. Thank you also. We have to say Bert Jones is in the room, and Bert is...
Keep going. Take it this way,
On this, you wouldn't believe.
All right, keep going out.
Thank you very much. I see you sitting there. Thank you very much. So we have state, local officials, we have law enforcement organizations, we have everybody. Most of them are in the room or represented in the room, and they're incredible people, and I've never seen them come together like they have for this. I've done many of these, not of this kind, but different bills, different passages having to do with many different things, from
from homeland security to inner security to taxes to 50 different items. I've never seen such support as you have today and as your great daughter has today. So I've never seen anything like it. And thank you, daughter, for that, because she's going to save a lot of lives. She's going to be responsible for saving a lot of lives. So I'd like to just say to the Indian families, with your brother living with me in 2015 when I first got this crazy idea in my head to run for president because we can do better as a country. I want to thank so many of the people that are here. Sons, daughters, they've suffered tremendous. I want to thank Alexis, mother of 12-year-old Jocelyn, vertebrae celebrate to illegal alien gang members released into the United States by Germany's open borders stupid policies. And thank you very much, Alexis. I want to thank you very much. An amazing trip. It was really special to meet you and your family. Appreciate it very much. So sad we have to be here, right?
Hey, you guys good over there?
Amazing day.
Yeah, bye.
But it was a day of celebration of somebody.
That's all right, Gunny. We expected that.
You're with us, but she is with us. Here also is Patty Moran, the mother of Rachel Moran, 2 years ago by the legal
red tie?
ridiculous, weak policies.
We are going
What's that? We're going to release prisons all over the world. We're going to release their prisons into our Patty is joined by Rachel's brother, Michael, Rachel's daughter, Clementine, and sister-in-law, Shannon. Thank you all for being here. We appreciate it. Yes, thank you very much. With us as well is the loving family of Kayla Hamilton.
Oh, they're in Everett.
13 illegal alien gang member who was violent, vicious, and they knew it, and they didn't do anything about it. And I want to thank you to Kayla's mother Tammy and grandmother Kathy.
Keep going. Make it this way.
Very much.
All right, keep going out.
And finally, I want to thank others who have also suffered this horrible scourge that goes on with young people being killed and other people too. Young people, lost young people being killed. Thank you to Scott Root, the father of Sarah Root, killed at 21 years of age. Taken at 21 by another alien. Each of these angel families, we love you and we stand in awe of your courage and your strength. Many of the angel families here today were betrayed by the last administration. Heartless and foolish, really very arrogant and very dumb policies that aren't even common sense. And so we don't have any common sense. The Democrats also have plenty of common sense. And that's why so many are here today and so many supporters. Buses, and they were driven right up to our border, and they drove right through the border, and nobody even said a word to them. And in those buses and those cars and those trucks were some of the meanest criminals anywhere in the world. As of last September, 425,000.
Hey, you guys good over there?
Including 13,099 convicted illegal aliens.
That's all right, Gunny. We expected that.
Almost 50% killed more than one person. They were roaming all over the country. Under the Trump administration,
red tie? You got the red tie.
It's the hell out of our country. And these law and order to our suburbs, our cities and our towns. Where's that? Tom, with Christy, all of the people, all of these articles.
this week compared to a comparable time a year ago. Think of this. The number of illegal border crossings has already fallen by more than 100%. And because the election was coming, they started getting a little bit tougher on the border. They tried to follow our policies, and they did much
they're in Everett.
Over those. They only did it because of the election, so they knew what they were doing was wrong. And those who do cross the border, and you're seeing that.
Keep going. Make it this way, this way.
Television set or pick up a newspaper.
All right, keep going out.
Read any form of new media, because we have a lot of new media today, fortunately, that's letting the word get out.
Hey, do you need more?
They're watching these people be captured and removed from our country. ICE arrests have risen by 15 times in just a short period. And over the past 8 days, the heroes of ICE and Border Patrol, I could never forget Border Patrol, those heroes, there are so many of them. Our border czars, you remember, never went to the border and never made a phone call. She was the border czar. She never made one phone call. They went to the head of border, they went to the head of ICE, did you ever get a phone call? And she admitted she never made one call, but she was the border czar. And that's exactly what our border is all about. The heroes of ICE arrested thousands and thousands of illegal alien criminals, including hundreds of gang members, traffickers, child predators, terrorists, and murderers. For the first time in history, we're loading dangerous and illegal aliens into military aircraft and flying them back to the places from which they came. You probably read about Colombia 2 days ago.
Yeah, just on this side. And they curl it up this way.
We talked about nice people. That's about the only thing that comes out of this. And I say, could you imagine you're a pilot on the plane and you have your co-pilot, you're sitting there and you have 150 people, no shackles, and they like to murder people. This is not a good, this would not be a good flight. So
hey, you guys good over there?
Apologized to us profusely within an hour, based on something.
That's all right, Cody. We expected that.
You're going to pay tariffs like nobody's ever paid tariffs before. Position.
Red tie? You got the red tie.
But they actually said they were going to send the president to Ukraine to pick up these criminals.
What's that?
Because they didn't want to think let's do something about it. It's what they did. I appreciate it, and I do appreciate the people of Colombia are wonderful people, and the representatives really acted well. I appreciate that they took back the tough talk. We may have tough talk from others, but it's not going to mean anything. They're going to all take them back. They're going to like it too. They're going to like it.
They're in Everett.
Today I'm also signing an executive order to instruct the Departments of Defense and Homeland Security to begin preparing the 30,000-person migrant facility at Guantanamo Bay. Most people don't even know about it.
Keep going. Make it this way, this way.
In Guantanamo.
All right, keep going out.
Detained the worst criminal illegal aliens threatening the American people. Some of them are so bad we don't even trust the countries to hold them.
Hey, do you need
because
more?
we don't want them coming back, so we're going to send them out to Guantanamo. This will double our capacity immediately. It's a tough place to get at it. Today's signings bring us one step closer to eradicating the scourge of migrant crime and community once and for all. And it's just a purely, it's just an unfortunate error that we have to be doing this. Now we need Congress to provide full funding for the complete and total restoration of our sovereign borders, as well as financial support to remove record numbers of illegal aliens. And these are illegal alien killers, criminals at levels that nobody's ever seen before. And you would have known that, and you were there when I said it. You said, hey, it's bad, it's going to be Venezuela's crime is now 77%. Because they're taking their gang members, their prisoners, their drug dealers, their drug lords.
They curl it up this way.
tribute to an amazing young person. And if you could come up, Allison, and say a few words, thank you very much.
Hey, you guys good over there? Hey, you guys good? Stand by.
That's all right, Gunny. We expected that.
We would like to thank Senator Katie Britt for her diligent bipartisan work to get this bill through the Senate. We'd also like to thank Congressman Mike Collins for meeting on that Lake and I private path from the start. Our family will forever be grateful for the prayers of the people across our nation and for helping put this legislation. We also want to thank President Trump for the promises he made to us. He said he would secure our borders and that he would never forget about Lincoln.
Yes, right.
He's a man of his word. We trust that he will fight for the American people.
Oh, they're in Everett.
Most importantly, I want to thank our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ, because without his sacrifices, Lakin's story would have ended on that horrific day that she was taken from us. But because of him, we can continue living.
Take it this way, this way. All right, keep going out.
There's no amount of change that will ever bring back our precious Lakin.
Hey,
Our
do you need
hope
more?
moving forward is that her life saves lives. We're so thankful for her passion for helping others and her legacy for doing good and humanity fights to carry on.
Yeah, just on this side. And then curl it up this way.
Good.
One with the wall.
Hey, you guys good over there? Hey, you guys good? Stand by.
That's all right, Gunny. We expected that.
Good. Red tie it?
You got the red tie.
We all go with the wire. Where's that?
One up.
Yes, right here.
Oh, they're in Everett.
Keep going. Take it this way. All right, keep going out. Hey, do you need more?
No, I'm good.
Kill. Yeah, just come this way. And then curl it up this way. Good. One with the wall.
And we won more Hispanic American votes than any Republican.
Hey, you guys good over there? Hey, you guys good? Stand by.
That's all right, Gunny. We expected that.
Good. You want to red tie it? You got the red tie. Nope. We are going to push wire. Where's that? One up. Yeah, it's right here. Oh, they're in Everett. Keep going. Make it this way, All right, keep going out.
Creation for everyone, not just the rich. If we do our job over the next 21 months, not only
Hey, do you need more?
No, I'm good.
Okay.
Expand our majority, get 3,026.
Yeah, just on this side. And then curl it up this way. Up. Middle. All right, good. One with the wall. Hey, you guys good over there? Hey, you guys good? Stand by.
That's all right, Gunny. We expected that.
Good. You want to red tie it? You got the red tie. Nope. We are going to take the wire. Where's that? One up. Yeah, it's right here. So
Oh, they're in Everett.
But over the past 7 days, my administration has been moving with urgency to restore trade to reverse every single disaster.
Keep going. Make it this way. All right, keep going out.
We want to be nice. And he's probably not listening right now because it's a little late. But you know, I don't want him to listen.
Hey, do you need more? No, I'm good. Yeah.
Yeah, just on this side. And then curl it up this way.
Good.
One with the wall.
Hey, you guys good over there? Hey, you guys good? Stand by.
That's all right, Gunny. We expected that.
Good. Red tie it?
We got the red ties.
We all go with the sticky wire. Where's that?
One up.
Yeah, it's right here.
Oh, they're in Everett.
So you can buy a car purchase. If you like gasoline, you'll have it. If you like
Keep going. Make it this way. All right, keep going out.
But you have to have a right to buy everything. I withdrew from the World Health Organization where we paid $500
Hey, do you
million
need more?
a year and China paid
Yeah.
just $39 million a year despite a much larger...
Yeah, just on this side. And then curl it up this way.
All right, good.
One with the wall. Hey, you guys good over there?
Hey, you guys good?
Stand by. That's all right, Gunny. We expected that.
Good. You want to red tie it?
We got the red ties.
We all go with sticky wire. Where's that?
One up.
Yeah, it's right here.
Oh, they're in Everett. Keep going. Make it this way. All right, keep going out.
Create all these jobs that we've all seen happen. So it was even bigger than the big tax cut. I also said,
Hey, do you need more?
I'm good.
Yeah. Yeah, just on this side. And then curl it up this way. Up. Middle. All right, good. One with the wall. Hey, you guys good over there?
Hey, you guys good?
Stand by. That's all right, Gunny. We expected that.
Good. You want to red tie it?
We got the red ties.
We all go with sticky wire. Where's that?
One up.
Yeah, it's right here.
Oh, they're in Everett. Keep going. Make it this way. All right, keep going out.
I renamed the Gulf of Mexico the Gulf of America, and we are restoring the name of a great president.
Hey, do you need more?
I'm good.
Yeah.
And they curl it up this way. Up. Middle.
And today in Tijuana, you probably saw that.
One with the wall. Hey, you guys good over there? Are you guys good? Stand by.
That's all right, Gunny. We expected that.
Good. You want to red tie it? You got the red tie. We are going. Where's that? Keep one up. Yeah, try to. Oh, they're in Everett. Keep going. Take it this way, All right, keep going out.
And for the first time in history, we're locating and loading illegal aliens into military aircraft.
Hey, do you need more?
No, I'm good.
Yeah.
Yeah, just on this side. And they curl it up this way.
Up. Middle. All right, good.
One with the wall.
And convictions for rape, child sex.
Hey, you guys good over there? Are you guys good? Stand by. That's all right, Gunny. We expected that.
Good. You want to red tie it? You got the red tie.
We are going.
Where's that?
Keep one up.
Yeah, try to.
Oh, they're in Everett.
Keep going. Take it this way. All right, keep going out.
Actually, by comparison, they are very violent people. We also have many violent criminals in our country. However,
Hey, do you need more?
No, I'm good.
Kill.
But I've been arrested 30 times. 30
Yeah, just on this side. And they curl it up this way.
Good.
One with the wall.
Hey, you guys good over there? Hey, you guys good? Stand by.
That's alright, Gunny, we expected that.
Good. You want to red tie it?
We got the red ties.
We all go with the wire. Where's that?
One up.
Yeah, it's right here.
Oh, they're in Everett.
Keep going. Take it this way, All right, keep going out.
punishment, which is the death penalty to anybody making fentanyl and sending it into the United States. Then we had a very...
Hey, do you need more?
No, I'm good.
Kill.
Yeah, just on this side. And they curl it up this way.
Up. Middle. All right, good.
One with the wall.
Hey, you guys good over there? Hey, you guys good? Stand by.
This should include full
That's
funding
all right,
for
Gunny, we
a
expected
record
that.
increase in border security personnel.
Good. You want to red tie it? You got the red tie. We all go with the chicken wire. What's that? One up.
Yeah, try to.
Oh, they're in Everett.
To my right, bring down the chart.
Keep going, keep going. Take it this way, this way. All right, keep going out.
The lowest number of illegals coming into our country in history. And it was,
hey, do you need more?
Even if it didn't show that, I would have loved that chart.
Yeah.
Because that chart I can be here right now with that. We've got left office here, the lowest
Yeah, just on this side. And then curl it up this way. One with the wall.
Hey, you guys good over there? Hey, you guys good? Stand by.
That's all right, Gunny. We expected that.
Good. You want to red tie it?
You got the red tie.
We all go with the chicken wire. Where's that? One up.
Yeah, try to.
Oh, they're in Everett. Keep going, keep going. Take it this way, this way. All right, keep going out.
Help us crack down on criminal aliens and totally restore the rule of law in our country. I'm also...
Hey, do you need more? No, I'm good. Chill.
Yeah, just on this side. And then curl it up this way.
Good.
One with the wall.
Hey, you guys good over there? Hey, you guys good? Stand by.
That's all right, Gunny. We expected that.
Good. You want to red tie it?
You got the red tie.
We all go with the wire. Where's that? One up.
Yeah, try to.
Oh, they're in Everett. Keep going. Make it this way, All right, keep going out.
You to go anywhere. I want you to stay where you are. We'll give you plenty of money to get the job done, right? But we don't want to.
Hey, do you need more?
No, I'm good.
Kill.
Yeah, just on this side. And then curl it up this way.
Good.
One with the wall.
Hey, you guys good over there? Hey, you guys good? Stand by.
That's all right, Gunny. We expected that.
Good. You want to red tie it?
You got the red tie.
We all go with the wire. Where's that? One up.
Yeah, try to.
Oh, they're in Everett. Keep going. Make it this way. All right, keep going out.
The ability to get along with everybody. which he has to when you have a majority of really 5.
Hey, do you need more?
No, I'm good. Right now.
Let's go.
Yeah, just on this side. And then curl it up this way.
Up. Middle. All right, good.
One with the wall.
Hey, you guys good over there? Hey, you guys good? Stand by.
That's alright, Gunny, we expected that.
Good. Red tie it?
We got the red tie. No.
We're all going. Where's that?
One up.
Yeah, it's right here.
Oh, they're in Everett.
Keep going. Make it this way. All right, keep going out.
Cost, capital, and exertion. And think of this. And we did that through exertion and...
Hey, do you need more?
No, I'm good.
Go.
Yeah, just on this side. And then curl it up this way.
Up. Middle. All right, good.
One with the wall.
Hey, you guys good over there? Hey, you guys good? Stand by.
That's alright, Gunny, we expected that.
tie it? You got the red tie. We all go with the big wire. Where's that? One up.
Yeah, it's right here.
Oh, they're in Everett. Keep going. Take it this way,
Under the American first.
All right, keep going out.
Tariffs on other countries go up. Taxes on American workers and businesses will come down, and massive numbers of jobs.
Hey, do you need more?
No, I'm good. The job
Yeah.
creation will be enormous, in particular.
Yeah, just on this side. And then curl it up before.
Good.
One with the wall.
Hey, you guys good over there? Hey, you guys good? Stand by.
That's all right, Gunny. We expected that.
Good. Red tie?
You got the red tie.
What happened is about 2 months ago.
We all go with the big wire. Where's that? One up.
Yeah, it's right here.
It doesn't work. So they canceled, and Detroit now will agree.
Oh, they're in Everett.
They can build that plant if they want, but they have to build it across the line. They have to build it in the United States. Amazing. So many things. Oh, we don't even...
Keep going. Take it this way. All right, keep going out.
That was bigger than most of the factories put together, the auto plants put together. In particular, in the very near future, we're going to be placing tariffs on foreign production of computer chips, semiconductors, and
then curl it up this way. Up, middle.
Semiconductors,
good.
steel, and some other industries. You're going to see things happening. If I didn't put on a massive steel plant, you wouldn't have one steel plant right now in the United States. If I didn't put on the tariffs on washing machines.
Hey, you guys good over there? Stand by.
That's all right, Gunny. We expected that.
Good.
It's not a great scene.
Red tie it?
We got the red tie.
We are going. Where's that?
A freshman can't beat a senior.
One up.
As a wrestler, big head. As a politician, very good. But Jim, is it
they're
true
in
that we say we went up there, we had 25,000 people standing in the streets of a little beautiful town, Whirlpool, right? They were going to close up their factories. South Korea was dumping washing machines and other things like that.
Keep going. Take it this way. All right, keep going out.
Now they're thriving, right? Without Trump, they would have been closed up. But Jim was the one that got me involved.
Hey, do you need more?
No, I'm good.
Yeah.
I like him, man. We like him.
Yeah, just on this side. And then curl it up this way. Up, middle.
Start within 12
Good.
days. One day we'll be back.
One with the wall.
Hey, you guys good over there? Stand by.
That's all right, Gunny. We expected that.
Good. Red tie it?
We got the red tie.
We are going. Where's that?
One up.
The country's going to be bankrupt. That's why it's going to cut, because they're not going to have a choice. Not that they're saying they're going to cut it. Our country is headed for absolute bankrupt.
Oh, they're in Everett.
Energy policy is permanent and making our historical renovation efforts a fixture for us also that no future president, like they did with Anwar. I got Anwar approved.
Keep going. Take it this way.
It's the largest site.
All right, keep going out.
The largest site in the world, larger than Saudi Arabia. And I got it done. Ronald Reagan couldn't get it. Nobody could get it done. They
Hey, do you
tried,
need more?
they couldn't get it done. I got it done. And the first
Yeah.
thing they did was end Anwar in Alaska.
Yeah, just on this side. And they scroll it up this way.
Industries that we need to be laser focused and completely. We have the greatest scientists within Chinese. This is the most brilliant scientists in the world. Seattle, various places.
Hey, you guys good over there? Hey, you guys good? Stand by.
Somebody come up with something. We always have.
That's all right, Gunny. We expected that.
I would say that's amazing.
Good. You want to red tie it?
He's got the red tie.
We're all going. Where's that? One up.
And in a little while, I'll be signing 4 new executive orders. First is
Oh, they're in Everett.
Thank you very much for the support. You really do. To immediately begin the construction of the state.
Keep going. Take it this way. All right, keep going out.
Other countries, but we don't protect ourselves. And when Ronald Reagan wanted to do it many years ago.
Hey, do you need more?
I'm good.
Yeah.
And next week,
Yeah, just on this side. And they curl it up this way.
Good.
I didn't have an ad on it.
One with the wall.
3 falls and 1 acceptance. They said, "Could you speed it up?"
Hey, you guys good over there? Hey, you guys good? Stand by.
January
That's all right, Gunny. We expected that. Red tie it? Who got the red tie? We all go. Where's that? One up.
Yeah, it's right here.
And it's one thing I give the Democrats a lot of credit for. They have lousy policies.
Oh, they're in Everett.
They stay together on stuff that nobody can do. We want prisons emptied out into our country. They stick together on everything. Impeachment hoax number one.
Keep going. Take it this way. All right, keep going out.
Support during those two problems, those two fake witch hunts, which have now turned out.
Hey,
to
do you
be
need more?
fake and disgusting.
Good.
But
Yeah.
you gave me tremendous support. But the Republican Party has to.
Yeah, just on this side. And then curl it up this way.
That small majority. But in a certain way, it brings you to
One with the wall.
Hey, you guys good over there? Hey, you guys good? Stand by.
That's all right, Gunny. We expected that.
Good. Red tie it?
Who got the red tie?
And in January 2027,
We all go. Where's that? One up.
Yeah, it's right here.
Oh, they're in Everett. Keep going. Take it this way.
it's good to win.
All right, keep going out.
It's really good to win, but they can't raise money. But I told my people the morning after. Now, normally, because we have so many donors here and so
Hey,
many
do you need
people,
more?
love and respect,
Yeah.
great friends of mine, but I told my people, he is so good. Stand up, Wow, look at that. Most powerful woman in the world, they say. Most powerful woman in the world. Right here, I got it.
good.
Sir, you know, a woman has never been in this position. I said, really? By the way, you didn't do too badly either, right? You did a great job, 26th. And when it came time to
Hey, you guys good over there? Are you guys good? Stand by.
That's all right, got to be expected then.
Good. You want to red tie it?
He got the red tie.
We all go with the Where's that?
One up.
Yeah, strike two.
Oh, they're in Everett.
So good.
Keep going. Take it this way, this way. All right, keep going out.
Before we had to win a lot of votes because it's crooked as hell, and I hope you can.
Hey, do you need more?
Voter ID
I'm good.
and same-day
Yeah.
voting and paper ballots and all of those things because ultimately, I hope you can get that, and that's said to the government mostly, but people have a lot of power over it. But since he ran the race, but I just want to thank everybody. I believe quickly and then we're going to go on.
Yeah, just on this side. And then curl it up this way.
So bad. Nobody could win with this policy. Nobody. And we have the best policy. And again, as they say, and we say, and we say for a long time, we're the party of common sense. And we're the party that's going to have the best 4 years. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Hey, you guys good over there? Are you guys good? Stand by.
That's all right, got to be expected then.
Good. You want to red tie it?
He got the red tie.
Well, thank you very much. It's an honor to be here today. We have first full day as president. We had a great first term, but we're going to have an even better second term. And I think we're going to do things that people will be shocked at. We're starting off with tremendous investment coming into our country at levels that nobody's really ever seen before. We're very happy with the fact that I won the race and that they feel confident in their investments, and it's big money and high quality people. So my first day back from having a nice life.
Take it this way, this way.
It's my honor to welcome three of the world's leading technology CEOs, and in the case of Larry Ellison, it's well beyond technology.
Hey, do you need
sort
more?
of CEO of everything. He's an amazing man, an amazing business person. But to announce the largest AI infrastructure project by far in history, and it's all taking place right here in America. As you know, there's great competition for AI and other things, and They're coming in at the highest level. We're joined by Oracle Executive Chairman Larry Ellison, SoftBank CEO, my friend Masa, here's your son, and CEO of OpenAI, and I would say by far the leading expert based on everything I read, Sam Altman. It's great that you're coming in together. That's a massive group of talent and money. Together, these world-leading technology giants are announcing the formation of Stargate. Put that name down in your books. In the future, a new American company that will invest $500 billion at least in AI infrastructure in the United States and very, very quickly, moving very rapidly, creating over 100,000 American jobs almost immediately. This monumental undertaking is a declaration of confidence in America's potential under a new president. A new president, I didn't say it, they did. So I appreciate that, but it'll ensure the future of technology. What we want to do is we want to keep China's.
Hey, you guys good over there? You guys good? Stand by.
We want it to be in this country, and we're making it
That's
available.
We expected that.
I'm going to help a lot through emergency declarations because we have an emergency right to get this country.
Good.
So they have to produce a lot of electricity. We'll get that production done very easily at their own plants if they want. We'll build the AI plant, they'll build energy generation. But it's technology and artificial intelligence, all made in the USA. Begin immediately, Stargate will be building the physical and virtual infrastructure to power the next generation of advancements in AI.
Oh, they're in Everton.
Massive structures. I was in the real estate business. These are big, beautiful buildings that are going to employ a lot of people. And physical campuses in locations currently being scouted.
Keep going. Take it this way, this way.
Locations. I think they have their choice.
All right, keep going out.
I'd like to ask Larry, Sam, and Masa to say a few words and just talk about a little bit about what they're doing, and if you have any questions, and then we'll go into a couple of other subjects also. But this is to me a very good thing. $500 billion Stargate project. I think it's going to be something that's very special. It'll lead to something that could be the biggest of all. So, Larry, maybe we'll start with you and we'll go down the line. Thank you.
President, we certainly couldn't do this without you. It would simply be impossible. AI holds an incredible promise for all of us, for every American. We've actually been working with OpenAI for a while, across it for a while. The data deliver actually under construction, most of them are under construction in Texas. Each building is 500 million square feet. There are 10 buildings currently being built, but that will expand to 20. And other locations. Kind of applications that we're building. To give you an idea, maybe the most charismatic and the ones that electronic health records, not just medical records, but looking at the doctors better understanding provide healthcare plans that are much better than they otherwise would be. A doctor in Indian River Reservation would be able to see how a doctor at Memorial Sloan Kettering would treat the patient, or a doctor at
Hey, you guys good over there?
we actually provide all of that information, all of that guidance to the doctors.
That's all right,
treating
we
cancer
expected that.
patients or patients with any other kind of disease made possible.
Good.
But this is a very
red tie. You got the red tie. We are going. Where's that?
I feel cold.
Thank you. Well, Mr. President, last month I came to celebrate your and you told me, oh, Masa, go.
Oh, they're in Everton.
Because this is the, as you said, this is the beginning of golden age.
Keep going. Take it this way. All right, keep going out.
We wouldn't have decided to do this. This is the beginning of golden age. We wouldn't have decided unless you want.
Hey, do you need more?
And yesterday we agreed to make it. So we would make this happen. We would immediately start deploying 100 billion with the goal of making 500 billion within next 4 years. Within your time. Right? Because so we are very, very excited to do this. And our partners, the SoftBank, OpenAI, Oracle, and additionally investing partner with India. On top of that, we have the technology partner and of course Microsoft is very, very supportive to SAM and continue to support all our success. This is not just for people's life. This will help solving many, many issues, difficult things that otherwise we cannot. It's a powerful area. I think Asia is coming very, very soon. And then after that, artificial super intelligence will come to solve the issues that mankind never ever have thought that we could solve. Well, this is the beginning of our golden.
Hey, you guys good over there? Hey, you guys good? Stand by.
I don't have too much to add, but I did want to say
That's all right, Cody. We expected that.
I think this will be the most.
Good. Red tie it? We said red tie.
I think it'll be exciting project.
We all go. Where's that?
Back.
One up.
Yeah, it's right.
Oh, they're in Everton.
These guys can make sure what they're doing there. I think they'll jointly be some of the leaders about driving progress here. But I believe that as this technology progresses, we will see diseases get cured at an unprecedented rate.
Keep going. Take it this way.
This cancer and that one, heart disease.
All right, keep going out.
And what this will do for the ability to deliver very high quality healthcare, the costs, but really to cure the diseases.
Hey, do you need more?
At a rapid rate, I think will be among the most important things this technology does. So we're currently working on. No, I'm not that Thank you. One of the most exciting things we're working on, again, using the tools that Ken and Marco have provided, is a cancer vaccine. It's very interesting. Early diet, it turns out, because all of our cancers, cancer tumors, little fragments of blood floating in the so you can do early cancer detection. You can do early cancer detection with a blood test. And using AI to look at the blood and they curl it up with cancers that are actually seriously threatening the person. So we can, again, cancer diagnosis using AI to predict and then once we
individual person to vaccinate them against that cancer. And you can make that vaccine, that mRNA vaccine, you can make that robotically, again using AI in about 48 hours.
Hey, you guys good over there?
The development of a cancer vaccine for your particular cancer aimed at you.
That's all right, gotta be
Have
expected
that
then.
vaccine available in 48 hours. This is the promise of AI and the promise of
Good. Red tie it? You got the red tie.
Yeah, just 1 second. We'll finish up. But these are highly respected.
What's that?
I was shocked with that. Just does this stuff. He did a very good job. But he's so respected in the group, and it's really. But, for Larry to be here and do this is very unusual. Yes, he doesn't do this stuff. He doesn't need it. And you don't need it, do you? You don't need it.
Oh, they're in.
But I think it's an honor to be in the country. It's a great honor that this group, these are the top people, that they're going to do it, and they're going to do it here, and we're going to make it as easy as it can be.
Keep going.
$500
Make it this way, this way.
project comes in addition to a separate
All right, keep going out.
between 100 and 200 billion dollars from, as we know, from Massa. We talked about
do you need more?
before. Also 20 billion from the MAC, which was great. And we have many others that are coming. Some I just announced, and it's easier, but there's some I know them and they're so highly respected. I'd rather do it this way. Many would like to do it this way, but we're letting the world know what's happening. This is money that normally would have gone to China or other countries, but in particular China. In total, before the end of my first full business day in Washington and the White House, we've already secured nearly $3 billion in investments in the United States, and probably hit 56 or 7 by the end of the week. Tremendous amounts of money are coming in for many things other than even AI. AI seems to be very hot. Seems to be the thing that especially our country will be prospering like never before. I think that's true. It's going to be oriented day in any administration history. Assigned a slate of executive orders to stop the invasion of our borders. They want the government by never defeat inflation and bring down the cost of global life and bring it down. And when energy comes down, Larry, I'd say generally speaking, when energy comes down, everything else comes down. The prices of food and the prices of everything else come down. Energy is that's the big baby. And we declared a national energy emergency.
Hey, you guys good over there?
You guys good? Stand by. Drill, baby, drill. Like never before. We ended.
That's all right, gotta be expected then.
DEI mandates across the federal government to return to our country to a merit-based system and a common system. As you know,
red tie it? You got the red tie.
This country can be based on merit instead of a lot of different rules and regulations.
What's that?
Affecting the big disadvantage. We found government censorship and destroyed free speech that was yesterday. Renamed the Gulf of Mexico, the Gulf of America. It's so beautiful, the Gulf of America. And returned the name of the great president, William McKinley, that took off the name.
Oh, they're in Everett.
Successful businessman. He ran for governor of Ohio. He won and did a great job as governor. Ran for president and he won. He was assassinated ultimately in the second term.
Keep going. Take it this way.
He was the tariff king, and he.
All right, keep going out.
I don't think he was as bad as I am. I think I believe in him even more than him, but he believed in him very strongly, and he raised massive amounts of money. Our country was at its richest from 1870 to 1913. That was when we were the richest, relatively speaking. We were the richest during that period of time. That was tariffs from other countries. And our administrations were in with unprecedented urgency. We confront every single crisis facing us. We to get the job done. And again, I want to thank Sam and Martha and Larry for being here. It's an honor to have them. And we'll take a few questions.
It's right here, I got it.
Well, I don't know. Was it looking at comments or looking at what? Okay, well, we'll take a look at that. I can say this.
Yeah, just on this side.
Murder is not in charge.
And they curled it up this way.
Murder is not in charge. All over. Take a look at what's going on in Philadelphia. Murder. These people have already served years in prison and served viciously. It's been a terrible, terrible thing. I also say this, you go to Portland where they wrapped police officers, shot police officers, nothing happened to anybody. You go to Seattle where they took over a big chunk of the city, died.
Hey, you guys good over there?
And you go also, take a look at Minneapolis.
That's where I'm going to be expecting that.
If I didn't bring in the National Guard, that city wouldn't even exist today. People were killed and nobody went to jail. So these people have already served. Joe Biden gave a pardon yesterday to a lot of criminals. That he did and you should be asking that question. Why did he give a pardon to all of these people that committed crimes? Why did he give a pardon to the J6 Unselect Committee when they burned and destroyed all documents which showed that they did what was wrong, not me. Wait a minute. Why did they give a pardon to all of his relatives, his brother who made...
Oh, they're in Everest.
That's the question you should be answering. All right, go ahead. Yeah, please. No. That's enough. Go ahead.
Keep going. Take it this way.
Pretty much.
Right,
I think we have a
out.
good situation now. It's been in some ways made simpler by Los Angeles because they're going to need a lot of money. And
hey, do you need
generally
more?
speaking, I think you'll find that a lot of Democrats are going to be asking for help. So I think maybe that makes it more one-sided. I think we're going to do very well. Look, we're going to take care of Los Angeles. I'm going there. I'm going to North Carolina, which has been abandoned by the Democrats. And I'm going to North Carolina very importantly first. I'll be there on Friday. And then I'm going from there to Los Angeles. And then I'm going to Nevada. And I'm really going to Nevada to thank them for the vote because we won Nevada overwhelmingly. And that's usually the Democrats. So, I just want to go there to thank the people of Nevada for the big vote. We'll be making that. Yeah, please.
Is there now a place for them in the conversation?
Well, we have to see. They've been given a pardon. I thought their sentences were ridiculous. That was an anti-American flag, and he was given years in jail. I don't know the exact number of years. The cases to do with that, these were people that actually love our country, so we thought it might be.
Conversation with Republicans today, you asked them to consider recess.
I think, yeah, if it's needed, I don't think it's going to be needed. Marco, as you know, got passed overwhelmingly with 99 to nothing, which is pretty amazing.
Hey, you guys good over there?
But he just got, I guess he was the first one, just got approved. That's some vote, 99 to nothing, and the nothing, what is it again, vote that he would have gotten. You know whose vote that was. He's doing a great job right now as vice president.
You got the first time. We all go. Where's that?
Well, what I really want to have done, I was talking about this with you guys back in the Oval Office.
Los Angeles has massive amounts of water available to it. All they have to do is turn the valve, and that's the valve coming back down from the Pacific Northwest, where millions of gallons of water a week and a day, in many places, pours into California, goes all through California down to Los Angeles, and they turned it off. It's off now. The valve goes. It turns toward the Pacific Ocean, and all the water goes forward.
Take it this way, this way.
If they did what I told them to do, they wouldn't do it because politically they didn't think it was good. I think it's great politically. I think they're dead politically. What they've done, they've destroyed the city. What they've done to that city is unbelievable. The sprinklers, their sprinklers in there like these right here that you see, none of them had any water on them. They didn't have any water. The fire hydrants, 40% of them had no water. The brush was just dry. Everything was dry. The sprinklers in the lawn weren't allowed to even be used. So, everything was dry, and it was an inferno. They created an inferno. So we're demanding that they turn the valve back toward Los Angeles right now. It's not even believable that they haven't done it. Just so you know, they have a valve, and it turns. Like, think of a sink that multiplies times many thousands of times the size of it. It's massive. And you turn it back to Los Angeles. They either have a dead fish, they're stupid, or there's something else going on that we don't understand. But we want the water that they're throwing away to be used for California. And that includes the farmers in California. When you drive up north, you see all of the land. I couldn't believe it. I was with Devin Nunes when he was a congressman. Driving up on the highway. I keep looking at these farms, and the land is bone dry, and then you see an acre, the most beautiful green plants growing in it. The most beautiful. It's rich stuff, and you look at the soil, and it's so rich. That soil is almost the equivalent to like Iowa soil. It's phenomenal. It's got no water.
Hey, you guys good over there?
I said, what do you mean look at the thing? It's dry as a bone. The reason you have like an acre is because they say you can farm 1 acre but no more. Because they didn't want to waste water. But they throw the water into the Pacific. These people are crazy. So we're going to be issuing an executive order. Immediately let that water come down to California. Farmers, even people living in Beverly Hills. Now those people have been a lot of them are wiped out. Believe it or not. They were having restrictions, Larry, you know about this. They wanted to restrict you to 38 gallons of water a day. That sounds like a lot, but it's not. When you're a rich person, you like to take a shower. 38 gallons doesn't last very long. And they have all this water, and it's really good water. Up high, Pacific Northwest. Some comes in from Canada. A nice country, by the way. It comes in from Canada, and it comes all the way through California, and they're restricting it. You even have the half pipes.
Keep going. Take it this way, this way.
Big ones, bigger than this room.
All right, keep going out.
And they're going all the way down, and they're bone dry, and they could be loaded up with water. No, but isn't it incredible that they don't do it? And it's to protect the Delta smelt. It's a fish that's doing poorly anyway, but it's how are you protecting the Delta smelt by not giving it water? Nobody can answer that question. Well, let me do this first. I would be if you wanted to buy it. I'd like Larry to buy it too. I have the right to make a deal. So the deal I'm thinking about, Larry, let's negotiate in front of the media. The deal I think is this. And I've met with owners of TikTok, the big owners. It's worthless if it doesn't get a cut. It's not like, oh, you can take the U.S. The whole thing is worthless. With a cut, it's worth like $1 trillion. So what I'm thinking about saying to somebody is buy it and give half to the United States of America. And we'll give you
Yeah, just on this side.
It's actually more valuable because they have the ultimate partner. The United States will be a bit more worthwhile for them. So think of it, you have an asset that has no value or has $1 trillion value. It all depends on whether or not the United States gives the payment. So what I'm saying is that the United States give the payment and the United States should get half. Sounds reasonable. What do you think? Yeah, he can afford it too.
Mr. President, you're a president who has long said that you back the blue.
Hey, you guys good over there?
No, the opposite. In fact, I'm going to be letting two officers from Washington Police, D.C. I believe they're on D.C., but I just heard that they were arrested, put in jail for 5 years because they went after an illegal, and I guess something happened, something went wrong. And they arrested the two officers and put them in jail for going after a criminal. A war criminal, by the way. And I'm actually releasing. You know, I am the friend of police. More than any president that's ever been in this office.
400 of the people that you pardoned assaulted officers. So I want to ask you, the Vice President J.D. Vance, he said, this is a week ago, he said, if you committed
they're in Everton.
obviously you should not be pardoned. Why is the Vice President wrong?
Well, only for one reason. They've served years in jail. They should not have served, and they've served years in jail, and murderers don't even go to jail in this country. And we had 1,500, we have 16 under review. As you know, we commuted about 16 of them because it looks like they could have done things that were not acceptable for a full pardon. But these people have served years of jail, and their lives have been ruined, and in many cases, listen to me for a second, stop interrupting. They served years in jail, and you look at the American public, the American public is tired of it. Take a look at the election. Just look at the numbers in the election. We won this election in a landslide because the American public is tired of people like you that are just one-sided, horrible people in terms of crime. You don't talk about all the people that have been killed, what happens to those murderers. Murderers get no chance. You take a look at some of these DAs. They go after political opponents, but they don't go after people that shoot people in the street. They're caught. They know where they're living. They know everything. They don't even go up to pick them up anymore. They just live there. They know all about it. They have their pictures. They have the tape of the shooting. And they don't even go up to pick and you talk about this. Unbelievably wealthy, poorly. In the history of our country, there's never been anything like this. They're still looking for them, but they're not looking for the murderers, the people that are killing everybody. We are, though, and we're getting them out of the country. We just started that. We're getting them out of the country. They're going to be gotten out of the country because they came from jails and from prisons. They killed many people. Some of them killed many people. About 50% of them killed more than one person. They were released into our country. That's what we're focused on, not the kind of nonsense you're talking about.
Hey, you guys good over there? Stand by.
Sounds like it.
That's all right, Gunny. We expected that.
The war should have never started. If you had a competent president, which you didn't, the war would have started. The war in Ukraine would have never happened. But that didn't happen because the election was rigged. Yeah, go ahead.
Where's that?
Well, I like both sides of the argument, but I also like very competent people coming into our country, even if that involves them training and helping other people that may not have the qualifications they do. But I don't want to stop. And I'm not just talking about engineers. I'm talking about people at all levels. We want competent people coming into our country. And HB1, I know the program very well. I use the program. Maitre d's, wine, experts, even waiters, high quality waiters. You got to get the best people. Now then you go into people like Larry, and he needs engineers, and Massa needs, and this gentleman needs engineers like nobody's ever needed engineers, right? So we have to have the quality people coming in. Now, by doing that, we're expanding businesses, and that takes care of everybody. So I'm sort of on both sides of the argument, but what I really do feel is that we have to let really competent people, great people come into our country, and we do that through the H-1 program.
Tariffs on Canada and Mexico, and that's
No, it's really not, it has nothing to do with that. They've allowed, both of them, Canada very much so, they've allowed millions and millions of people to come into our country. They couldn't do it. They could have stopped them, and they didn't. And they've killed 300,000 people last year. Have been destroyed by drugs, by fentanyl. The fentanyl coming through Canada is massive. The fentanyl coming through Mexico is massive. And people are getting killed. Families are being destroyed. The son gets killed in families.
And they curl it up before.
I've seen mothers that thought they heal. They never heal. They say it gets worse. It gets worse with time. They lose their boy. They lose their baby. They lose their young daughter to fentanyl poisoning. And I had that talk with Comenta the other day too. You got to stop it. I would have stopped it. I had a deal with him where he was going to give the maximum penalty, which in China is the death penalty for drug dealing. And he was all set. He was going to give the maximum penalty to fentanyl dealers.
Hey, you guys good over there?
And of course, Biden didn't pick that up. I had that deal all done. It was all wrapped up. We were going to have it done. And then the election went.
Good. Red tie? Just red tie.
He never followed up on that deal, but he should have followed up, because if they got the death penalty, they wouldn't be sending fentanyl from Mexico, Canada, and other places. We're thinking about that too. We're talking about a tariff of 10% on China based on the fact that they're sending fentanyl to Mexico and Canada. Probably February 1st is the date we're looking at. For Mexico and China.
Oh, they're in Everett.
Approximately. We're thinking about going to the Middle East, not yet. We have a thing called the hostages are coming back.
Take it this way, this way.
Some of them have been very damaged. You look at the young lady with her hand practically blown off. You know how that happened, right? Did you know how that happened? When you find out, you're not going to be too happy because it was terrible. But the hostages are starting to come back. If I weren't here, they wouldn't be back ever. They would have never come. They would have all died. If this were done a year earlier, if Biden would have done this deal a year and a half, 2 years ago, frankly, it should have never happened. October 7th should have never happened. Nobody should be dead. But through weakness, they allowed it to happen, and it was a disaster for them. But if you go back to 6 months ago, many of these young people were living. Young people don't die like that. They're just dying. And young people aren't dying at 22 and 23 years old. They don't die. But now they're dying, and you wonder why they're being killed. And they have been killed. But they say 6 months ago you would have had 11 more living hostages. Think of that. 6 months ago. Then there's only the imposition as a deadline that got it done. But it's a very sad situation. It should have never happened. I'll tell you 2 things should have never happened. 3 things. Inflation should have never happened. It would have never happened except for what they did to energy and their crazy spending. And Ukraine would have never happened. Never. By the way, Russia never would have gone into Ukraine. I had a very strong understanding with Putin. It would have never, ever happened. He disrespected Biden. Very simple. He disrespects people. He's smart. He understands. He disrespected Biden. And also...
hey, you guys good over there?
Because Iran was broke. They had no money. They had no money for Hamas. They had no money for Hezbollah.
We expected that.
It would have never happened. October 7th would have never happened. But it did happen. So this is the cards that we get. And getting the hostages back. That would have been Not that slowly. They were dying or being killed. But that was what was out there.
Where's that?
We're talking to Zelensky. We're going to be talking with President Putin. And we'll see how it all happens. We're going to look at it very. One thing I do feel, the European Union should be paying a lot more than they're paying because under Biden, I mean, we're in there for $200
they're in
billion.
Everton.
It affects them. So it's really an little thing called an ocean. The European Union should equalize. We're in there for $200 billion more than the European Union. I mean, what are we, stupid?
Keep going. Yes. Make it this way,
Because they must think so.
Right,
but the European Union takes advantage of us tremendously on trade, and they now take advantage of, and always have. If I didn't get involved years ago, my first term, one of the first things I noticed was that they're not paying enough. They're not paying. A lot of those countries weren't even paying. The NATO countries, they weren't paying. Only 7 out of 28 were paying. We were one of them. And Poland was one, and had a few of them they were paying, and some were paying very privately. Usually they're closer to the borderline of Russia than were, the faster they paid. Okay? The ones that were further away tended not to pay so much. And one thing on that, I think they should lift their number not to 2%, but to 5%. NATO should be at 5%, not at 2%. 2% is ridiculous.
U.S. President Xi in the conversation.
Yeah, I did. Yeah, so we're to get it settled. Because it's not done very much in there. We've got a lot of power. Like we have a lot of power. He said you ought to get it settled. We did discuss it.
Yeah, just on this side. And they curl it up before.
Well, I don't know if it benefited. I don't know where it is. I don't know much about it. I don't know. Checked it. Where is it today? How much? Yeah, he wrote me a nice letter. I mean, I did open it last night. And I didn't know people said, did you get the letter? I said, wait a minute, let's see the letter. It's sort of a tradition. You put it in the door, especially in the beautiful.
Hey, you guys good over there?
And I opened it. It said to number 47.
That's all right,
it was a very nice letter. I mean, I could show it because I think it was a nice letter. Maybe I will. I just basically
Good.
a little bit of
Red tie?
an inspirational joy, very good job. Important the job is. But I think it was a nice letter. I think I should let people see it because it was positive for him. I appreciated the letter. No, not at all. No, not at all. It was just cold. Look, if we would have, I just went out to the helicopter.
They're in Everton.
He said, that's a tradition. As long as helicopter, before it used to be a stagecoach, and then helicopters came along. But that's been a tradition. You go out and you do that. And we stood there for 10 minutes, and I'll tell you what.
Keep going. Take it this way, this way.
It was cold. It was sort of interesting.
All right,
Don't
keep
let
going
the
out.
sun fool you. Tell me something. Sunny days can get very cold, can't they? Because that was so freezing yesterday.
Hey,
you couldn't have
more?
gotten through it. It would have been. And the answer is no. It wasn't secured. With that being said, I thought the capital, the rotunda, was beautiful. 72 degrees, unbelievable sound. Something in an opera house. I could see people wanting to do it there rather than outside. I think there was enough time. You take a job. You want to do a job. You're not going to have security and people for the rest of their lives. I thought he was a very dumb person, but I used him well because every time people saw me come into a meeting with Joe Goldman, stand behind me, that he attacked me. He was a warmonger. He's the one that got us involved, along with Cheney and a couple of others, convinced Bush, which was a terrible decision. to blow up the Middle East.
Yeah, just on this side.
He's killed a lot of people, and John Bolton was one of those guys. No, you can't have that for life. You shouldn't expect it. I don't know. President Zelensky would like to have peace. His thought is very strong. He'd like to have peace, but it takes two to tango. We'll see what happens. Anytime they want. I mean, I'd like to see that end. Millions of people are being killed, and they're being killed. It's a vicious situation, and they're now largely soldiers.
Hey, you guys good over there?
Sites. Buildings, massive buildings bombed and coming down.
That's all right,
the thing with Ukraine is that many more people died than you're reporting. You're not reporting the real numbers, and I'm not blaming you for that. I'm blaming maybe our government for not wanting to release it. Many more people died than what you know about. When those big buildings come down, when they say 2 people were injured, many people, thousands of people are being killed. But the real killing now is on the war front. It's a very flat land, and the only thing that stops a bullet is somebody's body. And you have young soldiers, so Russia's lost about 800,000 soldiers now. Ukraine's lost about 600 or 700,000. I think the numbers are low that they're giving out. But they've lost massive numbers of soldiers. And the war should stop. It's very flat, it's beautiful farmland, and it's flat and really beautiful in a different kind of oil, but they don't have any protection. The only thing that stops them is the body.
Take it this way,
Those bodies are stopping a lot of bullets, and they're they're being decimated, both sides.
In your conversation with President Xi, what did you tell him in terms of when you expect?
Hey, do you need more?
About which one? About tariffs? We didn't talk too much about tariffs, other than he knows this. Look, I put large tariffs on China. I've taken in hundreds of billions of dollars. Until I was president, China never paid not 10 cents to the United States. They neither paid hundreds of $600 billion or so, or more than that, of tariffs. And if I didn't do that, we wouldn't have a steel mill open in the United States right now. We wouldn't have one steel mill open in the United States. So what I did is I saved the steel industry, I saved other industries too, with other tariffs. Other countries are taking users also. It's not just China. China's an abuser, but the European Union is very, very bad to us. They treat us very, very badly. They don't take our cars. They don't take our cars at all. They don't take our farm products. They don't take very much. We have a $350 billion deficit with the European Union. They treat us very, very badly. So they're going to be insecure tariffs. It's the only way you're going to get back. It's the only way you're going to get fairness. You can't get fairness unless you do that. The European Union is treated badly, but essentially everybody treats us badly. Everybody treats us badly. Yes, go ahead. Because we allow them to. Because we've had stupid people doing this, and we can't have. I'd like to have these 3 people negotiate for us, just for 1 week, and we'd be a rich country again. But we'll be rich.
Hey, you guys good over there? You guys good? Stand by.
That's all right, Gunny. We expected that.
On which centers?
Good.
No, I wouldn't do that.
Red tie?
Data centers. I think they're going to be very important. Again, we have a lot of competition for that. So it's an honor to have these 3 great people, great CEOs and geniuses, all 3. It's an honor that they want to come to our country, but we're going to make it as easy as we can for them because other countries want them to. I'm going to have to go now. Thank you all very much. Thank you.
Oh, they're in Everett.